Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Edgbaston for Central Sparks versus Northern Diamonds. This is the 50 over competition between the 8 English regions. We are heading towards a final on Saturday, the 21st of September at Leicester for the Rachael Heyhoe Flint. Let me just turn that down. Right, I can hear myself come back. Just for you to be aware, before the game there was a poignant tribute to Josh Baker, who was sadly passing away this week, but it was a very poignant moment and a fitting tribute. You'll see the players have got black armbands on today. So, my name is Claire Jenkins. I'm a former Somerset and Derbyshire player. I'm joined today by Dr. Raf Nicholson and Sid Egan, who are both halves of the Cricket Her vodcast and podcast. It's essential listening and viewing for anyone interested in women's cricket globally. And we're due to start here at 10:30. The news from the toss is that Diamonds have won the toss and will bat. If you want to join in on social media, it's on the you'll be finding us on the YouTube channel. Please press the thumbs up, the like button to help other people find it, and you can use the hashtag #SparksWillFly, and also for Diamonds you can use hashtag the Northern Way. I'm going to hand over now to Raf. Good morning, Raf. You're going to go through the teams for us, I think.
I am, Claire. Good morning, everybody. Lovely to be here. And we've actually got some sunshine, which is quite exciting, quite novel, given the weather that we've had recently. So Edgbaston looking beautiful. So yeah, let's talk through the teams. Let's start with the hosts, the Central Sparks. Few changes from their most recent match on Wednesday against the Sunrisers. So they've got a change at the top of the order, first of all. So Eve Jones, obviously, as the captain, is going to be opening up, but with a different opening partner today, Karis Pavli, the 19-year-old left-hander. So she's going to be playing her first game of the season, replacing Chloe Brewer. Then Abby Freeborn at number 3, obviously coming off a good bit of form against the Sunrisers. I think it was 93. They're overseas. Courtney Webb, the Australian, at number 4. Another change at number 5, and we understand that Davina Perrin is sitting out today with a little bit of an injury. So we've got Amy Campbell coming in at number 5. Then beneath that, Katie George, Beth Nellis, Izzy Wong coming back in. She's actually replacing Em Arlott. So she's returned from the England boot camp, which John Lewis was talking about in the press conference yesterday. Believe that they had a few days in the Lake District as a sort of team bonding exercise. So
sounds dangerous.
well,
it sounds like ropes and dangerous things.
Yeah, if you listen to the No Balls podcast, the latest No Balls podcast, then Kate Cross and Alex Hartley talk a little bit about it. Apparently, lots of eating of marshmallows and talking about your greatest fears.
Oh no!
But Izzy Wong, unfortunately, not named in the England squad against Pakistan, so she is playing for the Central Sparks today. Then underneath her we have Ria Fackrell, Grace Potts, and of course the young leg spinner Hannah Baker, who are all continuing for the Sparks today. So that's the home team. Shall I move on to the Diamonds, Claire?
Yeah, do the Diamonds.
Fantastic.
Because before you, we're going to have Erin Burns coming back to play against her old team. So Erin Burns, the Aussie, was playing for Central Sparks last season, but they're in the Diamonds.
Yeah, bit of a grudge match today. Yes, so she is in the team for the Diamonds today. Diamonds have just got the one change because Rebecca Duckworth has been replaced by Bess Heath, who is again returning from England, from the, I believe, the England boot camp. She would have been in the Lake District as well, so that's interesting. So at the top of the order, Diamonds will again be opening with Lauren Winfield-Hill and Emma Marlowe, then captain Holly Armitage at number 3, and then Bess Heath is going to be batting at number 4. She's also going to be keeping wicket. We'll return to that in a minute because that's quite interesting because she hasn't been keeping wicket so far in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Then beneath Bess Heath, Erin Burns, as we've just said, this is a little bit of a grudge match for her against her former team, the Sparks. Then Leah Dobson, Phoebe Turner and Sophia Turner, the two quick bowlers who are unrelated, in case anyone was wondering. Then Abby Glenn, Jess Woolston, and of course Katie Levick, who most listeners and viewers, I'm sure, will be very familiar with.
She's a Birmingham Phoenix as well.
Of course,
So
of course she is.
yes. I mean, she's a sort of Yorkshire Brummie. I'm not quite sure which way around it
Yorkshire
goes.
Brummie.
Yeah.
Yeah, fantastic. So yeah, just the one change for the Diamonds. They've got Bess Heath coming back, and interesting to see her keeping wicket because John Lewis, the England coach, did a press conference yesterday ahead of the England series v Pakistan, which is starting here at Edgbaston in a week's time, actually. I actually asked him about Bess Heath not keeping wicket for the Diamonds because Lauren Winfield-Hill's been doing it. And I said, does this concern you? Because she is in the England squad, and he effectively said she's in the England squad partly as backup for Amy Jones. And he said, yes, it does concern me, and yes, I have spoken to the Diamonds about it. And he said that Bess Heath herself, he'd encouraged her to have this conversation with the Diamonds coach, Danny Hazell, about why she wasn't keeping wicket, so it's interesting to see that the outcome of that appears to have been that Danny Hazell has listened and has gone, okay, need to have Bess Heath behind the stumps. That's according to the team sheet that we have seen anyway. You never quite know.
No, well, there's something for you to ask at the press conference. Talking about press conferences and recent news to do with England, I'm going to be asking Sid later about his theory that I am not really a commentator, that I am generated entirely by AI, and that I am put in a cupboard at the end of the season and then brought out and booted up again at the beginning of the season. But we'll ask Sid about his theory about whether I'm completely generated by AI later.
Fantastic.
Excellent. The other games going on today, Sunrisers are playing at Southeast Stars at Northampton. We're not sure who's on the commentary there. But meanwhile at Bristol, Western Story and which is the Blaze versus the Thunder. Again, I'm afraid I don't know who's on the live stream there. But that but just so that you know, apparently they've got all the England stars back. So Heather Knight will be playing for Western Storm, presumably Lauren Filer and Danny Gibson. And Vipers have all of they're all stars, and they're all England players. Anyway, I'm sure my commentators will talk about the Vipers today, even though the Vipers aren't on the pitch, because Sid is a well-known. He's probably #1 fan for the Vipers, is he not?
He's probably up there. Yeah, probably.
He's got the shirt and everything.
Got to be in the top 10, I would say. He has got the shirt, yes. That's soon to become an antique, of course, potentially.
Oh, yeah.
Given that will be moving back to a county structure away from the existing regional structure. So who knows whether Vipers will exist after the end of the season.
Perhaps they'll become the Hampshire Vipers. Is that
did wonder that. Yeah.
Amusing.
It's possibly even a debate going on in the boardrooms of Hampshire as we speak. Who knows? But it's definitely an interesting question. Some of these regional kind of teams and brands, I think, have taken hold a little bit more than others. Because obviously Central Sparks have had to completely start from scratch in 2020 when the regions first launched, because they didn't have a team in the Kia Super League. So you're effectively having to invent something that doesn't exist, and there's perhaps slightly struggled to sort of take hold or kind of capture the imagination of local cricket supporters.
Well, it's interesting because I've got the sort of insider bit of that, because I was involved with a kind of focus group, for want of a better way of describing that. Sounds a bit whatever, but I was involved with a focus group that came up with the name and the logo and the kind of values at the beginning, and the whole point was we were trying to make it West Midlands and not specific to any particular county. So ironically, we've had to go kind of completely the other way. So just for people to be aware, the 8 regional teams as they exist at the moment will be effectively returning to the tier 1 counties. So Central Sparks will become Warwickshire. For the sake of today, Diamonds will become Durham. And as you mentioned, we mentioned Vipers, but they'll become Hampshire and so forth. We won't go through all of them, but they've effectively become counties again. But it was hard, so I do some commentary also for Western Storm. And if you're at Bristol, Cardiff or Taunton, and your team is Gloucester, Glamorgan or Somerset, it's hard to know, well, who are Western Storm and what is all that about? So when you've got double headers, it's harder to sell than saying it's the men's teams and the women's team, and in a way that the 100 is much simpler because you've got a women's team and a men's team. So, which is a very long way round saying this will be Warwickshire versus Durham next season.
Of got to say, Claire, that's really interesting that you were part of the focus group. So
Yeah.
you helped come up with the Central Sparks
Oh no, I'm going to be.
moniker.
I'm going to face the the spotlight later. You were part of the. Yes.
That's
Right.
really interesting. I did
No.
not know that.
Well, there we are
Wow.
then. This
So
is what you come for.
where did the sparks come
It
from?
was about. Oh, let me see. Look, we're going to start the game. This is going to be a cricket break
That's
out
all
in a
right.
minute.
We'll
Central Sparks was to do with the sort of industrial revolution. That's where the sparks came from,
of course.
and it was trying to make it not Birmingham or Warwickshire basically,
Yeah.
and it had to be something that united the West Midlands. So it was about the industrial revolution. They got a photo shoot early on in the Iron Bridge, on the Iron Bridge, sparks and all the rest of it. So it was probably a bit too subtle, but it certainly was. And Central kind of gave it a, so it's the Midlands, but there was lots of suggestions. Yeah,
That's very interesting.
back
Yeah.
to 2020 during COVID,
Yeah, absolutely.
when the regions were first invented.
So where did this focus group, this infamous focus
Oh,
group,
no,
take
you
place?
don't-
Was it over
well,
Zoom? Was it in
No, it was
person?
at home. We were given instructions about what to do. We were supposed to write things on the wall and then come back to them, and then it was the negative. What's your first impressions on this, and what would you oh, it was, we had homework. We did.
That's brilliant.
Yeah.
That's brilliant. Well, I'm really glad they involved you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
So I did. Some of them I have kind of wondered over the years where these names came from, because obviously some of them come from the Kia Super League
yeah.
and a sort
Some
of
of the Western
legacy
Storm were
of
there
that
before.
competition.
Vipers were there before. Lightning as they were. Loughborough Lightning as they were.
Yeah, but obviously the Central Sparks and the Sunrisers, another
Yeah.
brand new one for the regional structure that's just sort of slightly come out of nowhere. It's quite interesting.
Yeah. Meanwhile, there will be some cricket breaking out. So I can tell you that the umpires today are Ant Harris, who is at our end by the look of it, and Grace Banbury. The scorers are MD Smith and C Credgington, and the match referee is IL Herbert. So that's in terms of the officials today. We've got a sort of overcast day here at Edgbaston. The sun's shining on the high-rise bits of the city centre and lots of cranes and things, but we are hoping for some good weather. We don't want any of that naughty rain and making all sorts of Duckworth Lewiston, particularly because we have no Duckworth. That'll please Sid, and a dad joke early on. We've got no Duckworth playing for Yorkshire, so we can't have a Duckworth Lewiston. Diamonds. What did I say?
You said Yorkshire, which is
Oh,
very
see,
interesting.
look,
because
I've already done it.
Yeah, that's the confusion, isn't it, with these
It is.
regional
Northern
names.
Diamonds. Oh, I like Sid's smash up of the superchargers. Or that he calls them. What is it? He calls them Northern Superchargers or something. And some was it?
We normally refer to them as the pop chips.
The pop chips,
on the
yes.
Cricket Her Weekly, because that's obviously to do with the sponsorship of the 100. I don't know how much we're allowed to talk about that on the live stream.
No.
Other crisps
are
available.
available.
But I do have a particular
popcorn.
liking for the pop chips. So that's where that's come from.
Oh dear. See, I've done it.
No,
I've dropped
the-
into the trap already.
The
but
Yorkshire
yes.
thing is interesting because in
Diamonds.
the Kia Super League, they were, of course, the Yorkshire Diamonds. So that's how they started off.
Ah.
They then had to move to becoming the Northern Diamonds. But because they retained that name, the Diamonds, they've therefore very much been very closely aligned with Yorkshire, haven't they? And it's very much felt like that. And therefore, when the ECB announced a couple of weeks ago that it was Durham who had won the kind of right to host the team that's currently the Diamonds, I think there was quite a lot of surprise at that decision because, as I say, it very much has felt like a kind of Yorkshire-owned and Yorkshire-run team.
Meanwhile, I think we probably need to come back to that potentially later.
Yeah,
So
you're probably
because
right,
otherwise we'll go down a rabbit hole.
We'll
won't
get mired in that.
Yeah, we will. So Central
controversy.
Sparks were beaten by Sunrisers. I was there at Kidderminster by 5 wickets with 10.2 overs to spare. So they also found themselves with a bonus point. Grace Scribbins gave a masterclass in batting there with 118 not out, captain's knock. And Diamonds were just pipped by the Blaze. 2 balls remaining, having put 188 all out on the board at Scarborough. So yeah, that was a very close game. Two balls to go apparently. We've got lots to talk about today. We probably want to talk at some stage about Scotland and Ireland finding themselves women finding themselves in the World Cup qualifiers in one of the semi-finals to see who gets through to play at the World Cup in Bangladesh in October. We also we probably will pay tribute to the late Patsy Lovell at the 25-yard. 25, I keep saying 25 yard, 25 over mark potentially, but we'll come back to that later. As Izzy Wong comes to the back of her run-up, tossing the ball up in the air, and Harris waving at the scorers, just to check everybody's ready. And Central Sparks, so they were asked to bowl by Diamonds, who won the toss, and Wong to open the bowling. We've got the openers of Lauren Winfield Hill and Emma Marlowe. Izzy Wong from the 25-yard circle. Winfield Hill forwards and defending that, and there is no run. Yeah, it's my pet thing. The women's is 25 yards and the men's is 30-yard circle, but the commentators don't always get that right. And there is different numbers in the men's and the women's game. So here, 25-yard circle for the power play, which is the first 10 overs of this 50-over match. Sparks will only be allowed 2 fielders out of that circle, so they've got a deep backward square and a deep third. Wong to Winfield Hill. And that's flicked into the leg side there. Oh, they're going to go through a run. Oh, there's a bit of a shy this bowler's end, but not a very good shy. And Eve Jones finds herself grovelling on the grass there. Oh, exciting.
Yeah, no, I think that was Amy Campbell who picked that up at mid-wicket, and then it was a little bit wide, well, a fair bit wide of the stumps there. Lauren Winfield Hill potentially could have been in a little bit of trouble there. Don't think she was quite expecting Emma Marlowe to come through for that single, but anyway, they did get safely home, so sigh of relief all round there.
A surprise one for Northern Diamonds. Winfield Hill off the mark. Marlowe comes forward and defends that, and there is no run. We'll probably also want to talk about the England selections as well.
Yeah,
we've got
absolutely.
Pakistan here at Edgbaston next Saturday, and I gather it's almost a sellout. They certainly had sold over 12,000 tickets. 12,000 tickets. Of course, nobody wants to watch women's sport. 12,000 tickets for the T20 start of the Pakistan series next Saturday here. So let's hope we have some nice sunshine for that, and a good start to that series as one comes into Marlowe. It's played to point, and she waggles her bat towards Lauren Winfield Hill, but they don't take a single. There is no run.
Yeah, that was well picked up there at point. As you say, so well fielded that the run wasn't really there, although it did feel like Emma Marlowe was slightly thinking about it.
Shall I? Shall I? Waggling a bat. I think that was probably because Lauren Winfield Hill almost kind of kippered her with that last run, that little flick off her hit there, and they burgled a single as one comes into Marlowe. Defends that. Nice big thump there, and there is no run.
It's good over this from Wong so far. She's just seems to be making the batters just slightly uncomfortable there. That was Emma Marlowe just reared up at her ever so slightly. She was quite backwards in her crease.
I was here for the first game of the season when they played the Blaze, and Arlott and Wong certainly pinned the Blaze in for the first bit. Marlowe, swipes at that one towards cover, but it's picked up easily, and there is no run. It's the end of the over. Northern Diamonds are one without loss.
Yeah, good over that one for the Sparks. First up, as we were saying before, Izzy Wong back into the side after missing out on Wednesday's match at Kidderminster, was it, Claire?
It was Kidderminster
against the Sunrisers.
Which turned out to be. I got all these layers on. It was supposed to be cold in this marquee, and it turned out to be boiling hot. I had to put an emergency cap on. Anyway, yes, Kidderminster.
Probably better than the other way round, because we were at Beckenham a couple of weeks ago, and it was freezing. And we've got Grace Potts, who's going to be opening the bowling from the City end. That's right, isn't it, Claire?
City end, yeah.
Yeah. So here we go. She's just adjusting her ponytail. Moving her bowler's mark there.
it's the circle
It's
mark.
the, of course it is.
But
it's
it is.
the circle.
But
It's just slightly in her way, wasn't it?
It's handy if your run up is 25 yards because that's where it's marked.
Absolutely.
Grace Potts comes in from
So-
the. Oh yes, gone. Stu.
Oh.
No, you.
Lauren Winfield Hill on strike, just crouching and plays that one safely out to mid-off. Fielder picks it up. Dot ball. Sparks 1 for no wicket. Sorry, Diamonds 1 for no wicket in the second over here at Edgbaston against the Sparks. Diamonds obviously having won the toss and chosen to bat first on what looks like it's going to be a nice day for batting. Potts, top of her mark now, running in. Winfield Hill doing that distinctive crouch. Oh, and there's a big shout for LBW, but the umpire doesn't look convinced. We're at completely the wrong perspective to be able to make any kind of judgment on that whatsoever. But there was quite a reasonable appeal there from a lot of the Sparks.
Yes, 9 out of 10 for the appeal. I
Yeah.
think very loud.
Umpire not particularly
No.
interested though.
Grace Banbury not. No.
Yeah. So Diamonds remain on 1 for no wicket. Potts back in again. Winfield Hill defends out into the offside. Sparks pick it up. No run there. Sid's reliably informing me that that was a good judgment call by Grace Banbury, the umpire, because it was going down the leg side. So
we've got the fifth umpire in the corner there.
absolutely, absolutely, very useful to have.
Yeah.
Potts just running in again. Winfield Hill just content to tap that out towards mid-wicket that time. Amy Campbell's picked it up. Just doing a little bit of polishing.
How lovely to have enough sunshine to have shadows, which is a luxury.
I know, it is nice, isn't it? After the weather that we've had for the last couple of months.
A little more like summer.
Winfield Hill out of her crease now, actually, which is interesting. Potts in again. And she's played that out to point. Point's picked it up. And no run there.
Katie George, I think there. Keen. She took 3 really good catches. One scooped off the floor at Gully. First wicket for Sparks. I mean, it was proper reflex thing, and the other 2 were running in and her usual sort of great fielding in the outfield.
She's a very good fielder, isn't she?
Match changing catches potentially.
Final ball of the over, Potts in. Oh, and Winfield Hill has driven that back down the ground, but the mid-off fielder has run and dived over it and managed to pick it up, saving what probably would have been a boundary. They did get through for a single, so Diamonds finished that second over on 2 for no wicket.
Yeah, it was you're getting a great bat sound off there, and middling the ball quite nicely, but not getting it away yet. So we're waiting for that first boundary. Potentially. Looks like 1 to continue.
Yeah, Lauren Winfield Hill has hit a couple of half centuries in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy so far, so she's shown a decent bit of form, a really key player obviously for the Diamonds, and the year that they actually won this competition, which was a couple of seasons ago now in 2022, she was absolutely fundamental to that success.
Yeah. 1 to Winfield Hill, who leaves that stuck in time there. I think she might have got caught in a time rift there. She's raised bat and just waited as it went past her.
Absolutely.
Georgie Heath was saying she does like a spectacular leave. She likes an overly exaggerated leave.
The worst ones are
like that one?
The worst ones are those exaggerated leaves where it then you sort of shoulder arms and then you look behind you and you realise it's bowled you.
The rattle as Wong comes into Winfield Hill. Oh, that's thumped into out through mid wicket. We're going to get a first boundary of the innings for Northern Diamonds. So Lauren Winfield Hill up and over the inner circle there, through to Cow Corner for 4 runs. Northern Diamonds are 6 without loss. as we are into the third over of the Sunshine. It's 10 overs in the power play here for the fielding restrictions for Central Sparks in this first half.
Yeah, Winfield Hill will be pleased with that. She's been threatening to get hold of one for a while and actually managed to get something on that. Izzy Wong did the very interesting bowler teapot stance. How dare you? How dare you hit it through there for
very
4?
Dare you. As to defend the next one, it's a better ball from Wong. There is no run. Here's the teapot. I played with a lot of wicket keepers who would do that if the ball didn't go anywhere near them when it was thrown in. Had a double teapot. I'm thinking of particular characters, but I won't name names. Wong to Winfield Hill. Leaves that one. And there's no run. Still 6 for no loss.
John Lewis did have a couple of words on Izzy Wong in the press conference yesterday. Was asked about her not being selected against Pakistan, and just essentially said she needs to play a bit of regional cricket and just sort of try to get back to her best, really.
Yep. Winfield Hill bat raised. Plays that, squirts that backwards a square. I don't think she knew where that was going, but there is a fielder there. I think it's Katie George out there. And they get through for a single, 7 without loss. Yeah, we talked a lot in that first game against the Blaze about in bowling being about rhythm. In particular, I think that's the thing that we've all worried about with Izzy Wong, that her rhythm has gone out. And it looked great that first game, so long may that continue. And I think there's a bit of that. There's a bit of go back, remember what the enjoyment was, why you do this, and just, you know, kind of just really do what you need to do, and just get into that rhythm thing again.
Yeah, I think the word he used was consistency. About performing consistently.
Yeah. Marlowe this time. Oh, banged in there. Ooh, it's exciting. Bouncer.
It was, absolutely. A little bit of aggression there from Izzy Wong.
Yeah, the end of the over. 7 for no loss, and that's 3 overs gone. They only allowed 1 of the over, but that was the last ball of the over, so proper banged in. Up over Emma Marlowe's head. You can hear the chirping in the field. Get yourself down here, it's 50 over game.
Katie George just wandered over and just patted Izzy Wong on the shoulder there. It'd be really interesting to know what she said to her.
Yeah, keep it going. Yes, so interesting you mentioned Katie George is into that slip gully position.
Pots in, Winfield Hill on strike, and she plays that into the offside, but the
Hannah Baker, is it?
Extra cover fielder just runs round and picks that up.
Nice bit of fielding. That's got the Central Sparks well chuffed.
Yeah, I think I was just waiting, because if that had got through,
yeah,
that was
it was going.
For, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Pots in again. Winfield Hill waits. Again, plays that out into the offside, but she hasn't struck that one nearly as firmly. So the cover fielder's just able to pick that up quite easily. But yeah, Katie George at second slip, as you were saying.
Took that catch off Potts against the Sunrisers at Kidderminster. It was a cracking, I mean, it was one of those, wow, plucked a few inches off the ground. Reflex catch. Really good.
I suppose they'll be hoping for
similar
today.
Yeah.
Pots in. Winfield Hill still on strike. She plays that out to point. No run there. So Diamonds remain on 7 for no wicket. In this, the 4th over of their Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy match against the Central Sparks.
Of course, Caris Pavley's got that sort of long ponytail. I may have mixed them up earlier, so apologies if I did. They're both fielding quite close together as well, so we were a long way away from the pitch, I should say. So
yes, it's a very good overview, but not
it's
so good for close-up views,
No.
as you might say. As Pots in again to Winfield Hill. That was actually quite a good ball. She was forced to play that one. She just taps it into the offside.
a few clouds, obscuring the sun for a moment here at Edgbaston. Diamonds winning the toss and electing to bat.
Pots into Winfield Hill. She's played that nicely out just sort of between mid-wicket and mid-on, but mid-on's gone and picked it up, so they have run through for a single there. Diamonds move on to 8 for no wicket. Lauren Winfield Hill on 8. Emma Marlowe yet to get off the mark.
The other thing about Diamonds is they don't have a left-handed bat, I noticed when I was doing my prep for today.
Interesting. That's a bit of a women's cricket talking point,
yes,
isn't it?
need a left-handed.
Why we don't
Why
have
do the Aussies
left-handers?
have so many and we have very few? But Sparks are quite well off for left-handed bats.
Pots in, Marlowe facing, defends that back to the bowler. Remains on 0, but she's still there,
She's
so
still
that's
there.
important.
Yeah.
And at the end of 4 overs, the Diamonds are 8 for no wicket.
Oh, as the sun comes out again, lovely.
Emma Arlett on
Yes.
drinks duty.
Yeah, she's got hands in her
today.
pockets, wandering around, having a good look up in a shade.
Yellow bib on
Yeah.
and no jumper, so that gives you a little bit of an idea. Or unless she's a particularly
I don't know.
hardy
Maybe.
person,
Maybe.
but certainly anyone without a jumper at Beckenham 2 weeks ago would have been
Hypothermia.
extremely cold.
Well, Wong to Winfield Hill. Thumps that, as you can hear, straight to mid-off. There is no run.
We actually recorded our episode of the Cricket Her Weekly the day after that when we were back at home, and Sid did it in his coat.
He did his I'm still freezing.
Yeah, that was the joke.
Yeah.
Sid hadn't yet warmed up enough to take his coat off. He has now taken his coat off,
Yes.
in case anyone was
Yeah.
wondering.
Wong, top of a mark. In from the pavilion end. Oh, outside of off, and that's given us a wide by Ant Harris, who's also wearing a black armband for Josh Baker, Worcestershire player who's sadly lost last week.
Yes, we did have that minute silence.
Yeah, it was very
play today,
a
didn't we?
very poignant tribute to the local player. Wong, number 95 on the back, Sunshine also on the back. Winfield Hill plays that straight to the cover fielder, and there is no run. Yes, the England teams were announced, weren't they? We'll probably get into that a bit later. We get a bit of a drinks break or something.
Yeah, we've got a T20 squad for the T20, 3 T20s against Pakistan, and then an ODI squad for the 3
There's
ODIs.
15 in the one
coming
and 13 in the other, isn't there?
up. Is there?
I think.
Good,
Anyway,
good
we'll come back
mathsing,
to that.
good mathsing,
I don't do numbers, so that's a bit of amazement, really. As one comes into Winfield Hill, plays it up and over. That's going to be another boundary. I think they're not going to cut that off. It is 4 runs to Winfield Hill. So the score moves on to 13 without loss. Winfield Hill still doing most of those, 12 of those, and then one wide, I think, making the score of 13.
Yeah, that was a similar shot to the one that she played in Wong's previous over, wasn't it? Just sort of, well, tonking it.
Yeah,
over
bowl
the,
that short
over
and
the
I'm going to
infield.
smack it to cow corner.
Exactly. She's rather got the measure of Izzy Wong there a couple of times now.
Amy Campbell's at short mid-wicket. She's going to hope she doesn't quite get hold of one if she does that again. It's played it this time into the offside, or the posh side, as Bibi Daniels was saying. She said she called it. Yeah, so I said to her, "What was your favourite shot?" She said, "Oh, I played mostly on the leg side." She said, "I didn't bother much with the posh side, which was the offside." I don't remember her batting well enough to know. I mean, she played for England and she's a World Cup winner, but I'm sure she played all round the ground. But she reckoned that she played a bit leg side.
I'll have to remember that.
The posh side, yeah, I
side
love
and the
that.
onside.
It was great. She just came out with it. Wong to Winfield Hill. Oh, bouncer again, but Winfield Hill manages to fend that off for his shoulder. There is a fielder herring round. He's going to cut that off, so they only get the one out of that. Winfield Hill looked uncertain about playing that, but managed to twiddle it over her shoulder to get that single there. Score moves on to 14 without loss.
Yeah, there was a danger of that one actually going over the boundary, so that was quite well picked up.
Yeah.
By the.
I think it's. I want to say Katie George, but it might be Amy Campbell out there. She's as far as you can be away from us, so you'll have to excuse me not getting the right field up. Wong to Marla. Can she get off the mark? And what shot will she get off the mark with? Izzy Wong will want to skittle her out. Oh, she plays that well. So almost self-defence, but straight through the point fielder, and they get through for a single. So Emma Marla off the mark with a cut shot to point. So that's the end of the 5th over, and I'm going to have a rest and a cup of tea, and I'll bring in Sid Egan, who's going to tell you all about how I'm not a real person, I'm actually made of AI. So 5 overs down, Northern Diamonds are 15 without loss, and I'll be back later.
Thanks, Claire. Yeah, that was actually Grace Potts, we think, who managed to pick that one up, cut it off out on the well, sort of deep fine leg boundary, very fine, very fine deep fine leg boundary. So good for her, and she's now back opening. She's now back from the city end to start the 6th over. Bowls it to Emma Marlowe, who taps it out into the offside, and there's no run there. Hi Sid, nice to be on air with you. We don't have our fair share of off-air conversations, but here we are, and everyone can now hear us, so this is fun, isn't it?
No swearing.
No swearing. Thanks for that. Potts back at the top of her mark now. Marlowe on strike. Just moves back as that's delivered. Oh, and it's gone wide down the leg side. It's been called a wide by the umpire, so that'll be another onto the Diamonds total. We move on to 16 for no wicket. Emma Marlowe did take a little bit of time to get off the mark, but she has now got a run to her name after that scampered single in the previous over, which was off a little bit of a Sparks misfield, but you know, batters got to take them, haven't they, Sid?
Indeed. Need every run they can get.
So again to Marlowe, plays that nicely out, just backwards of square on the leg side. They go for a single. Izzy Wong picked that up, deep backward square leg, and threw it in. So just got the single there, moved to 17 for no wicket.
Yeah, a little bit of a slow start. They've kept their wickets intact, which is possibly the important thing here, but big contrast to what's going on in the Vipers game, where Vipers have raced to 49 for no wicket off 6 overs. Charlie Knott opening the batting as 30 off 22.
Who's she opening with?
With Maya Bouchier.
Because as we said earlier, we believe that all of the England players, or almost all of the England players, were actually available today. We're not 100% sure why, therefore we haven't got Amy Jones in the Sparks 11, but often these decisions are made on a case-by-case basis, but Vipers are almost full strength.
Yeah, definitely. They're still missing Lauren Bell, but otherwise they've got all their big players back.
Eve Jones is moving the field round a little bit here. Lots of conversations going on. As Potts back up to the top of her mark now. Coming in from the city end, Lauren Winfield Hill on strike. Makes it straight out, the cover fielder. No run there. 17 for no wicket, the Diamonds. The Vipers having a good start to their day.
Yep, they're past 50 now. Keeping half an eye on that game, but only half an eye. That's the resident Vipers fan.
As I said to Claire Jenkins, you're definitely in the top 10 Vipers fans ever. Potts running in again. Winfield Hill drives that nicely down the ground, but again, it's been cut off by the mid-off fielder who's run round. So they get the single there. She did strike that nicely, so that was a good bit of fielding there from the mid-off fielder running round.
Yeah, there's been some good work in the field in the ring by Sparks, and they've kept that boundary count down, which is one of the reasons that they've only made it to 18 at this stage.
Pops in again to Emma Marlowe, just leaves that, goes through to the wicketkeeper Abby Freeborn without incident. Having a little bit of a chat there, Abby Freeborn with Katie George at first slip. Katie George is obviously keen for Emma Marlowe to actually be trying to play those. Marlowe on 2 now. Waits for Grace Potts. She does play that one, but she plays it safely down, bounces off into the offside. That's the end of the over. Northern Diamonds 18 for no wicket after 6 overs. Winfield Hill on 14. Emma Marlowe on 2.
Yeah, Marlowe looking to get the batters driving, try and get those caught behinds. They had 2 slips earlier. They've taken one of them out. They've had 1 slip in that over. But so far, the Northern Diamonds batters haven't been tempted into that expansive drive. So it'll be Wong to take the next over to continue her spell. Lauren Winfield Hill to face. Wong in, that's full, and is driven straight down the ground by Lauren Winfield Hill. Back past Wong, and that's going to be 4 runs. That was a nice looking shot from Winfield Hill. Very correct, very straight bat. Very different shot from the boundary she scored earlier, which was a baseball style club to cow corner.
Yeah, Eve Jones and Rhea Fackrell for the Sparks gave chase there, came herring towards us, but the ball was travelling faster than they were. Eve Jones just
I think they could have just given up on that one.
Eve Jones just going to have a quick word with Izzy Wong before she bowls her next ball.
Wong in again to Winfield Hill. And that's a full toss, and it's dropped. It was a full toss, and Winfield Hill fended it off. It was straight back to Wong, who was in her follow through. She got a hand to it, but couldn't hold on. And could they come to regret that one if Winfield Hill goes on and makes a big score today? Sparks suffered the other day because having dropped Grace Scrivens early on, and she went on to make a century. They're going to see similar today. Wong looks disappointed, but she has to get on with it now. In again to Winfield Hill, who's driving, but that's fielded on the ring. And there is no run.
Yeah, just watching the replay there of that caught and bowled drop. It dipped a bit on Lauren Winfield Hill right at the last minute, and that seemed to discombobulate her somewhat. She was just stuck on her crease. I think she didn't move her feet. She just tapped the bat at it, and it went sailing back towards Izzy Wong, who just couldn't quite hang on.
Wong to Winfield Hill. It's on a very full delivery, and Winfield Hill gets up and plays that with a very straight bat. Back to the bowler. There is no run once again. Left in the over. Wong into Winfield Hill, and that's another full toss, and Winfield Hill has climbed all over that. That's going to be 4 runs, cut through extra cover. No fielders anywhere near that. That was 4 runs all the way off the bat.
Yeah, beautifully struck by Lauren Winfield Hill there.
And Lauren Winfield Hill now starting to make progress. Izzy Wong needs to keep her concentration here. Can't afford another bad ball, really. Wong into Winfield Hill. That is a better delivery. And Winfield Hill is content to play that back down the pitch. And there is no run, so that leaves us with 7 overs gone. 26 for no wicket. Lauren Winfield Hill on 22. And Emma Marlowe going a little slower, 2 off 11.
Yeah, that was the most expensive over of the day for the Sparks. 8 runs coming off it, but could have been a wicket as well. So it's perhaps a little bit of Izzy Wong's kind of modus operandi, we might say, that she will bowl some bad balls, but within those balls there will be chances. And Lauren Winfield Hill, obviously to some extent looking to take on Izzy Wong. I think all of the boundaries we've had so far today have actually been Lauren Winfield Hill against Izzy Wong. So she is trying to take her on, but almost to her own detriment in that last over. Caught and bowled chance put down, but Potts now resuming at the other end, the City end, running in towards us, and it's Emma Marlowe on strike. Oh, did she get anything on that? That's gone to Abby Freeborn behind the stumps, who's slightly fumbled it.
Freeborn's body language perhaps suggests that there might have been an edge there, but she wasn't able to hold on to the catch. She'd have certainly appealed if she'd held it.
So that's another unfortunate one from the Sparks. It'll be really interesting to see the replay of that. And
Katie George just moving back to slip there.
Yeah,
they're looking for that edge.
That's the classic. I'm gonna move the field to do what happened the last delivery. Oh, and Marlowe's got hold of that one. Oh, but good bit of fielding there at point to cut off what looked like it might be racing to the boundary. So they actually don't get even a single there, because that was a really good bit of fielding from the Sparks. Yeah, so they've got Katie George now in at first slip, because they think they've potentially got an opportunity here with Marlowe on strike to get that edge. So Potts running in again, and Marlowe drives straight to mid-on.
Yeah, Marlowe getting forward nicely. There's nothing wrong with her technique, is there? She just needs to make it count in the runs column a little bit. But, you know, these are long games.
Flags waving in the wind here at Edgbaston as Potts in again. Pushes that out to the offside, but it's picked up by the fielder. So no run.
Again, a nice looking shot. She's in a very defensive mode. That's okay at this stage, as long as you can make it count later. What you don't want to do is wind up chewing out 30 or 40 deliveries for a handful of runs and then getting out.
Sparks are really sensing an opportunity here with Emma Marlowe. It's Potts in again, and that's gone wide down the leg side. The umpire's signalling wide. Sparks trying to G up Grace Potts here. Come on Potts, come on Potts, you can hear. Potts into Emma Marlowe. Oh, and she's played that really nicely. And it's gone for 4. Straight out to the point boundary for 4 runs. And that was really nicely struck by Emma Marlowe, who moves to 6. That was her first boundary of the day. And exactly as you were saying, Sid, that beautiful technique she's got.
Yeah, she perfectly dissected the two fielders that are on the ring there, and nobody out on the boundary at that point. So once it got through the fielders, that was always going to be 4 runs.
Pots in again. How will she respond? Good ball, good length. Potts defends that out to the leg side. It's a little bit of a was picked up by Amy Campbell, who threw back to Abby Freeborn, who sort of dived over the ball somehow. Anyway, it's the end of the over, and Northern Diamonds 31 for no wicket. Lauren Winfield-Hill on 22. Emma Marlowe has moved to 6 now, just having a little bit of a chat mid-pitch, leaning on their bats. We're 8 overs in now to this 50 over Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy competition. Match. We're expecting this match to go the distance in terms of the weather, so that's positive, because that hasn't been the case for every Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy match of late.
Wong into Winfield-Hill, who is defending the straight bat. Through to mid-off on the posh side.
It's great, isn't it?
I'll be using that as official cricket her terminology from now on, I think, Raf.
Oh, we can add it to the list.
I do like it.
You've got some very odd terminology that you use. Or we can. I'm gonna talk to the listeners about that after this ball.
Wong into Winfield-Hill, who's driving, but there will be no run. That's fielded on the ring.
I've got an entire list of Sidisms. Your favourite one that you haven't actually used for a while would be a term that you could use to describe Abby Freeborn for the Sparks, or Bess Heath today for the Northern Diamonds. Would you like to share this with the viewers, or shall I?
Glove Butler.
Glove Butler, exactly. Glove Butler is the wicket-keeper.
So Glove Butler, Abby Freeborn.
Glove Butler rather fits with the posh side, doesn't it?
It does. Wong into Winfield-Hill. That's short, and Winfield-Hill guides that down, but it's fielded at short third, so there is no run there. Sparks still keeping this kind of ring of fielders very tight. I think the coaches will be reasonably pleased with that as part of the start. The wickets haven't come, but they've kept the runs down.
Yeah, we're still in the power play, so only 2 fielders allowed out, and they're both out deep on the leg side.
Wong to Winfield-Hill. That's a little short, but Winfield-Hill doesn't take advantage and pushes that into the leg side. And again, no run. Feels like the batters have been at the same ends for a long, long time. We haven't seen any singles for a while, have we? Looking back, it does seem to have been several overs since there's been a single. Wong to Winfield-Hill. And again, Winfield-Hill content to just push that back into the leg side. Fielded by is that rear Fackrell down there.
Yes.
And there is no run.
Rear Fackrell's got a sort of yellow towel hanging out of the back of her trousers, which is quite interesting. She's perhaps the designated ball dryer.
On to Winfield-Hill, that's full. And Winfield-Hill, they are going to get a single now. A dash through as Winfield-Hill just sort of bunts it out into the leg side. And that is the over. So Winfield-Hill steals the strike. We're 9 overs gone. 32 for no wicket. Lauren Winfield-Hill on 23, Emma Marlowe on 6.
It looks like Potts is going to resume from the City end.
Final over of the power play coming up.
Got a bit of a brains trust going on at the moment. Potts, Fackrell and Eve Jones have come together. Just have a little bit of a chat about the field. Oh, are we actually getting a bowling change? I think we are getting a bowling change. Grace Potts has put her cap back on, and it looks like therefore that
Coming
Rhea
on to bowl
Fackrell,
from the Birmingham end, Rhea Fackrell.
don't know if you could hear that, but as suspected, Rhea Fackrell will be coming on from the City end. That's why she was having that chat to Eve Jones. So we've got a bit of spin for the first time this match. And Lauren Winfield Hill be on strike. The Fackrell's first ball of the day. Goes without saying that the Sparks will be really keen for a breakthrough here, having previously put Lauren Winfield Hill down. So dropped caught and bowl chance of Izzy Wong a couple of overs ago. Fackrell in. Oh, and she swipes at that, and there's a sort of strangled appeal, but not really a real appeal. It's more of a sort of oh, let's make the batter feel uncomfortable type appeal, Sid.
Yeah, she's coming round the wicket, and she's using a big angle there, so.
Fackrell in again. Lauren Winfield Hill gets back to that one, manages to play it out backward of square on the leg side and comes through for a single. So Diamonds move on to 33 for no wicket. It looks like
Fackrell coming back over the wicket, yeah, for Marlowe.
Interesting.
Glove butler Abby Freeborn now standing up to the stumps, helmet on, as is required by the regulations in professional cricket in this country.
Are you going to try and introduce that one more widely into the cricket lexicon, Sid? Glove butler. Do you think
Absolutely.
It'll stick? Do you think it'll stick?
You never know, Raf.
Right, Fackrell coming in to Emma Marlowe, drives that out really beautifully, but it goes straight to mid-off, fortunately for her. So the score remains on 33 for no wicket.
Again, a lovely looking shot, but not productive.
And Marlowe plays that out to the leg side this time, and Katie George runs forward from sort of mid-wicketish to pick that up. Interesting field they've got for Emma Marlowe. Now they've got quite a short mid-wicket, and then Katie George is a kind of to the left of that. Oh, and Marlowe's picked that up really nicely, but that's going to be collected out sort of on the deep mid-wicket boundary. So she's going to get a single from that. She did seem to pick that one up quite well. Diamonds on to 34 for no wicket.
Yeah, just lifted that over the ring. Not an awful lot of power in it.
So Winfield Hill back on strike, and Fackrell coming round the wicket again. She's done exactly what she did in the previous delivery that she faced and played that out just slightly backward of square on the leg side for a single. So there's obviously a very clear plan in place for both of these batters, but it's not had the intended effect so far for the Sparks. Diamonds move on to 35 for no wicket, and that's the end of the 10-over power play. So I think that Claire Jenkins will be coming back on air. So we're going to do a little bit of jiggery pokery with the headphones here. So just bear with us for a second.
Coming on to bowl from the pavilion end, Katie George.
So it will be Katie George to pick up from the pavilion end where we're sitting.
I'll bring you news of the other games after you do this one.
George in, left arm. And we started off with a wide down the leg side.
So the other games today,
loosener.
Yeah, Sunrisers won the toss and elected to bat at Northants, and they are 39 for 1. Western Storm won the toss and elected to bowl, and I'm sure you've mentioned Southern Vipers. I hope it wasn't too much while I was away. Southern Vipers 83 for no loss, and we are here 36 for no loss.
George in and bowls, and that's just defended.
He You weren't just talking about Vipers, were you, while I was away? I went out of the room.
Vipers
So what's
might have been
happened?
mentioned.
What's happened while I was away then, Sid?
Vipers are 87 for no wicket. They've got an absolute flyer with Charlie Hart.
I meant here, at
Here?
Edgbaston.
Oh, I wasn't watching that,
Oh
Claire.
no!
George to Winfield Hill. Winfield Hill's crouched, and she's cut that down. It's fielded by third. Hurls it in. Abby Freeborn has to leap into the air to take it.
I'm not sure about Glove Butler, but you know, I'll go with it.
I will try to make it happen. So George wearing her 99. That's a full delivery. Marlowe pushes off her toes and they scamper through for a single. Reasonably safe single, not too much danger there.
Katie George is number 2 in the national rankings for the Professional Cricketers Association Most Valuable Player, PCA MVP. She's number 2 in the fielding. She's taking catches.
Great fielder, took a great catch the other day. She came from off screen.
She did. The batters look like they're kind of getting into a rhythm now of ticking the score over. That, as you mentioned, that they seemed a bit hesitant to start, but they're starting to get.
Yeah, Marlowe started to try to look for runs. She's looking for those singles. If she's not finding the boundary, then you need to try and look for those singles, and that's what Marlowe's starting to do. I wonder if Lauren Winfield Hill had a word and just said, you know, just try and make the singles happen. Try and make some progress, even if you can't find the boundary. So George in now to Marlowe, pushing that off her toes. It was very much on her pads. Take a single there.
Nicely timed shot there, wasn't it? Right off her toe.
Yeah, she does look to have a good technique. So last ball of the over. Katie George to Winfield Hill. And that goes past Lauren Winfield Hill's edge through to the wicketkeeper, and there is no run. And that is the end of the over. So 44 no wicket. Lauren Winfield Hill 27 off 44, and Emma Marlowe 9 off 22. Am I reading that correctly? That's a
Yeah,
long way
I think
away.
it is a long way away, and it's yellow writing, which isn't that
Yeah,
helpful
those
always.
yellow letters are. By the time you get to our advanced age, Claire,
You
those
speak for
yellow
yourself.
letters aren't as easy
I was-
to read as they once were.
I was trying to explain to Georgie Heath that I was approaching 30 from the wrong side and a very long run up. But yes, so we're here at Edgbaston. This is the Rachael Heyhoe Flint, which is the 50 over competition between the 8 English regional centres of excellence. We've got Northern Diamonds at bat and Central Sparks in the field as Fackrell comes in from the city end. Oh, it's flicked off the legs. They're going to get through for. She's going to be a shy. Oh, not a very good shy. And they get through for a single. That was all exciting, wasn't it?
Yeah, if that had hit, that might have been close, but
Loose throw from, I think it's Potts with the back to us. That fine leg. 41 for no loss. Frackle just moving the field. I think she's bringing in the cover point fielder off the boundary onto the 25-yard circle. Right on round. Played forwards to mid-on through Rhea Fackrell's hand, but there is no run.
yeah, they're allowed 4 out now, but it looks like they've just the 2 out
Still trying to stay attacking.
on the leg side.
Yep. Winfield Hill comes forward, flicks it again to the fine leg, but again it's not quite gathered by Grace Potts, and they get through for a single. 42. They're heading towards that 50 then, Sid.
And if they can get to 50 with a loss of no wickets, then I think that they'll feel that was worth it.
It's the first tick, isn't it, as Rachael comes over the wickets to Marlowe. Takes a big wind-up, only just places that to the point field, and there is no run. It's a big wind-up. I thought we were going for a big shot there through mid-wicket.
Yeah, we were ready for the helicopters. Stepped back in her crease.
Yeah.
Looked like she was going to give it an almighty
Heave
going
ho.
over. But
Marlowe flicks that again to the point fielder, and again there is no run. Almost too succinctly to the fielder there. To the leg side. There's a bit of spin in the outfield across the practice strips or previously used strips, and they get through for a single. And that's the end of the over. 12 overs gone. Northern Diamonds are 43 without loss. Lauren Winfield Hill on 28, Marlowe on 11.
yeah, so a kind of par score in this tournament, if you like, is about 250 at the moment. So first innings score typically would be 250, give or take 30 odd runs. So
Yeah.
they're a little bit behind the sort of rate that they want to be in order to kind of maintain that. It should be a decent batting track here. So I mean, it's quite a big outfield. It's certainly not a small one.
No, it's a decent boundary here by the look of it.
yeah.
Sometimes it has been shorter, shall we say, but it looks like a decent boundary. Of course, Lauren Winfield Hill's been doing well this season. She's 5th overall in the most valuable player rankings, and she's 7th if you're just looking at the bats. And I'm afraid, Sid, she got 63 against the Vipers. So she's been in touch.
In a bit of a losing cause there against the Vipers. I have to remind you. I believe I'm contractually obliged to mention
You're
that.
not wearing orange today, Sid.
Not that you can see, Claire.
Well, not that the viewers can see, because we don't have Comcam here. We had a massive camera in our faces at Kidderminster, which I really was not happy about, because I had a really manky old cap on for the sunshine.
I did see you down there.
Did you? On
I
the
did.
Comcam?
Yep.
Oh, not looking my best in me manky old cap. They're having a drinks break here. Yes, so Kidderminster, they looked after us well at Kidderminster. Not that they don't, Edgbaston, they also look after us well here at Edgbaston, but Kidderminster, yeah, we've been told it was going to be freezing cold, and inside a cold marquee, and I'd bought lots and lots of layers, and then couldn't take enough off because it was lovely and sunny. So yes, there is a whiff of the summer coming now, Sid. It just feels slightly more like it's going to be cricket season.
Yeah, now that one of the ground staff is out near the boundary on our left-hand side. They've got the old sawdust out, and they're doing some repairs.
Running repairs on the more worn bits, and where Izzy Wong is fielding.
Yeah, that's
near
down
the
where
hover
the
cover.
practice nets are.
Yeah.
For the players that train here. So it's a little bit of damage there.
Whenever I think
Brought to
about
the attention of the ground staff.
yeah, this sawdust always reminds me of Catherine Sivabrunt, who always insisted on having lots of sawdust on her run up, so that she could keep her run up right. Talking of former Northern Diamonds players, former England player, Catherine Sivabrunt, quick bowler. Like to have a firm footing for her bowling.
Right, the drinks are now going off the field.
Yep.
Chloe Brewer down there, 12th, official 12th for the Sparks today.
Yep. Emily Arlott as well in a bib. No doubt there's probably lots of them down there bringing drinks on.
Emma Marlowe rearranging herself.
No doubt getting the helmet right with the ponytail and things.
Not a challenge I ever faced.
Emma Marlowe, of course, got 29 against the Blaze. The last game.
Right, so 43 for no wicket. Katie George to resume from the pavilion end, bowling to Marlowe.
Ooh.
And Marlowe wears that one on the body.
It's front foot no ball, I think, there, Sid.
Ah,
And Harris just signalling. Needs to get her footing right. I think it's just an enthusiasm. Sometimes she just throws a whole body with it. Katie George.
Yeah, Katie
Free
George
hit.
does put everything into it. So Marlowe can now look around, try and take advantage of the opportunity that a free hit offers. Can't be caught, she can't be bowled. That's a short delivery and
nearly uncaught.
yeah, nearly was caught. It wouldn't have been mattered if it was. So just the one run.
Yeah, bursting through Courtney Webb's hands there. Shot cover. I think save your hands in that case if it's coming at you at pace.
George to Winfield Hill.
Ooh.
There's a huge appeal, and the finger has gone up. That took an edge as it went past Winfield Hill. I think Winfield Hill thought that she'd basically left that alone. She didn't really attempt to play much of a shot, but it's taken the edge through to the wicketkeeper, and Lauren Winfield Hill is the first wicket down. 45-4-1. Lauren Winfield Hill wandering off very slowly, which seems to suggest that she feels slightly aggrieved.
And a free ball off the bowling of Katie George.
Having to be dragged from the field.
That's a slight over-exaggeration, but she is tottering off.
We're just catching up with a replay here. Well, the bowler and the wicketkeeper were certainly very convinced. It's safe to say that Lauren Winfield Hill was less convinced.
Yeah, there's a lot of trudging here, very slowly off downhill. She might well face some paperwork later for that, potentially. But we are welcoming Holly Armitage, the captain, to the crease. Recently given opportunities at England A and found herself on the pitch as well with the full side, the injury.
Yep, she, thanks to the thanks to the concussion replacement rule, she was able to make a full England debut after Sarah Glenn suffered a concussion.
Yeah. She was fielding, wasn't she, and she fell backwards and properly woggled on Noggle. Might give her head a big thump. So yes, Holly Armitage found herself in the
now an England player.
Yeah, no,
England
capped and everything.
No one can ever take that away from her.
No, that's right.
So it'll be George to Armitage. Armitage is defending her first delivery. There are no alarms. There's no run either.
No, although I suspect that Ant Harris is explaining to Katie George that she needs to stay out of the protected area in her follow through. Flinging herself as she releases the ball. Armitage 6th in the batting rankings for this season, and they have relied on her this season, haven't they?
Yeah, got a decent average in domestic cricket, averaging 35. Side. There is no run. The sun makes another appearance here at Edgbaston.
Yeah, we've got the shadow of the floodlights. Kevin James had not realised that they were the shape of an E when he came last season. Find the middle of the bat, squirts out into the offside. Again, there is no run. Sparks geeing themselves up in the field. Sirens going off somewhere. Quite close to police headquarters and to QE hospital here, so. Ooh, great stop.
Race through for the single.
They burgled that one, didn't they? It was a good bit of fielding and they managed to get through for a single. It really wasn't far from the wicket there, but it was a tough stop. for Amy Campbell.
Didn't quite take it cleanly, so they gave them the opportunity to dash through for that single. And that is the over. So 13 overs gone and 46 for 1. They've lost their first wicket now.
Yeah, still getting to that, wanting to tick off that 50. First milestone. Got through the power play, of course.
Fackrell will be continuing at the far end from us. That's the city end.
Yep.
The skyscrapers in the background, the skyscrapers of Birmingham.
Lots of cranes as well.
Claire Jenkins to continue on the ball by ball.
Yeah. Armitage can only jam that down and there is no run. I think it sort of, it didn't quite bounce as she was expecting it, but she managed to get a bat up and over it. Played through long on, but that's picked up and there is no run. Often there is, of course, that a single back past the stumps at the far end, but that was cut off there. Armitage, a huge swipe to the mid-wicket boundary. It's cut off well because the ball's bouncing across those practice areas we mentioned earlier. And they get through for a single, I think, wasn't it? Yes, just the one then to the total. 47 for 1. Armitage on 2, Marlowe on 12. There's a change of field, so I don't know if there's a trap about to be set for Emma Marlowe here as Katie George comes into the ring. Fackrell over the wicket. Plays that to mid-on, and there's going to be a shy, but it'll be too late, and they get through for a single. 48 for 1.
Marlowe was a little bit hesitant there. There was
Yeah.
potentially an opportunity for a run out.
Fackrell to Armitage. Swipes at that one. I suspect that's it's gone for a wide. I suspect that free ball may end up with a bruise there. Didn't quite time the pick up as the ball disappeared through the batter. Oh, again down the leg side, and that's going to be another wide. Not touching anything there. Ria Fackrell, of course, against Sunrisers took 2 for 51 off her 8.4 overs. Bowling well this season. Armitage taps a bat. Again jams that down. Doesn't quite get the timing right and there is no run.
Yeah, it was a good length delivery. There was a little bit of width there, but there was really no shot on because the length was spot on.
Armitage, and big swipe, but doesn't quite get hold of that. Goes through square. There's a fielder there. One will cut that off, and they get through for a single. So that's the 50 up. 51 for 1 at the end of the over. 14 overs gone. Armitage on 3, Marlowe on 13. Sort of gone into a cagey phase, hasn't it? They've kind of, well, Armitage is just trying to get the timing right.
Yeah, Armitage isn't in a particular hurry at this stage, which is fine. You know, there's still a lot of time left in the match. The important thing is that, you know, she bats for a long time. They'll be looking for other players to come in later and pile on the runs at the end, hopefully. But I think that if you asked Holly Armitage right now, she'd say she'd be looking to bat through.
Yeah, as she often does.
So facing up to Katie George. Blonde ponytail, left armour, and she bowls on the legs, and that's turned around her legs by Armitage. There's going to be one run, but that's all it's going to be. It's cut off by the sweeper. So just the one there, 52 for 1. Brings Marlowe back on the strike.
Sunrisers are 3 wickets down for 66 runs against South East Stars. And Vipers are 116 for 1 against Western Storm.
leg side, and that's been called a wide. It was only just down the leg side, but you know, if you bowl there, that's going to be called.
Katie George trying to charm Ant Harris there out of, are you really, really wide?
Well, the umpires really have very little discretion in the one-day game. If it's down the leg side and the batter doesn't make contact with the bat, that's going to be called. So George will need to bowl that one again. So George to Marlowe, high back left. She's driving, and they're through for the single. And there's another shy at the stumps from Eve Jones, is that? And
yep,
it doesn't trouble the stumps.
it looked like it might be a bit closer there, didn't it? For a moment, there was a potential. She seemed to have to make quite a lot of ground there as Eve Jones picked the ball up.
Holly Armitage facing up to Casey George. That's a good length delivery, and Armitage is content, so just push that one out into the posh side.
Yes, I was explaining about we had a guest, Barbara, known as BB Daniels, former England player, world champion, and she was with me in the commentary for that first game. She seems to be living her life completely in an episode of The Archers. She does bell ringing, makes cakes for the Scouts jamboree.
George to Armitage is pulling that. They jog through for an easy single.
Square off the rope slightly. Is it a trap?
So George in, that's a full toss, and that's driven by Marlowe. And is it going to make the boundary? I think it is. Yes, it's over the ropes. 4 runs. It was a full toss and pushed back over the bowler's head.
Oh, we've another free hit.
So she's been doubly punished for that one. It's a little bit of a risk with Katie George's bowling. She does put everything into it.
Yeah.
She does kind of bowl on the edge. She wants to get every inch of potential pace. So
yeah,
she really pushes that line.
It's that wanting to make the most of the fire, isn't it? But you've got to keep it in the bottle sometimes.
So George in, and Marlowe takes a bit of a big swing out towards Cow Corner, and they're going to make 2 runs there.
Fackrell does the tidying up there after a scamper and a nice
Not enough to find the boundary.
dive. Yeah, it's always a dilemma, isn't it? That balance between pace for a pace bowler and accuracy, and using that fire in the right.
Well, Katie George is always looking to put everything into it.
Yeah.
George in now. That's on the legs of Emma Marlowe, who just defends, fended it off really, squirted out into the offside. There is no run, and that is 15 overs gone. It's 62-4-1, and I will be passing over to Dr. Raf Nicholson.
Thank you, Sid. So we're here at Edgbaston for the Rachael Heyhoe Flint 50 over game between the 8 English regions. Central Sparks in the field, who are put into field as Diamonds won the toss and elected to bat first in the sunshine here at Edgbaston. You're listening to the voice of Claire Jenkins, former Somerset and Derbyshire player. You've been listening to Sid Egan, and you are now welcome back to Dr. Raf Nicholson, the other half of Cricket Her vodcast, essential watching or listening for anyone interested in women's cricket.
Thanks, Claire. Nice to be back. Looks like we're getting a change of bowling after that rather expensive last over
yes.
from Katie George, which went for 11.
Oh dear. Yes, I've got Hannah Baker now from the City end, haven't I? Tossing the ball from hand to hand. Swept. Back of the square. There is a fielder there who's cutting it off. Oh, they're going to go for a risky second. Chance for a run out. No, not quite. 2 runs there. Holly Armitage has decided she's going to get going.
Sid's just waved a chart at me that rather
Oh, yeah.
confirms that the run rate has crept up steadily since I came off air after 10
okay.
overs.
They're not blaming you though, are they? Central
I hope
Sparks.
not.
Armitage takes a swipe and it goes underneath the bat, and there was a sort of moment where Abby Freeborn thought that ball was going to dawdle onto the stumps, I think.
It's interesting because they obviously did lose Lauren Winfield Hill a couple of overs ago, so can they keep up that pace? But Holly Armitage looking good so far.
Yeah. Nurdled into the leg side and they get through for a single. There is a bit of a throw there. Rhea Fackrell chucking that ball back to Abby Freeborn. 65 for 1. Hannah Baker's been having a good season this year. She got a 5 for against the Stars and a 3 for against the Blaze. So Central Sparks will want her to channel some of that wicket taking ability. Ooh, big swipe from Marlowe straight to the fielder at cover, and there is no run. I've got a theory that Holly Armitage is made out of all the players that I've ever played against from Yorkshire and the North East. Baker in again. Oh, Marlowe, not quite sure what to do with that, and that's dubbed down.
What,
yes.
She's a sort of amalgamation?
She's an amalgamation of all the players I ever played against. So, yes, every single player. Definitely.
Are you
She's
thinking of
made
anyone in particular,
well, I'll come
Claire?
back to that. That's defended down. Oh, all of them really. Sue Metcalf, Claire Romper-Taylor. That's the end of the over, by the way. Let's do that first. 65 for 1 off 16 overs. Yeah, Sue Metcalf, Claire Romper-Taylor, Janet Tedston, Melissa Reynard.
This is a
I've
bit
got
of
to do
a
a list of
bit of
people
a
that I
roll
played against in
call
Yorkshire.
of former England players.
Oh, they were. Oh,
essentially.
well, that they were in my day. They did make up a large proportion, and the
Yorkshire
East,
were England.
yeah, and the East Mids were the other team that had a lot of England players at the time that I was playing. Yorkshire were always vying for the county championships up there with East Mids. But yes, but I think she's made from northern granite, isn't she? Holly Armitage. She's got a right. She seems to be, you know, proper captain right in the middle of it. Wants to be in the fight all the time. So
Yeah, great character.
great
definitely.
character, and I think I'm really pleased for her that she's starting to break into the England circles, because I think it's well deserved.
Absolutely. As George resuming now. It's 4th over of her spell, and a tad expensive so far, but that one to start with in the 17th over was a dot, with Holly Armitage on strike.
And Harris inspecting that front line, so she's tithering on the edge there with her run up.
Just returning to the top of her mark now, getting ready to bowl the second of this 17th over. Armitage sort of leaning forward in the way that she does, and she swings at that. Oh, and it's gone through Abby Freeborn. I don't think she got anything on that.
I'm going to find out in a minute.
It's been picked up and returned, and they've got a couple there.
Yeah. Oh, it must have been off the bat.
Does seem to have been off the bat.
Yeah,
So there you go.
he's not raising his leg and thumping it with his fist.
So a couple more on to Holly Armitage's total then. She moves along to 10, and the diamond to 67 for 1. The 17th over. I think they'll be reasonably pleased with this start, and it is going along a little bit quicker than it was, as I said.
There's always an intent from Holly Armitage. That's what I like about it as well.
George into Armitage, who plays that out backward of square on the leg side and comes through for a single.
Because Holly Armitage found herself, she was captain of the Superchargers, wasn't she? Because Alyssa Healy was injured. I think she found herself thrust into the, as I remember from last summer's 100, she found herself thrust into the limelight. And it was great to see her almost evolve from being thrust into the limelight to embracing the fact that she was going to have a microphone stuffed in her face every time that they played.
Of course, for the 100, very high profile, so that will happen. Katie George in, and that's full. That was quite a good Yorker, actually.
Yeah, it's well jammed out, actually.
And yeah, Holly Arms, as you say, managed to jam that out. Sorry, Emma Marlowe, of course, because they ran through the single the previous ball. That was Emma Marlowe.
They'll keep doing that, won't they?
Keep changing ends.
Keep changing ends.
You have to keep watching and working out what's going on there. So, diamond 68 for 1. Yeah, I mean, I always think that must be difficult as captain if you're handed it unexpectedly.
Yeah, yeah.
You weren't kind of thinking that that's what you were going to be doing. As George, and she's bowled Emma Marlowe. That seemed to go right through her. And so the diamonds now 68 for 2. That was the second wicket. Emma Marlowe departs for 20.
There won't be any discussion about that one because that was proper smash the stumps there stuff from Katie George. Bails and stumps flying.
Like Emma Marlowe was trying to
bowled by Katie George for 20.
Marlowe trying to play that into the leg side. She swung at it. And then went through her.
I think she tried to open her stance a little bit, hadn't she, to cater for the left arm over the wicket, but just went a little bit too far. Caught in Katie George's trap. So yes, maybe expensive, but getting some wickets here. So we've got Bess Heath coming to the. She's in the England squad, and as we found out earlier, she's going to be keeping wicket.
According to the team sheet. According to the team sheet.
Yeah.
Never quite know
Allegedly.
what's going to happen, but that's what we anticipate will happen later in this game. But for now, Bess Heath coming to the crease.
Bess Heath, of course, former Derbyshire, which is my.
Oh well.
See, so
I'm sure
we're almost related, although I've got no connection other than the fact that I played for Derbyshire. But she's got a great grin. I think Bess Heath has one of the best grins in cricket.
Just taking guard now as we're talking about her, and George at the top of her mark will be incredibly pleased with that wicket of Emma Marlowe. Bess Heath playing that reasonably positively, but does go out to the cover fielder. So they finish up that 17th over on 68 for 2, and Katie George has managed to get her woman. She bowled Emma Marlowe.
She was getting more Yorker length, wasn't she? She was getting more and more of that Yorker length, and they were jamming it out, and then eventually she gets one underneath the bat. So Hannah Baker to continue from the city end in the sunshine here at Edgbaston. You'll listen to Claire Jenkins, former Derbyshire and Somerset player, and Dr. Raf Nicholson. Are you a doctor of cricket? I'll come back to that. Oh, Holly Armitage, big wind up to mid wicket, straight to Katie George, and they get through for a single. So, are you a doctor of cricket?
Well, sort of. I have a doctorate, and it's a doctorate of history, and the research that I did was looking at the history of women's cricket. So
Doctor Cricket.
I suppose I am a doctor of cricket in that respect.
Doctor Cricket.
Wouldn't be any good in an actual medical situation.
Heath surveys the. Is it Heath? Yes, Heath surveys the field. Baker, what can she bamboozle? Bess Heath with jammed down straight to the field, and there is no run. Hannah Baker, of course, made the England A team as well over in the New Zealand tour in the winter. That's played forward, and there is no run. It's being noticed at England, as has Bess Heath and Holly Armitage.
Well, I think England are always on the lookout for a wily leg spinner, aren't they?
Wily leg spinner, like a wily leg spinner. That's played through short mid wicket. They're having to chase after that. It's Courtney Webb down there, I think, doing the run in. They get through for 2. Was that 2? Yeah. 2 more to the total. 71 for 2. Northern Diamonds batting here at Edgbaston. You will also hear the voice, by the way, of Sid Egan, the other half of Cricket Her podcast. It's Baker to Heath. Ooh, I don't know if that got the bat or not, but it's very interesting. Abby Freeborn was excited there, and there was no run.
bust the bails there, interestingly.
Okay. Well, she is a glove butler.
True.
As Baker comes into Heath, wind up through cover point. There is a fielder there. They're just going to get the single.
I think, Claire, if you can just start spreading that term across
I've never heard it before.
Regional live streams,
I was trying to work out what he was saying. Anyway, 18 overs gone. Northern Diamonds 72 for 2. Armitage on 12. Heath on 3. And Northern Diamonds have lost Lauren Winfield Hill to LBW, and clean bowled by Katie George for Emma Marlowe.
Sid did try to get the term glove butler into Wisden, I believe. He has been in the Little Yellow Book several times now, largely writing about the women's regional competitions. But unfortunately, it was copy edited out from the final version. So nobody has received a Wisden with the term glove butler in, which you know it's a bit disappointing, to be honest. Katie George at the top of her mark now to begin the 19th over. Bess Heath on strike, and she swings that round the corner and scampers for a 1. She was looking for a second, but Holly Armitage wasn't interested in the slightest, probably quite rightly.
I love new terminology though in cricket and stuff. I have my own set of things to say, but so if somebody goes down the wicket and gets stumped, that's dancy oops.
Oh, I hope that happens now.
Dancy oops.
Yeah, we need to get some spinners on, and then we
need to get someone close in.
George back in, and it's Holly Armitage on strike this time, and plays that out towards Point. Point kind of dives over it, and so they managed to get back for 2. It wasn't picked up cleanly. There was a throw in, but it wasn't really anywhere near the stump, so that was quite a comfortable 2 there in the end to take the Diamonds to 75 for 2. Holly Armitage moves up to 14.
She's one of those batters that you look round and she's got 20 odd and then 30 odd and then ooh.
George into Armitage, plays that out just in front of Point that time, and I'll get the single. She didn't hit that one quite as hard.
No. You like dancy oops?
Very much.
Well, the beauty of it is even if you don't know what the hell I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I think they need to introduce that in the 100 actually,
dancy
which is
oops.
all about accessibility for your new fans. So, as you say, it's very kind of evocative of a particular type of thing that does happen in cricket. So, why not? Glove butler's perhaps slightly more esoteric.
Yeah,
George
great
again.
If I knew what it meant.
It means
sort of
a bit
more
odd, I think.
Don't talk about Sid like that.
I'm allowed to talk about him like that because he's my husband. So it's fine. Yes, should make that clear to the listeners in case anyone wasn't aware.
You're allowed to insult him. You're contractually allowed to.
Exactly.
In fact, probably obliged to insult him.
Probably, yeah. Anyway, it's some cricket unfolding in front of us, Claire. George in to Bess Heath, crouching low. Drives that straight to Eve Jones, mid-off.
And Harris is having to do quite a lot, I think, as the umpire this end with Katie George. He's watching that front foot. He's watching that she doesn't go into the protected area. And left arm over is,
Life's not easy
exciting
for umpires, is it?
No. Apparently not.
It's Katie George in. Again to Bess Heath. And she's put that in the air, but it's going to land safe. Yeah, she completely miscued that, and Katie George dived forward to her left, and meanwhile the cover fielder,
it's Courtney Webb, I think.
Who I think is Courtney Webb, ran forward, and it sort of fell between them. So that was a bit of a let-off, I think, for Bess Heath.
I think actually it was too far for anyone to get to, so it was a chance, but not a chance. If you see what I mean, it doesn't
go down as a drop, absolutely not. But it was certainly, she didn't really know what she was doing with that ball. And meanwhile, that's the end of the over. So after 19 overs, the Northern Diamonds 76 for 2.
Hannah Baker can sometimes weave a spell over batters. What can she do with Holly Armitage? We'll just go back and defend that one, and there is no run. Knocking the ground. Oh, up to the fielder. It's a catch. Holly Armitage is out, caught at mid-off for 15. Oh, she did a big wind-up there. And there was, certainly a collective intake of breath from me, but possibly from the fielders as the ball went straight to the fielder, but sort of dropping in front of her.
Yeah, it dipped on the fielder at mid-off, absolutely, and there was just a little bit of tension as the ball slightly hung in the air, but she did manage to take it in the end reasonably comfortably.
So
good low catch there. Yeah,
Northern Diamonds find themselves 3 wickets down for 76 into that 20th over, and we've got the ground staff on trying to repair Katie George's footmarks. It's like some sort of Scooby-Doo crime.
It really is.
Crime cover-up.
A trail of sawdust footprints. Yeah, that's very odd.
Yeah, but it's very distinctive. We've got a good view of it because we're high up. Now a bit of spice now. Erin Burns played for Central Sparks last season, and she's returning to play this time with Northern Diamonds. So how much spice will there be to all of this now? She'll know what the bowlers are trying to do. A little bit of intel from last summer. She'll be familiar with the Edgbaston, and she made a good contribution last year. Brilliant fielder, of course, Erin Burns, but handy with a bat and a ball, and she did well actually with bowling, as I recall last season. So. Yes, but equally, will Central Sparks know her weak points? That's the thing. Will there be a trap set? Baker to Burns. That's just defending. There is no run.
Yeah, interesting kind of opportunity here for the Sparks. You sense that they've got a reel in here now, because with Holly Armitage having departed, Lauren Winfield-Hill having departed, this is a big moment in the game.
It is. It's sort of finely poised, isn't it? It's, I think, 3 wickets down, which will make Central Sparks feel that they've got a bit of an upper hand, and Holly Armitage, well, some of the big batters out, as it were. What can Burns and Heath do? Oh, there's a big appeal, but I think more enthusiastic than actual. Off Baker to Burns.
Extreme enthusiasm from Abby Freeborn, but very little appeal there.
I think that's trying to get Erin Burns out early. She can only defend that next ball, and that's the end of the over. So 20 overs gone. Northern Diamonds are 76 for 3. I'm off for a cup of tea. I think Sid Egan will be back in, and you will also hear the voice of Dr. Raf Nicholson. So I'll leave you with a Cricket Her vodcast duo.
Thanks, Claire. Yeah, that was a wicket maiden there from Hannah Baker. So nice spell from her. That was her 3rd over, which she successfully saw off Holly Armitage. Good catch mid-off. And as we were just saying, Sid, a little bit of an opportunity here for the Sparks. They'll feel that this is a moment to take advantage of.
Yeah, they're getting stuck in. Katie George to resume.
George in to Bess Heath, who just bumped that into the pitch, and there's no run. Katie George has already got the ball back, so Diamond still 76 for 3.
He took a bit of a wind up at that.
Trying to think about ways to take on Katie George, which is potentially a bit dangerous with the match the way it is. George in again to Heath. Oh, and she takes a big swing at that, and it goes through to Abby Freeborn behind the stumps, and she's quite lucky she didn't make contact with that, because that wasn't too far away from being caught behind, you'd have to say.
Yeah, it took a big swing at that.
I think that actually the way that Bess Heath's playing, Central Sparks will be quite pleased, because she's obviously in a bit of a mood to make a dent the scorebook. But that's maybe not quite what's needed at this point in time, as George back into heat again, who swings at that a little bit more gently, slightly more sedately, and it goes through to just backward of square on the leg side, and she comes through for a single, taking the score along to 78 for 3.
Yeah, Bessie's got a career strike rate of over 100, 109 in regional cricket over the years. And she's not going at that kind of strike rate now, so you sense that she's the kind of player that might get a little bit frustrated by being, what, 5 off 13 balls?
Erin Burns back on strike now, still on naught. George into Burns, fends that neatly. The umpire just waving a quick hand at Katie George there. It's definitely, as Claire Jenkins was saying, he's definitely keeping a close eye on what she's doing in her follow through. She's back up to her mark, past the sawdust trail of what from up here looks like a trail of kind of footprints by a mouse or something. It's George in, and that's a full toss, and Burns has got off the mark by hitting that quite firmly out into the offside for a single.
Yeah, Burns another player that likes to get on with it, as Australians are wont to do. Her strike rate from the matches she played last year for Sparks, 108. So going overrun a ball in regional cricket.
George in again now. It's Heath on strike. A little bit of a bunt again into the pitch. Picked up by, that's Amy Campbell at mid-wicket. And that's the end of the over. So Diamonds finish the 21st over 78 for 3. A couple of runs coming off that one. That was a bit tidier from Katie George.
Yeah, that was a decent enough over from Katie George. It'll be Baker to continue at the far end, the Birmingham City end. The skyscrapers of Birmingham behind her. The sun's shining brightly here at Edgbaston right now. It's come out and gone in again a few times. Bright sunshine as Baker bowls to Erin Burns, who's trying to cut and doesn't make any contact with the ball. Goes through to free ball behind the sticks. Baker back in again, and Burns is coming forward with a big stride forward. Pushes it back to in the direction of the bowler. No run. Back to Burns again, and that's in the air. It's just going to land safely. It's not made anything like the boundary. They're scampering through. They're going to get a couple of runs from it. That was not a shot she had a great deal of control over.
No, mid-off kind of had to, well, backpedal towards it. It was going over her head, and she tried to get back, but she couldn't quite get there.
Baker rattling through the over. That one's a little short, but she's got away with it. Just pushed out into the offside. 2 balls remaining. Baker in, that's short as well, and that's swept, and that is going to be 4 runs. Swept through. There are two fielders on that mid-wicket boundary, but dissected them pretty perfectly.
Yeah, absolutely. Went right between, I think that's Katie George and Izzy Wong out there. Izzy Wong did try to get towards it, but it was just struck much too firmly. Really, really nice shot there from Erin Burns.
Takes Burns on to 7, 84 for 3, and we've got 1 more ball off Hannah Baker's over to go. Leg spinner bowling to Erin Burns. And that's outside off stump, and Burns drives, and they just jog through for the single, and that's the over. 22 overs gone, 84 5-4-3. Erin Burns moves on to 8. Bess Heath on 5.
7 runs coming off that over, Sid, so that was a bit more productive for the Diamonds. Did you say
Indeed.
these two players, these two batters, in some ways quite similar in their approach, very positive, quite aggressive. In some ways, Diamonds need to do a little bit of consolidation, perhaps, but at the same time, that's not quite what these two are really about.
Yeah, it's certainly a dilemma for them.
George resuming the pavilion end and bowls a full toss to start with to Erin Burns. Plays that out through cover for a single. 86 for 3 now, the Diamonds.
Yeah, Burns didn't quite find the middle of the bat there. That was a little bit of a gift. She wasted.
Georgian again, Bess Heath on strike this time, and she's played that nicely out into the deep through point. That's picked up. Is that Izzy Wong? Anyway, they've come through for, did they get a couple there? Just a single.
I was watching the fielder, I'm sorry.
Anyway, scoreboard telling us that it's 88 for 3 for the Diamonds. He's still on strike, so I think they must have got a couple. Georgian again to Heath, who plays that to Eve Jones at mid-off. No run, 88 for 3 still.
Again, Bess Heath took a bit of a swing at it, did not come off the middle of the bat, came off the toe. That slightly ugly sound when it doesn't quite come off the middle.
It's potentially quite a big game for Bess Heath, and I'll tell you why after Katie George bowls this ball. Heath on strike, left arm over the wicket. She's really got hold of that. She's driven that beautifully, and it's gone for 4 runs over the the long off boundary, and all that the Central Sparks can do is just look on as the ball sails past them.
Yeah, she really climbed into that one. That's the shot she's been looking for these past 17 balls, and you know, she finally really made contact with one. And if she gets going, she can be a very dangerous player.
That will certainly give her some confidence. Katie George back at the top of her mark now. Heath waiting for this one. Oh, and that was more of a Yorker length delivery that she's managed to keep out, and actually has managed to get a single off that. She played that sort of down, well, it went down to 3rd in the end. So 93 for 3 now, the Diamonds. The reason why this is a big game for Bess Heath, Sid, I think, is that having been just selected in the England squad and having those comments from John Lewis in the press conference yesterday about Bess Heath and saying that he was disappointed that she's not currently keeping wicket for the Diamonds, and that she'd actually had a conversation this week with Danny Hazel saying, look, please, I'm going to be in the England squad, I'm going to be the backup keeper, please let me keep wicket. As George into Erin Burns this time, he plays that down to 3rd for a single. 94 for 3 now, the Diamonds. So you just feel that actually if you go and have that conversation with your head coach, and sorry, that's the end of the over, I should say. So after 23 overs, the Diamonds 94 for 3. If you as Bess Heath go and have that conversation with Danny Hazel, your head coach, and you say, look, I need more opportunities, England need me to be keeping wicket and to be kind of doing big things for the Diamonds, then you need to repay the faith, if your head coach is going to show it to you, by really performing for your team.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no doubt that the pressure is on her, and there were some interesting comments from John Lewis, because you know, it's kind of previously been a bit of an unsaid thing that she was there as kind of the backup for Amy Jones, but he very explicitly said it this time. He said, you know, we've got no Tammy Beaumont in the T20 squad. She'd been our backup for a long time. As Hannah Baker resumes, and Erin Burns steps down the pitch and pushes it to mid-off, and they're just going to run through for a quick single. 95 for 3. steps back in her crease, and they run through for another single. That's a little bit of a sharper single, but there's a misfield on the ring, so no danger. Baker to Burns, just stands up on her toes, bounced a little bit. There is no run. Hannah Baker really gets through her overs quickly, doesn't she?
Doesn't give you any time to talk, Sid.
And that's hoiked out into the leg side. It was in the air for a while. There was nobody anywhere near it. It is fielded inside the boundary. They take just the single.
Yeah, I think that was reasonably safe. It sort of fell between the infield and those fielders out there in the deep on the leg side. We're being kept very
Baker to
busy.
Heath driving into the V on the leg side, comes through for the single. Last ball of Hannah Baker's over, coming up. Baker to Erin Burns, who's forward and just bunts that out into the leg side. It's short of the fielder, and they go through forward the single. At the end of the 24th over, there are 99 runs on the board for the loss of 3 wickets. So what sort of total do you think we're heading to here, Raf?
There's a question. Well, we're almost at the halfway mark, aren't we? So we've got 1 over before the halfway mark. I know Claire Jenkins has got a particular rule about this, so no doubt she'll come on air in a minute and explain her thought processes. I would have thought that the Diamonds would want to get definitely upwards of 250 from a platform like this. I mean, the Sparks' bowling hasn't been brilliant this season, if we're honest. So yeah, 270 maybe.
Oh, I think they'd certainly be pleased with that.
We've got a change of bowling from the pavilion end as Grace Potts back into the attack. She's in to Erin Burns, who defends that. There's no run.
Yeah, we're trying to pick up another wicket here for Sparks, aren't we? They brought Potts back.
We're not trying to do anything, Sid. We're the neutral commentators.
Absolutely. Abby Freeborn's taken off her helmet. She's now standing back. Shades on.
Potts coming from the opposite end to the end that she started from earlier in the day. And that's a little bit of luck there for Erin Burns, because that's gone right down to very fine third boundary, and they have picked up a couple, but she didn't look like she particularly knew what she was doing or where that was going.
No, that took the edge, and if there'd been a slip there, then that would have been right into the bread basket, but no slip.
Not at the moment. Grace Potts did have 1 or 2 slips in earlier. Anyway, she's into Erin Burns again. Yorker dug that one out.
Decent delivery from Potts.
Because we're right behind her, the bowler's arm. Now she's bowling from this end, you realise that she's got a bit of pace on her, hasn't she?
Yeah, she's looking nice. Nice rhythm.
In again to Erin Burns. What can she do with this one? It's a little bit shorter. And Erin Burns successfully gets that out through the cover fielder. And they take a single. 102 for 3 now, the Diamonds. What do you think a good total is, Sil? I'm going to turn the question back
Well,
on
I think
to you.
270 will be a very good total. I suspect that they're heading towards something more like about 230.
Okay.
But you know, if Bess Heath can stay in there and accelerate a bit later, we know that both her and Burns can bat aggressively if they need to.
Pots into Bess Heath. Shots in. Oh, and she swings at that one, and it's gone through to the keeper. She didn't make contact. Again, another little bit of fortune there for Bess Heath. And after 25 overs, the Diamonds are 102 for 3, and we're going to have drinks here. And I'm just going to stay on air for a minute, because we're going to bring you a bit of a tribute to a former England player, Patsy Lovell, who sadly passed away on the 27th of April at the age of 69. And Claire, I know that you knew her, you played with her. Just give you a few stats about Patsy Lovell's career. She was an off spinner and a batter. She played for Surrey for a long time, for the Redoubtables Club in Surrey, and of course also for England. She represented England in 10 ODIs between July 1987 and December 1988. And that swan song was actually the 1988 Women's World Cup, which was held in Australia. Patsy Lovell helped England reach the final, which was played at the MCG. England unfortunately lost to Australia. Plus ça change, as they say. And yeah, I know that you played against her a little bit. After retiring, Patsy Lovell was also involved as a selector and eventually became chairman of the England selectors, as it was known then. So yeah, it's good to pay tribute to her, Claire.
Yeah, I asked Raf to put together some stats and things just to do this factual stuff. It seemed right to pay tribute to Patsy Lovell, former England England player. I had a couple of Patsy Lovell stories. So back in the day when I first started playing, I was still very young playing for the West. I hoped to dine out on the fact that she was an England player. And in one of my very early games for the West, I caught her at square leg, which is an unusual place for me to field, because I liked to be behind the bat generally, as opposed to where someone was going to wallop the ball at me, particularly because Patsy Lovell was one of those people who, when she hit the ball, it stayed hit, shall we say. So I wanted to say, of course, I caught Patsy Lovell. Except what I should tell you is that actually the Surrey team, bless them, had all had food poisoning and perhaps were not on the best of form. And also I may or may not have been slightly behind the square leg umpire as Patsy Lovell took her guard. And as she went to hit the ball, realised, and I think there may have been an expletive under her breath, as she realised that she just plopped the ball straight to me at square leg. However, I should just start with the first stories. I caught the England player, Patsy Lovell, at square leg. It should be the story that I stick with. And the other story that I have is from, I've known her for a long time, but I didn't know her well and didn't play with her, but I certainly played against her at Cricket Week. And I started going to Cricket Week in the mid-80s, and there were, I should explain to you, and this is a week in August in Malvern, and there would be 11 or 12 full teams of players, and they were all captained by the then England players, and they would play against the local village side in halfway through the week, and the village side would bat second. And in the gathering gloom, I can remember one occasion, bearing in mind everyone's watching, and the village players are, hoping to play well against what was effectively full England side. But in the gathering gloom, having fielding second, the ball going past Patsy Lovell, and I'm going to put an expletive in here as well. She said, "Who took the expletive bell out of the ball?" As the ball came thundering past her. She couldn't see it because it was the gathering gloom. But yes, fond memories of Patsy Lovell. So thank you very much for doing that for me, Raf, for coming up with those stats. And I think I'm going to be joined again by Sid Egan as Hannah Baker comes into Burns, and that's pushed to point. And there's a chance of a run out. They're appealing to the umpire, but I think she was made her ground, as it were. And so we are just through that halfway mark. 25 overs and 1 ball gone. Northern Diamonds are 103 for 3. Burns on 17. Heath on 14. Baker to continue from the Birmingham end to Bess Heath, wanting to do well, as Raf mentioned earlier, playing that through the cover point region, and there is a single on offer there. 104 for 3. You were talking about totals, weren't you? Yes, I've got this theory about. I don't do numbers, so I don't know why I've come up with this theory. But in T20, it's sort of double plus 20 at the halfway stage, and it kind of works here as well sometimes. As Burns plays that down, but straight to the cover fielder, and there is no run. So.
Yeah, I sort of feel that's about what the numbers are telling me. So I've got a chart in front of me based on the sort of history of these games.
Excellent. Burns plays that through cover point again. There is a fielder on the boundary there. They get through for a single, 105 for 3.
So typically people do go a little bit faster in the second half of the innings. Not a huge amount, but so we're probably looking at sort of 220, 230, I reckon.
I reckon that's so. I think it probably does work, and I think also that the women's game is slightly different to the men's game in that respect, where runs are taken. But yeah, you'd expect them to speed up a little bit, as that's a dot ball from Baker to Heath. So yeah, 220, 230 I think is probably realistic. I mean, the Diamonds will want to get well beyond that, but having lost the wickets they've lost, it may be harder to achieve. As Heath digs that out, it's straight to the point fielder. I think it's Karis Pavey there, and there is no run. End of the over. 26 overs gone. Diamonds are 105 for 3.
Indeed.
Have you got some number theories for me, Sid? You still think I'm an AI character? You need to watch last week's Cricket Her vodcast, where Sid explains very articulately about how AI may or may not help in situations like selecting for an England team.
Yeah, something that John Lewis talked about in the press conference after I asked him about it in the press conference. John Lewis obviously feels that he took advantage of that in some selections he made last summer. Anyway, the cricket resumes. Potts in, bowling to Burns, who is forward, playing defensively, and there is no run. Yeah, John Lewis reckons that the AI selections helped him to get an edge over the Australians last summer during the Women's Ashes. A friend of mine did also wonder whether AI was also selecting the team that lost to Sri Lanka. Which
yes, there was some twittering about that.
Potts to Burns. It's a full delivery, and Burns plays that off her toes, turns it round the corner, backward of square, and they come through for just the one run.
Yeah, Australian women's cricket without context, which is a kind of interesting Twitter handle to follow. He's always got some pithy comment and saying yes, the AI seem to have been missing from the Sri Lanka series defeats, and got nothing to do with the fact that Natsiva Brunt wasn't available for those.
Potts, that's very short, and Heath climbs into that, and it's fielded down on the boundary, and it was trickling towards the rope and just rescued at the last minute.
I'd like to say that was good team fielding, but I think it was kind of accidental stop there between them. One stopped the ball, the other throwed the ball in.
They came back for a couple. Potts to Heath.
Ooh.
And that's
Very
a wide outside off stump. That's a wild delivery.
Yeah, against Sunrisers, Grace Potts got Ariana Dowsey out, who's the opener. Caught that great catch from Katie George that we mentioned earlier, taking 1 for 37 off her 8 overs.
Definitely one to look up that catch on social media if you haven't seen it from last Wednesday.
A pluck.
Check the Sparks Twitter feed. Potts is in. It's a full delivery, and it's caught.
Woohoo! Eve Jones down there.
Heath was driving in the air, and Jones moved to her right and took a reasonably comfortable catch.
Yeah.
But you know, it's never easy to take these things when you're on the move, as she was.
She was running across the line of the ball, wasn't she, as well? That was the thing.
Heath was caught by Eve Jones off the bowling of Grace Potts for 17.
17. It's not a disgrace, but it's not the number she would have wanted to be leaving the field on.
I Central Sparks will be well pleased to get Bess Heath out. So Erin Burns, former Central Sparks, find herself with a new batting partner now.
Please welcome the incoming batter, Leah Dobson.
Leah Dobson, thank you very much for the PA.
So Leah Dobson, possibly a little bit unfair on some of those to come to say that she's the last sort of really recognised batter. The Turners, the Knott sisters.
The
Turners.
Knott sisters, yeah, the Knott sisters are
They're about 4 months apart in age. So.
We have the Jones Knott sisters and then the Smale Knott sisters as well for England under 19s, etc. Dobson got 54 and top scored against the Blaze, including 4 fours.
So Potts to Dobson and lifts on her a little bit, and she just plays. Potts to Dobson, and that's a wide delivery.
And we're due to
Lost her line a couple of times in this spell.
Yeah.
Lost her line down the offside.
The posh side.
Posh side, indeed.
According to Barbara Daniels.
Not a woman who was ever wrong. So lost delivery of the over. We're trying again, and Potts is in, and Dobson just defends, and that is the over. It's 110 for 4. 27 overs done. Northern Diamonds in a little bit of trouble against the Central Sparks. I think the Central Sparks will definitely feel
they'll feel
the
their
happier of the two
advantage,
teams at this stage.
Just looking at the batting order, so after Dobson you've got the Knott sisters Turner, and then Abby Glenn, who's done all right with the bat. Got 38 off 31 balls and 6 fours against the Blaze. So, and that's their number 9, and Woolston and Levick. As Baker comes in from the City end to Erin Burns, former Spark, comes forward and just defends that straight back to the bowl, and there is no run.
Yeah, Abby Glenn's got an career average of 16 in regional cricket, so not a huge number, but she certainly can give it some welly.
As that's played out to the cover point fielder, and there is a single. I'm just looking at the last game, and then the RHF stats for this season. She's 3rd in their top batting for Northern Diamonds. Dobson plays that through mid-wicket. They get through for a single. Another one to the total, 113 for 4. Some rebuilding here for Northern Diamonds. Burns needs to use all that knowledge that she's gained from playing for the Spark. Up and over for that one. I think it's going to plug, so they're going to have to run these. That's 2. As it's fielded from the City end. 2 more to the total.
Yeah, the outfield's not too quick here, and
No,
as we said earlier, it's quite a big outfield, but there was a lot of rain yesterday.
Yeah, a lot of rain. I think it's just stopping up there, isn't it, a bit? Burns this time just defends that, and there is no run. 114 for 4. What can Hannah Baker serve for the last ball of this over? 7th over so far. Burns plays that again through cover point to the fielder. Just coming in off the rope, and there's a single there. End of the over. 28 overs gone. Northern Diamonds are 115 for 4. Burns on 23. Dobson on just the 1 so far.
Yeah, we drove up last night, and on the way we stopped at the supermarket in Leamington Spa to buy some goodies, which are on the table behind us. We've been enjoying the goodies.
A couple of cookies already.
And I got soaking wet going from the car to the entrance of Asda, so that's how hard it was raining.
Yes, I think that, and that is witness, as you say, to perhaps slightly damper outfield. Certainly the city end. There's some new drainage at the pavilion end at Edgbaston this season, which is distinct at the moment. But I'm sure once the grass seeds swallow it up, I know the ground staff are particularly pleased that that's working well.
I did wonder what those lines were.
Yeah, some new drains.
Series
here.
of parallel lines on the rope.
Yeah.
So Potts to Burns, and it's a big outside edge. It's going to go down to the boundary. It's not going to find the boundary. They're going to race through for a couple.
You were talking about slips.
If there'd been a slip there,
could have done with those slips. Katie George obviously having that joke with Potts.
Took a big swing at it. Found the edge. Potts to Burns again. Burns goes back. Pushes that into the ring on the leg side. They come through for a single. Ball is returned via Katie George.
Some smiles on the field. Central Sparks will feel they've got the upper hand with the 4 wickets down, but we'll see how it pans out.
Dobson facing Potts. Consider on the pad, but a long way forward, and it was well outside.
They thought about a run there, didn't they? They both kind of went, shall we, shall we? No, it weren't.
There's no hint of an appeal. 118 for 4. Potts to Dobson. That's a good length. Dobson is driving defensively. Fielded by Eve Jones. Marshalling her troops. Potts in past the stumps.
Ooh.
And that was too short.
Wow.
And that is lifted over the rope, and that is 6 runs. That was a little bit of a gift from Potts there. It was too short. It sat up. It said, "Please hit me," and Dobson hit it.
Right into the hollies there. God, it's a bit rude. Central Sparks. Whew. But you say it had hit me written all over it.
Completely empties Holly's stand.
Yeah.
So Potts in again. It's also perhaps a little too short and a little too wide, but Dobson isn't able to take advantage on this occasion. And that is the end of the over. We are 29 overs down, 124-4-4 Diamonds against the Sparks here in the RHF Trophy at Edgbaston. The sun has made another appearance. It's coming in. It's coming and going.
Just want a dry day, don't we, Sid? We want to get a full game in. None of that shortened overs nonsense.
Yeah, this time last week we were anxiously watching the weather as we watched Vipers down in Southampton, and eventually the weather did claim the end of that game, although not before the Vipers had done enough to get the result.
Coming on to bowl from the Birmingham end, Charis Paley.
We're going to see a change there. Charis Paley.
I've got a change at my end. And under 19s. Charis Paley.
One of these days the world will agree on whether it's Pavley or Pavley.
Yeah, we like the mystery. Left-handed bat and left arm off spinner. Burns can only smack that to cover unconvincingly, and there is no run.
The Brummies definitely do seem to be saying Pavley.
Pavley, yeah. Left arm around the wicket. Burns plays that through point or underneath point. Or they think about a second, decide against it. Just the one then. Cautious there from the Northern Diamonds deciding not to have a go at that. 125 for 4. Dobson to face Caris Pavley. Oh, that's turned into the leg side. They think about a second. Oh, there's a sort of half a rounder there from Burns. They just get the one.
Pretty rank delivery, but she got
It
away
was a
with
rank delivery, and she sort of swung at it past Ant Harris at square leg. 126 for 4. Burns to face this time. Plays that straight to the cover fielder and manages to sort of sit on the ball and stop the run. There was no run. Left arm around. Right-handed Burns takes a big swipe at that one. It's going straight to Katie George at the mid-wicket boundary. And just get the single. Checking Freeborn's on the ball there. Collects that. One more to the total. 127 for 4. Dobson to face this time. Dabbing a bat. Works that into the leg side. They're going to get an easy single there. Rear Fackrell tidies up. And that's the end of the over. 30 overs gone. Diamonds are 128 for 4.
And I can tell you, Claire, that over at Bristol, Charlie Knott has got 100 for the Southern Vipers against the Western Storm.
Oh, is it
100
Vipers?
off 107.
Charlie Knott, that's a smart signing from
Georgia
Charlotte.
Adams has also got 50. So current partnership 109 off 133 balls. As Vipers, with still 15 overs left, they've passed that 200 mark. So it kind of gives you an indication of kind of
if you're turning it on, what you can do. What's the
So
other
it does
game?
feel
What
like
they doing? What's the other game then? There is another game.
Sunrisers are
not doing very well.
Making very slow progress.
Mm-hmm.
They've lost Grace Scrivens reasonably early.
Bingo.
That's it does seem to feel that if Grace Scrivens makes runs, then Sunrisers are going to do okay. If she doesn't, then
I saw Surin Kumar was playing because she was on the
she is indeed
on the bench on Wednesday. I was looking forward to seeing her, and she wasn't playing. Yes.
Right, who's moving out? Who's moving in?
Is it who's due off?
Write it now.
I think it's
Write
you.
it now with your.
You are the weakest link, Sid Egan.
Okay, in that case, I will be handing over to.
I think that's right. That's right. Yes.
Mrs. Sid Egan, Dr. Nicholson. No, Dr. Nicholson is shaking her head at me. Well, I think it's happening anyway. Sorry. Here you go.
I'll just carry on while you sort your headphones out.
Never get enough of Claire Jenkins.
Oh
That's
my
what I always
goodness.
say. Am I taking this over, Claire?
You are. It's Bethan Ellis from this
Fantastic.
end.
Oh, we've got a bowling change. There you go.
bowling
Too much
change.
excitement with
I know, with the headphones.
getting excited about the Charlie Knott century.
Yeah, you see, he's got all he's vipered himself up, hasn't he? He's
Anyway,
got all
yes.
tangoed.
Sorry, that was a dot from Bethan Ellis to start her first over of the day from the pavilion end, and we've got Leah Dobson on strike. He's just hit a big 6 into the Holly stand. That's full. Plays that out into the offside. Another dot.
I was right. It was Sid to come off, wasn't it? Because yes, I think that's right. Pretty sure.
Yeah, I think you're probably right, Claire. Yeah, I think you are.
I'm still worried about you can never have too much of me because others might say something different.
Absolutely not. You're one of the best commentators on the circuit, genuinely.
Oh God.
As Ellis in again, and Dobson's got a little bit more on that time. She's managed to play it out to the sort of deep mid-wicket boundary, and they've got a single there to add to the total. 129 for 4 now, the Diamonds. We were talking about the possible totals earlier. I think I was wildly optimistic with saying anything above 250. They obviously hadn't lost the 4th wicket at that stage, so Ellison again, when she's down on one knee, swept that back to the square on the leg side. Erin Burns that was, come through for a single. Really, I don't think she was quite aiming to do that, but anyway.
Some discussion between the umpires. What was that? Oh, they're talking about how many's out side the circle. Ooh. Is she out? Oh, Rhea Fackrell. Some discussion. Ant Harris and Grace Brambury having a discussion. Oh, it's a no ball. It's a fielding breach.
Because she was outside of the circle.
Yeah.
They've already got
that's a good pick up.
3 outs.
Okay.
Interesting one.
Must have been a fielding breach. Well, it was exciting. Gosh,
No ball due to a fielding breach. So the fine leg fielder has now come back up onto the field. And Leah Dobson's hit that in the air, but it falls safe.
Yeah, because it's not a catch, is it? Is it a free? Was that a free hit or not a free hit?
So it's a free hit, even if it's a no ball for fielding.
Oh, see, I'm going to be in trouble when I get home. I don't think a fielding breach, but I suspect that Wongi may not have understood that she could have caught that because she watched it bounce in front of her.
Much of an effort.
She's just thinking.
Maybe a little bit of confusion in the field as there seems to be up here in the commentary box as well.
Like
who are we to comment? Anyway, they did get a single there, I think, in the end.
Give them the score.
132 for 4.
Yes.
The Diamonds. If in doubt, Claire Jenkins, give them the
score.
score, and that's why you're one of the best commentators on the circuit. That's a good rule. And final ball of the over, this first over from Bethan Ellis, slings it in that rather distinctive way she has, and Erin Burns, actually I'll say jog, because that was quite an enthusiastically run single there. She played that out to square leg and set off immediately, and so they've added another one to the total, 133 for 4 after 31 overs.
Yeah, because Bethan Ellis has been bowling quite nicely. She's the sort of top bowler so far in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint for Central Sparks. The Sunrisers, she got 2 for 38 off 9 with the best economy, and she's 14th nationally, I think, in the bowling rankings, if I'm reading them right. That's the Professional Cricketers Association Most Valuable Player, PCA MVP.
Okay.
She's 14th in the national ranking. So
brilliant. It's interesting
I'm
that
picking her as a breakout this season, I'm hoping. So Caris Pavley. Oh, that's well defended from Burns, who has to cover all of that, thinking which way is that ball going now. Pavley, left arm spinning round. Burns takes that off her toes and into the leg side. They get through for a single. 135 for 4. Well, Mike Perkins, who's my Jedi mentor, he says, what's the score, what happened before, and who are you? So those are the 3 things you need to remember, apparently. And I met the guy who gave him that quote at Kidderminster. Dave. I can't remember Dave's surname. Sorry, Dave.
I like the who are you, as if you might forget.
Well, there was an expletive, who that are you?
Right, okay, interesting.
Which is apparently is the key things. Pavley. Oh, it's in the air, but it's going to drop in a gap. Oh, it's going towards the boundary. Katie George can't get it. That's 4 runs to Leah Dobson. 138 for 4. Dobson on 15. Burns on 31. She snuck to 31, hasn't she? While we weren't watching, I think.
She does that to you. She seemed to do that a bit for the Sparks last season, actually, sort of have a few decent 20s, 30s and 40s.
Yeah, and that's what you want, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Pavley into Dobson this time. Tries to hit that, but can only get over the top of it, and there is no run. Still 138 for 4. Oh, outside off, left alone. That's 32 overs gone. Northern Diamonds are 138 for 4. Against Central Sparks here at Edgbaston, the Rachael Heyhoe Flint 50 over competition between the 8 English regions, who will become 8 county sides next summer. So we've got lots to talk about, haven't we? We've got the England squad, no Dunkley, some ins and outs in terms of who's picked.
Yeah, the Dunkley one was quite interesting because John Lewis has really very much championed her for quite a long period when she's really struggled with the bat, and seems to have finally decided that enough is enough as Ellis to resume from the pavilion end in bowling at Burns, who drives straight down the ground but doesn't quite get hold of it, and it's picked up relatively straightforwardly by Rhea Fackrell.
And Harris has to do some very smart footwork then, running backwards, get out of the way of that one.
That must be the toughest thing as an umpire. You have to be quite nimble.
Unless you want to make a statement by falling over spectacularly on television, that kind of thing.
Always entertaining.
Yeah, always entertaining.
They came through for a single for that one, so the score moved on to 139 for 4. Ellis in again to Dobson this time, who drives that straight back to the bowler. No run there, so the score remains on 139 for 4. And I'm Raf Nicholson, commentating on the live stream of Central Sparks against the Northern Diamonds in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy 50 over competition. Copying the Mike Perkins technique here, you see.
See?
Ellis in again. Oh, and Dobson's driven that aerially. Oh, and it's just over the hands of Ria Fackrell at mid-on there. And it has gone over the boundary for 4. That was a bit of good fortune there, I think, for Leah Dobson. That one will go down as a drop, won't it? Because it was through her hands.
Yeah, but ironically, I think she was potentially involved in that fielding breach and was possibly like had a back of a heel outside of that circle or something. If she'd been able to take that extra yard back, it was just fingertips out of her reach. It was a close one.
It certainly was. Ellison again. How will she respond? Dobson taps that gently.
Respectfully there, wasn't it?
Yeah. Good ball.
I met Bethan Ellis's mum, because in my other job, my day job as it were, doing job interview coaching, I did some mock interviews at a local school. The whole of the lower 6 got mock interviewed, and her mum came past and said, "You're Claire Jenkins, aren't you?"
Wow, that's fame. Ellison again to Dobson. Oh, and that's a little bit of a misfield there by, is that Amy Campbell, who
Might
kind
be.
of dives over it at mid-wicketish.
Has she got I think she's... I don't work out if she's got a divot in her hand. Yeah, she has got a divot in her hand. She's replacing that. She obviously plays a bit of golf. Replace your divots, please.
Taps her foot on it anyway. That allowed them to get through for the single, slightly unfortunately. So score on to 144 for 4. Let's hope that divot's been replaced. Oh, goodness. That was Erin Burns.
French
Ellis
cutting the
Erin
ball.
Burns, and she had no idea where that was going. I was quite lucky not to get bowled there. Now the over finishes up with a dot ball, so 144 for 4. Gosh, it's all happening here, Claire.
It is.
I can't even keep up.
I know, 144 for 4, and after 33 overs, we've got lots of doubles there, haven't we? Yeah, so I was doing these mock interviews. This woman walked past and said, "You're Claire Jenkins, aren't you?" She said, "You do the commentary on the Sparks." I was thinking, oh God, should I apologise first?
What if I said about your daughter?
Yeah, well, I didn't know who it was at that stage. She said, "I'm Bethan Ellis's mum." I went, "Oh, right, okay." So it's not, they were. I'm very big with the mums and dads.
Well, we try to be positive on commentary, don't we?
Yeah, we do, and I
that's
just
important.
Well, Jane Powell gave me another bit of advice. She said to me, "The most important people are the friends and relatives." Hang on a minute. She's bowled her! She's bowled her. Caris Pavley has bowled Leah Dobson, and that's out. Clean bowled. Bales flying, and Northern Diamonds lose their 5th wicket there.
Leah Dobson was bowled by Charis Pavley for 20.
Yeah, I couldn't have said that better myself.
It's great when the announcer does the work for
yes,
us.
it just saved me saying that. So yes, yes. So Dobson is out for 20. A good innings, but just needing to get going with Erin Burns there, I think. So yes, clean bowled by Caris Pavley.
Yes, and Leah Dobson did the thing of turning around and looking quite surprised that had happened.
Like some international players we won't mention the names of, who were always like, "That must be something in the pitch," or "What's happened there? How dare you?"
Please welcome the incoming batter, Phoebe Turner.
Yeah, Phoebe Turner, one of the Knott sisters, the Knott sisters Turner. Burns and Phoebe Turner at the crease. So 144 for 5 Northern Diamonds. You're listening to Claire Jenkins, former Somerset and Derbyshire player, and Dr. Raf Nicholson, Dr. Cricket, as I like to think of her. One half of the Cricket Her vodcast and podcast duo. And you will also hear the voice of Sid Egan when he's back from having his cup of tea.
Probably coffee, Claire.
Coffee? Oh,
That's
coffee.
That's
Coffee is drink of choice.
Exactly. It'll be
Yeah.
black coffee. Anyway, that was just calculating the partnership there.
Oh, yeah? Yeah.
I think
Something
it was
useful.
35, Erin Burns and Leah Leah Dobson there. So it does feel like that's been the kind of story of the Diamonds innings today, is that they've had a few partnerships that have looked promising and then have kind of come to an end before they've really totally taken the game away from Sparks.
Yeah, Turner faces her first ball from Pavely, but straight to cover, and there is no run.
So yeah, I was just looking at the scores so far today. So Lauren Winfield Hill 28, Emma Milo 20, Holly Armitage 15, Bess Heath 17.
As that's played through cover point and they jog through for a single, so Phoebe Turner gets off the mark.
And then finally Leah Dobson, who was just bowled for 20 off 22. We obviously have got Erin Burns out there now, who's currently the top scorer with 32 not out. But other than that, it's been sort of very much bits and pieces contributions.
Yeah, Burns slices that through cover point, and the fielder picks that up and they get through for a single. Yeah, I mean they would normally rely on Holly Armitage getting a decent 50-yard, sometimes 100. Rachael Flint.
She has had a century this season, hasn't she?
Yeah, and I've seen her do that down at Western Storm. Pavely. Ooh, defended nicely by Phoebe Turner there. Managed to get a nice straight bat on that one. Yeah, so she's usually a stalwart of their batting card. As Pavely comes left arm round to Phoebe Turner. Takes a swipe at that and it goes underneath the bowler and they get through for a single. So that was good running there from Burns and Turner. And also Turner pinches the strike because that was the last ball of the over. So 34 overs gone. Northern Diamonds are 147 for 5. Burns on 33, Phoebe Turner on 2 in the sunshine here at Edgbaston.
Yeah.
So we've lost some key wickets already so far, haven't we? Long Winfield Hill LBW. I'm trying to remember now. How were they? How were they out? Tell me how they were out. I remember the first one. I
Lauren
forgot the
Winfield
others.
Hill was caught behind.
She
looked rather
that's right.
sceptical about
That's
it.
right. Caught behind. Then there was a.
The second wicket to fall was, got my notes here, Emma Marlowe, who was bowled by Katie George.
Yeah, that's right.
Holly Armitage caught at mid-off from the bowling of Hannah Baker. Then Bess Heath was out to that good catch by Eve Jones, running to her right from mid-off. That was Grace Potts picking up that wicket. And then most recently, Leah Dobson bowled by Harris Pavely.
I distracted you, it was a single.
Thank you, Claire. As Beth Nellis is resuming the bowling from the pavilion end. And we did have Phoebe Turner on strike, but she's hit it into the offside and they've come through for a single. Thanks for filling in for me, Claire, as I was looking down at my notes.
I haven't asked you to do that. Oh no, she's going to miss a ball.
And Ellis in again. Erin Burns. You can see what she's trying to do there. She's trying to find the gap on the leg side, but she doesn't manage it that time. It's picked up fairly easily by Amy Campbell at mid-wicket. So there's no run there. Score remains on 148 for 5. Burns absolutely the key here, you'd say, on 33 not out. As Ellis in again. She plays that uppishly, backward of point. It lands safely, and they're coming back for a second run now. That was good running between Erin Burns and Phoebe Turner there.
It was. Central Sparks need to be careful here that they take the advantage that they have at this stage in the game, having got Northern Diamonds 5 wickets down. They don't let these two establish themselves. And Erin Burns is a wily competitor.
Very interesting to see her playing like this against her former team. As Ellis in again, and Burns drives hard straight down the ground. But Central Sparks fielder is running round.
Courtney Webb, that was Aussie to Aussie, that was.
There you go, well done Courtney Webb, nicely picked up. So they picked up, was it just a single there in the end, I think? Because we've got Phoebe Turner back on strike for the last couple of balls of this, the 35th over. Beth Nellis into her 3rd over.
I like her heels flying. You see her when she runs in? Must be those green.
Oh yeah, nice flashes there. Ellis in, and it's Phoebe Turner this time who drives. She's not driven it quite as hard. Courtney Webb picks up again. She's a little bit closer in this time. Now they ran ran a single. So Webb is now back out on the long on
Dismissed to the boundary.
Sort of rotating between mid on and long on, depending on the batter on strike. So Ellis in for the final ball that's defended by Phoebe Turner. Dot ball to finish the over. Diamonds 151 for 5 after 35 overs.
I'm going to leave you.
Oh,
no.
Sad farewell, Claire Jenkins.
I'll be back.
I get to speak to Sid Egan all the time, I mean.
I hope it's not too much of a disadvantage. I'm still recovering from the fact that Sid Egan at the end of the last, because we were together at the end of last season, weren't we? The last game here at Rachael Heyhoe Flint. And Sid said one of the highlights of the season had been commentating with me. God, he's such a charmer.
Oh,
right,
he is.
I'll leave you in Sid's capable hands.
Thanks, Claire Jenkins. Thanks very much. Yeah, so at the City end, Karis Pavali is continuing her spell. Oh, and that's gone for 4. Erin Burns has managed to get that through as a diving fielder out there on the deep point boundary. And so that's 4 more to the total. Diamonds now 155 for 5. And Erin Burns moves into, well, do you move into the 40s if you reach 40? I suppose you do, strictly speaking. So we'll now all be on half-century watch for Erin Burns. Lovely to have you back with me, Sid Egan.
Lovely to be back. Just been round half of Edgbaston trying to find coffee.
Were you successful as Pavali in again?
Pulls the square leg.
And they pick up a single. You found some coffee.
I did.
End. Now, Claire Jenkins tried to tell the viewers that you'd be in search of tea, but I said no, he's a coffee man all the way.
I am.
As Pavali in again, Phoebe Turner on strike now. Just taps that out to Amy Campbell at mid-wicket, who very athletically reaches out and grabs that and returns it to Pavali, the bowler. 156 for 5, the Northern Diamonds in the 36th over. Oh, and Phoebe Turner has played that uppishly, and she is caught well there at cover. And the Diamonds 156 for 6. Phoebe Turner is out for 3.
That was a poor shot. She will not be happy with herself. She doesn't look happy with herself as she wanders off.
And the catcher there was Eve Jones. Fairly easy catch. You felt as soon as she hit it that she'd just miscued it, really.
Yeah, it was almost kind of the catching practice that the coaches give the players when they're warming up before the innings. She hasn't quite left the field, she's going so slowly.
Please welcome the incoming batter, Sophie Turner.
Turner replaces Turner, Sophie Turner replacing Paige Turner. Sorry, she's not really called Paige Turner, that's my little joke. Phoebe Turner.
Hilarious, Sid. Yes, as you say, one Turner has replaced the other. This is a really sticky situation now for the Northern Diamonds. Sid, is that a fair summary of the situation?
Well, yeah, 6 down. This doesn't feel like there's enough runs on the board. You know, the outfield is almost certainly going to get better if it remains dry, which it looks like it's going to. So I suspect the outfield will get a little bit less pluggy. Be easier to find the boundary as the Sparks bat later on. It's really all down to Erin Burns now. If Erin Burns can make the last few overs count.
Oh, Turner has just managed to jam her bat behind that very effective ball from Pavali. Turner has got a bat on that one, and she's managed to guide that one out into the offside for a single to steal the strike ahead of the next over. So the Northern Diamonds 157 for 6 at the end of the 36th over.
Yeah, nice little shot to get off the mark for Sophia Turner. She's now 1 off 2 balls, but it's really all down to Erin Burns. Erin Burns 41. And Diamond's really needed in the last 14 overs for her to kind of push on and get herself up into maybe the 80s. 100's probably a little bit much to ask from her, but if she can get up into the 80s and stay there with it, guide the tail home, then they can perhaps make it as far as 230, something like that. That's the optimistic take. So Ellis to Turner, just turns that round the corner.
Oh, very good.
There is no run.
Did you hear the groan from Claire Jenkins there in the background?
In the background. Ellis to Turner. Turner gets forward to that one. Plays a very straight, very technically correct defensive drive. No run again. Ellis to Turner. That's a full delivery on the leg stump. Turner content to be patient here for the moment. Pushing that out into the posh side.
That first one of the over was a wide, so they have added one to the total in this over.
That's it. And
That was Eve Jones, was it? Who put that one down? That cover.
Was that an opportunity? Was that a
I
bump
assumed
ball?
it was because of the way that Eve
Well,
Jones
yeah,
reacted.
the way that Eve Jones is now reacting, it does look like it wasn't. I thought it was a bump ball straight off, but now looks like not. So opportunity gone begging. Turner steers that out in front of square. They come through for a single.
Central Sparks really G'd up here now in the field.
It's very full from Ellis. They come through for a single, just jogging through. Plenty of time for that. Ellis to Turner. And we're going to take another single there. Courtney Webb comes in from the boundary to field. And that is the over. 37 overs gone. 161 for 6. Diamond's trying to post. They'll be looking to try and post sort of 220, 230 from this position if they can. You feel Sparks definitely have a chance to bowl their opponents out here now.
Yeah, definitely, and I think that you would probably have said that going into this game, the Northern Diamonds were slight favourites perhaps, just based on form. Diamonds in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy in 2024, 2 wins and 2 losses. Sparks have just had the 1 win right at the start against the Blaze, and they're coming off 3 losses. So it's been a tricky one for them, but this is a real opportunity for them now here against the team, the Northern Diamonds, who traditionally have been very much in the running for the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy and did indeed win it one year. As Paverley resumes from the city end. It was a good ball to start the over to Sophia Turner. Went through to Freeborn behind the stumps in the end as a dot. In again to Turner. Knocks that gently out into the offside. They come through for a single. 162 for 6. Burns back on strike. She's in the 40s, 42 at the moment against her former team, the Central Sparks. Pavilion again. Burns, that went round the corner, but picked up by Rhea Fackrell relatively easily. Short fine leg. Pavilion again. This time Erin Burns down on one knee trying to sweep, but goes straight to Fackrell again at short fine. Throws it back in, that's another dot. Can Burns get this one away? Oh, she's driving that one. Oh, and there's a shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end, but Erin Burns is home safely. Wasn't a particularly good throw from mid-off.
It's Eve Jones down there, I think. Yeah, Burns really took off there. She skipped down the pitch. And was like, I'm having a run here. To be fair, she was already about halfway down.
I think perhaps she thought that she'd hit it harder and finer than she had. Anyway, she got home safely in the end. Pavilion for the final ball of this over. Oh, and that's popped up a little bit at Sophia Turner.
Yep.
And it finishes.
Turner fends it off.
Finishes with a dot. So Northern Diamonds 163 for 6. Just the 2 runs coming off that over, the 38th over. So 163 for 6 after 38 overs.
Diamonds have been moving very sedately, really. There's been sort of consistent sort of 4 and a bit runs and over, and they've kept up that pace, but you sort of feel it's unlikely to be enough unless they can substantially lift the pace in the last few overs. Ellis to continue to Erin Burns, who is forward and plays that out into the leg side. There is no run. Alice to Burns again. That's on leg stump. And Burns drives at that. Sophia Turner to face. That's driven straight back down the pitch. There's no runners. Webb moves to her left to do the fielding. It's a very full delivery from Ellis to Turner. No damage to the scoreboard on that occasion. Ellis to Turner, who steers that into the leg side, and they're going to come for 1. They're looking for 2, but they're not going to risk that. That's the last thing he wants at this stage in the game, with only 4 wickets left in the shed.
Does feel
right not to take that risk.
Does feel a little bit like they've parked the bus, Sid, to coin another Sidism.
Ellis to Burns. Burns still going at a reasonable rate. Burns drives into the V on the leg side. It'll just be a single. And that is the over. 39 overs gone. 166 for 6. 45 now, 5 runs off that half century. Sophia Turner on 5 off 13 balls. I really think Turner's job now probably is just, certainly for the next sort of 4 or 5 overs, is just to stay there and to try not to expose any more of the tail, and to let Erin Burns have as much of the strike as possible. I think she needs to try and get off strike. She needs to be running those singles. She's struggling a little bit to do at the moment, and a few dots.
Yeah, just 3 coming off that last over, and 2 off the over before that. As Pavili returns at the City end, Erin Burns on strike. She plays that firmly out towards deep mid-wicket. They do come through for a single. I have to say, Burns isn't given the impression of somebody who particularly wants to farm the strike. We don't know what instruction she's been given, of course. As Pavili in again. Oh, and
it was in the air for a moment.
Did play that uppishly out into the leg side, didn't she? But it's not really, didn't really go anywhere near a fielder in the end. They do manage to get another single. So Burns does get back on strike. Pavili in. Oh, Burns has gone big. She's gone over the top. Is that going to go for 4? No, it dies on its way there. And the long on fielder runs round to pick it up. To just get a couple there to add to the total, to move to 170 for 6 in the 40th over.
Felt like a very premeditated shot there. Burns skipped down the track, lifted it back over the bowler's head, but didn't have enough on it to find the boundary.
That one Burns has played again out towards deep mid-wicket, but they just get the single there. That was much flatter along the ground. Burns on to 49 now. Really, really important innings for Northern Diamonds. Pavili in for the last couple of balls of this over. Oh, and Sophia Turner flailed her bat at that, but completely missed it. Went through to Abby Freeborn.
Straight through her again.
Collective groan from the Sparks fielders. They really feel that they've got Turner under the pump, but they haven't quite managed to actually take her wicket. There was that, we think it was a dropped catch by Eve James at cover, and Turner was on 1 a couple of overs ago. Turner now up to 6. She waits for the last ball of this over from Pavili. She handles that one well, taps it out into the offside, and they finish the over with a single. 172 for 6 after 40 overs. Just going to do a little bit of switcheroo here, so just bear with us for a second.
Returning to bowl from the pavilion end, Rachael Heyhoe.
Back again. Woo. Still feels like Central Sparks have the upper hand here, but Burns very much teetering on that 50 and could really properly anchor this innings as Sophia Turner faces. Ooh!
That's out.
I mean, I bought a wicket straight away. Is this your end or my end?
I've no idea.
Oh, okay. That was a catch. Sophia Turner is out for 7. I was just saying Central Sparks are sort of upper hand, watching from the distance at the back of the box. So Northern Diamonds are 172 for. Is that going to be 7?
7. Yeah, she
Seven.
just sort of pushed us it,
Yeah.
and it hung in the air.
Was caught on the bowling
enough.
of Rachael Heyhoe for 7.
Caught Fackrell for 7. Yeah. Yeah, just hung in the air. Yeah.
So Diamond's 7 down now, and I mean the projected score from my spreadsheets here is looking about sort of 220 now, but that looks a long way away now with only 3 wickets remaining.
Yep. That looks like a big task from here, doesn't it? And so, who have we got next?
It'll be Abby Glenn.
imagine. So probably
It is
Please
indeed Abby
welcome
Glenn,
the incoming batter, Abby
wearing
Glenn.
15
Abby
on
Glenn.
her back.
Yeah, Abby Glenn. And she has done all right with the bat this season. 38 off 31 against the Blaze, and 6 fours. So she's doing well. She's in their top 5. She's 3 of their top 5. Rachael Heyhoe Flint this season for Northern Diamonds. So, and she has the benefit of the experience of Erin Burns at the other end. Fackrell contemplates. The Central Sparks have brought the field in for the new batter. Glenn rocks back but can only dob that down. There is no run.
Yeah, just 2 fielders out guarding the boundary on the leg side. Everybody else inside the ring.
Fackrell to Glenn. Straight through. Oof. Central Sparks getting very chirpy now, Sid.
And why not? They're on top of this game right now.
Swipe to the leg side. She's going to get a single for that, so she's off the mark now to square leg. Bethan Ellis does the fielding. Single to the total. 173 for 7. Northern Diamonds, who won the toss and elected to bat first.
Burns on 49.
Burns on 49. Ooh. Straight to the fielder. There is no run.
Nervous 49s.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure she won't be nervous. She's been here a million times before.
Oh, up in the air, up in the air, up in the air. It's caught.
It's out. Oh,
She
no.
gets stuck on that 49 that you mentioned, so she's caught. And that's Potts takes a catch off Fackrell. And Burns goes for 49.
Oh, she'd worked so hard to get herself into that position, and that was a
Erin
poor
Burns
shot.
is
There
caught
wasn't.
by Grace Potts
She tried to
off the
lift it
bowling
over
Fackrell
the ring
for 49.
and sent it straight down the throat of the fielder.
Well, she's getting good applause as she comes off because she's...
Well, you know, it's one of those. It's difficult, isn't it? Because it's not a bad innings in the circumstances, but on the other hand, they really need that little bit more from her today. So I suspect it's not going to be a match-winning innings. I mean, we're definitely looking at the point now where Diamonds will have to bowl very well to win this match.
Yes, they are going to have to bowl very well.
But they do have some decent bowling.
Yep.
Including the domestic cricket's all-time leading wicket taker, Katie Levick.
Yeah. Oh yes. She's talking of wily competitors. Jess Woolston comes to the crease, 19 on her back, batting with Abby Glenn. So they're going to have to do some build here. They've got 9 overs. So that was the end of the over actually. 41 overs gone. 173 for 8. Over to you then, Sid.
And we're going to see Pavley continuing.
I think it looks like Baker's coming back on again.
Does indeed. So we're going to see some attacking leg spin. Spinning the ball between her hands now. End to face.
Ooh.
That's a
Loose
poor,
one.
poor delivery on the leg side. Could have actually just left that alone and taken the wide. But she chose to turn it around the corner and take the single. So Woolston to face her first ball. And that's pushed out into the offside. That'll be fielded on the cover boundary. Amy Cam. Go through for the run. And there's going to be another single as Baker bowls again, and that's just dabbed out.
I think we see some pigeons in the background cooing.
Baker to Woolston, who just pushes back to the bowler. There is
Sparks can afford to squeeze here, can't they?
They can. I think it's all about survival now. Can they even get to 50 overs?
Yes, that may well be the target, mightn't it?
Baker has raced through that over.
Mm.
We're 42 overs down now, so 8 overs remaining, but the really key statistic is only 2 wickets remaining. Diamonds 176 for 8.
I heard you mention you saying it, but because you do get through the overs quickly when Hannah Baker's bowling as well, don't you? Which is handy for Sparks, who have a bit of a reputation for not necessarily getting through their overs as fast as they might. The umpires might like them to. So yes, Hannah Baker's handy for that. As Fackrell continues from the pavilion end, the wind catching the player's kit in the back of the umpire's jacket. It's obviously getting up down there. Sun's beaming down. Glenn, chops down on that one, and there is no run. Ball dribbles through to Eve Jones, and then back to Rhea Fackrell. Comes forward to that one, but scares Aunt Harriet's to the side, but there was no run. Ripples of applause from the Sparks players. Fackrell in again to Glenn. Twiddles round on that one. That's a wide ball. It's a loose ball down the leg side from Rhea Fackrell. Glenn wailing her bat. Thumps that one, but straight to Amy Campbell at short mid-wicket, who feigns to have a throw at the stumps, but wasn't really going to do that. Just keeping the backing up batter in her crease, and then exchange a few pleasantries, no doubt. There was no run. Glenn again. Hits it again, but past Amy Campbell this time. And Courtney Webb has to do a bit of a sliding stop, and they get through for a single. 178 for 8.
A little bit of intent there, a couple of steps down the pitch.
Yeah. Threatening the bowler. As fielders moving outwards as Fackrell comes in for this one to Woolston. Misses that one completely. Straight through to Abby Freeborn, there is no run.
Looking to cut.
Looks like they've got a plan for each batter, doesn't it? They've got different field positions for each of these, which of course they should have. Woolston this time. Forwards, plays that straight to Eve Jones at cover, and there is no run. Gosh, that's the end of another over. 43 overs gone. Northern Diamonds 178 for 8. Woolston on 1, Glenn on 4. You're listening to the voice of Claire Jenkins, former Somerset and Derbyshire player. Sid Egan of Cricket Her vodcast and podcast. Essential listening or watching, whichever you prefer, every Sunday. Sit down with a cuppa, shout to the telly, and hear rant along a Sid or rant along a Raf, depending on who's got the bit between their teeth on what particular subject.
Ranter of the day is.
A rant of the day.
Hannah Baker to continue with her leg spin from the city end to Glenn, and Glenn comes down the pitch and lifts that over the infield. Courtney Webb's giving chase. The ball is dying on the as it creeps in the direction of the boundary, and it's not going to make it. 3 runs off that, I think.
Yeah, I think it's obviously stopping up, and that's my theory about the right size boundary. It sort of feels like the right size boundary without measuring it. One should be able to run 3, and then it's the right size boundary.
Baker to Woolston. Woolston crouch, and that's in the air, but it's safe. They come through for a single that was in the air, sort of cover-ish.
Yeah, sort of forward pointish, isn't it? Yeah, but not danger, like you said.
Not
Interested.
able to get over to it. Glenn takes a huge stride forward. Just defends that one.
As you say, maybe the instruction is to bat out 50 overs and see how you get on.
Absolutely,
doing the tidy up there.
Baker to Glenn. It's a little short, and that's cut. They jog through for the single.
Diamonds will be wanting to keep this total, get a decent total to defend with the ball when they get the ball in hand.
They'll certainly want to get past 200. 200's a big psychological landmark, but it's really not enough in regional cricket these days. Claire Jenkins, you'll remember, of course, back in the old days of the Women's County Championship, 200 got you maximum bonus points.
Oh, blimey, you remember at the better.
If you got 200, that was your maximum bonus points. But you know, in this day and age of big hitting, and 200 is it's an important psychological mark to get past, but it's rarely enough.
It's different context because we didn't play on pitches anywhere near as nice as these. Although the county championships was played on the Cambridge University pitches, so they were probably the best pitches we played on in our careers.
Back in the old days of the cricket week, when the county championship was all played out in
Cambridge,
space of a few days at Cambridge.
Yeah.
So Farrell bowls that. That's gone down the leg side. That's missed by everybody. Not really gone anywhere. They have taken a run in addition to the wide.
Take them too closer to that 200 mark. Well, the first year I went to county championships, it was 60 overs. Oh, fortunately, I think that was only 1 year.
Them's were the days.
Oh,
it's in the air and it's dropped. That
Campbell, yeah. She got down and gave with it, but it went over her shoulder. Unfortunately, she's going to be having a word with herself.
Comes off something. Pad, I suspect.
I think Farrell's missed out on a couple of wickets here.
Bowls full. It's driven and they race through for the single.
Yep. There was a short moment when they thought there was going to be a chance of shy to stumps, but she hadn't quite collected that well enough to do that.
Farrell with the big yellow beer mat sticking out the back of her trousers. You remember the days when those really were beer mats, Claire?
Yeah.
Nicked from the local pub.
Yeah, the towel. I suspect that probably happens quite a lot in more men's club cricket, but yeah, still the beer mat. I'd like to think that it's a Central Sparks themed, specially designed towel.
44.4 overs gone. Farrell bowls to Glenn, turns it round the corner, and there's a little bit of a chase on. They're going to come back for a second, and it's going to be a reasonably safe second in the end.
Ripple of applause.
Happy Freeborn gathers the throw.
I want to tick that 190, then 200, and then whatever they can get beyond that.
Currently 188 for 8. Final ball of the over. Farrell bowls on middle stump, and it sits up a little bit, but Levy Glenn is not really able to take advantage, pulls it straight to the fielder, and there is no run. So that's 45 overs gone.
45 overs gone.
We're going to be doing a switch over again. So we'll be handing back to Dr. Raf Nicholson.
45 overs gone. Northern Diamonds are 188 for 8, as Sid said. Walston on 3, Glen on 10. In the sunshine here at Edgbaston, the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. 50 over competition. Heading towards that final at Leicester. I'm trying to find a date now. Saturday the 21st of September. The Upton Steel Ground at Leicester. Grace Road to the rest of us. Baker to continue. And that's sliced towards point. Caris Pavley just picks that up. They don't get a run.
Hello again, Claire.
Welcome back.
I thought there was a danger for a minute that they were going to be all out by the 45 over mark and I wasn't going to be coming back until the second inning. Here we are.
They cut your commentary short. How rude would that be? That's a reversey thing attempted there. Who's got that far end? Do you want that one? Am I starting? No, I'll carry on. Baker to Woolston, outside of off. Jess Woolston looks accusingly at Grace Banbury like, isn't that a wide? We're at the wrong angle, so we can't tell.
Never question the umpire.
No, never question the umpire. Grace Banbury gave me a big high out and a big smile this morning in the car park. That's dubbed down, there is no run. 188 for 8 still. Northern Diamonds, who won the toss and elected to bat. Baker. Woolston does the reversey thingy and it goes straight to Caris Pavley. Oh, over the top of Abby Freeborn's head, nowhere near her. That would be a double teapot in my day from the wicket keeper, and there was no run.
Yes, when the Diamonds won the toss and elected to bat, I'm guessing that this wasn't the scenario that they'd ideally envisaged.
Yeah, I suspect that you're bang on there as Baker comes in again. Oh, big thump out into the outfield. It's going to go between the fielders. That's 4 runs. 4 runs to Jess Woolston. Total moves on to 192 for 8, and that's the end of the over. 46 overs gone, so 4 overs left. What can they get to? Because they're going to have to bowl at this, and Sparks will want to try and keep them under that 200, although 4 overs to go, it's unlikely, but you know, good bowling, could be.
Yeah, that was really well struck by Jess Woolston, wasn't it? Just
Returning to bowl from the
bisected the
pavilion
field.
end, Izzy Wong.
And in case you didn't catch that, we are getting a change of bowling from the pavilion end. Izzy Wong coming back in. I think this is only her second spell of the day. After she bowled,
so.
was it 4 up top?
Says 5 on the scoreboard.
There you
So
go,
she did
5
half
then.
before and then come back for a second half. I think Fackrell was pretty unlucky there with the last spell because a couple of chances went down.
She obviously picked up those crucial couple of
Yeah,
wickets in the
got a couple of
41st
wickets
over,
already, yeah.
but could have had a couple more. That's Wong in to Abby Glenn, who plays that uppishly, but actually has placed that between the 2 fielders in the deep, and it lands kind of cow corner-ish.
There's a bit of dancing on the rope there by Courtney Webb. Managed to keep that in.
Yeah, so they've picked up a couple there. So Glenn's still on strike for Wong's second ball. Northern Diamonds have moved to 194 for 8 in the 47th over. Sparks very chirpy. They realise that they've put themselves into a strong position, but they do need to pick up these last couple of wickets, I think.
Oh, full
And
toss.
that's a full toss. And Woolston has hit that for 6. Wow. She really has punished quite a poor ball from Izzy Wong. Took that on the full and has just smashed it just backward of square on the leg side. Good for her.
Yeah.
So that's taken them to that magic 200 number that you and Sid were talking about.
Yeah.
And this is some really quite important momentum for Northern Diamonds.
What a great way to get to 200 with a 6.
Lovely stuff. How's Wong going to respond to that? She's back in to Woolston. That's a better ball.
Yeah, that's a Yorker there.
And Glenn's fended that out towards point for a dot. But yeah, really good to get to 200. I know that you were talking about 230 earlier. It's been something to bowl. That's possibly a little bit ambitious at this stage, but you know,
I don't know how many 6s you hit.
Well, it depends on how many full tosses you get bowled as well. That's Wong in again to Glenn.
Oh, hey, I have
full
another one.
toss. There you go, talking about that. And that's going to be another 6, almost identical to the first one. Oh dear, and this is proving an expensive over from Izzy Wong.
Eve Jones coming in to have a little word. Take your time. Try and, we used to call it use the facilities, which was basically try and hit the pitch.
Use the facilities.
Yes,
I like
use
that
the
one.
facilities.
Very good. Yes. Well, there's a reason why cricket isn't baseball, isn't there?
well, lots of reasons, I guess, but yeah. I went to a baseball game in America. Nobody seemed to be well. It's probably pretty similar to a test match here. Nobody's actually watching the game. They're too busy deciding what snack they're going to eat next. There's all sorts of things. They have like the old choc ice ladies, you know, with the you wouldn't remember that, would you? But they have people, vendors walking round with all sorts of calories.
Brilliant.
Yeah, and also the other thing is that if the ball goes in the crowd, you get to keep it. at baseball.
keep
I
it.
don't know how many baseballs they get. I don't know how many baseballs they get through in a game. Yeah, and then they also fire t-shirts into the crowd, which I suspect that health and safety wouldn't commit here.
Has Wong back in? How's she going to respond? Oh, that's short. She's kind of gone the other direction there, and Glenn has she's pulled that out in the same direction as the sixes, but obviously it didn't have quite as much oomph in it. So they've just picked up the single there. So 207 for 8 here, the Northern Diamonds. You're sensing that, yeah, that Eve Jones did say to Izzy Wong, "Please use the facilities," but that was just a tad short.
Yeah, at least that one pitched.
Exactly.
Come on,
Wong
Wongy.
in again for the penultimate ball of the over.
Hmm?
Woolston on strike, plays that uppishly, but it's going to fall safe. And it's picked up deep square leg. They've got a single. So 208 for 8 at the end of the 47th over. And that was an expensive one.
It was an expensive one. I kind of feel like Eve Jones might be saying have a little rest, but I might be wrong. Depends on whether
Return to bowl
Izzy
from
wants
the
to carry
Birmingham
on.
end, Grace Potts.
So more pace from the Birmingham end. Grace Potts. Of course, Central Sparks, I mentioned this on Wednesday, blessed with fast bowlers. Potts, Arlott, Wong, George and Ellie Anderson, who we've lent out to Western Storm.
Yeah, I saw that.
Very promising player, but we've got not too many because one can never. But you know what I mean. We've got a spare. So I'm pleased that Ellie Anderson's getting some game in there because under 19 England, of course.
I think that's really important that the
the
regions can arrange that sort of thing when you know that somebody's not going to be playing for you.
Yeah, Potts to Woolston comes forward and defends that. Possibly one of those ones where the reverberation goes back up the bat. There was no run. 208 for 8. Yeah, great that she's getting game. Tall, fast bowlers doing well. Grace Potts. Ponytail going, coming in from the 25-yard circle, in from the Birmingham end in the sunshine at Edgbaston. Woolston plays that forward straight to mid-off, and there is no run.
Of course, Arlott actually doing, well, 13th man duties today.
Yeah, she's got the bib on. She's chatting with Izzy Wong on the boundary there. Perhaps trying to just kind of keep her focused. 60's just to come back for another over.
Well, it'll be interesting to see if she does come back and bowl that 49th.
Yeah, Woolston. Oh, takes a big swing and a miss. That goes right through everything. Ends up giving Abby Freeborn a bruise, I suspect, who's kind of stood halfway, not up, not back, somewhere in between, but getting the ball on the shin there, I think. Let's hope she's got some of those funky little pads that Amy Jones seemed to have picked up from sort of Sarah Taylor-ish, and they wear these much smaller pads these days than the old days. As Potts comes pumping in from the far end, Woolston plays that forward to long on, who has to do a lot of covering of ground. They think about a second, they decide against it quite wisely. One more to total.
Abby Freeborn used to have a very interesting wicket-keeping mask.
Yeah,
Quite a distinctive shape, but she seems to have dropped that the last couple of seasons.
Yeah, for the old helmet.
So I wonder why. It almost
Yeah,
covered
it was
more
like
of her face, really.
It was like a ice hockey sort of mask.
Exactly.
I forgot about that. Well spotted. Glenn plays that forward into the offside, and they get through for a single. Oh yeah, that's right. Sid's just making the point that because of the stem guard requirements on the helmets, etc., that wouldn't be compliant with the new helmet laws. Quite right, Sid. Thank you for that.
Hadn't really taken that in, but does make sense.
Potts to Woolston. Ooh, big thump on the pad. Not even an appeal there. Big thump, and that's the end of the over. 48 overs gone. Northern Diamonds are 210 for 8. Glenn on 26, Woolston on 9.
Wong is hugging the boundary road.
Yes,
still,
not
so
moving.
I
So I think
she
that's
is going to be bowling the 49th over. I think that she went for 16 in that 27th over, which was not particularly
Returning
helpful
the ball from the pavilion
towards
end, Bethan Ellis.
Sparks' cause.
So we're going to
And
see.
we've got Bethan Ellis coming back from the pavilion end to bowl the 49th over, which will obviously be the last one from this end, the end that myself, Raf Nicholson and Claire Jenkins are sat at. Very nice view here at sunny Edgbaston. So what can the Northern Diamonds do with these last couple of overs? They've obviously got these 2 wickets remaining. They've got 210 on the board. Really be targeting, what, 220 at least?
Yeah.
Ellis in, Glenn on strike. He swings out into the leg side and then pick up a single there.
Yeah, Katie George does the tidying up. They want upwards of a run a ball, won't they? So I imagine.
So that would take them to 222. So they've got the first one. 211 for 8. 11 balls remaining of this innings. Woolston on strike now. It's Ellis in to bowl the second ball of this 49th over. It's full, and Woolston plays that.
I thought there was going to be a shy, but Hannah Baker obviously thought, too far to throw, far end.
Yeah, so they did get home for that single comfortably in the end. So that's another one. So they are going at this runnable target, Claire. Did you know? Did you have words with them?
It's clairvoyant. I'm psychic with them.
Clairvoyant, very good.
Yes.
Oh, and
Talking
Ellis
of
in again,
clairvoyant.
and Abby Glenn played that very uppishly.
If only Amy Campbell had had my clairvoyance, she'd have known that was coming towards her and would have taken 3 steps forward.
Exactly. So yeah, Amy Campbell at third. That bounced short of her in the end. Was a dot ball to 212 for 8. Ellis in again to Glenn. She's got more on that, but she hasn't quite managed to dissect the fielders. So Katie George has picked that up at deep mid-wicket, and they do make it back for 2. That was a decent throw from Katie George.
She got a bruise on her knee, I think, for that as well. She's just
ouch.
Oh, she's replacing the divots as well out there.
Take one for the team, Claire.
Yeah.
Take one for the team.
Don't show any pain. Don't show any pain. Where's the arnica and the ice pack?
Diamonds 214 for 8 now. 49th over. Ellis in to bowl the penultimate ball. And Glenn plays that, just cuts that out into the offside. It's picked up by, I think that is Izzy Wong out there.
Yes,
at
Izzy
deep
Wong,
point. So they've got the single. So they have done the Claire Jenkins runnable technique so far. 215 for 8.
It's not rocket surgery, you know.
It's not rocket surgery.
I like
Very
rocket
good.
surgery.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not rocket surgery. Mixing 2 up. I know I'm mixing it up.
And
Rockets.
it's in to bowl the final ball of the 49th over. And that's Jess Woolston has tipped that right up into the air, and she is going to be caught. So that's the 9th Northern Diamonds wicket to fall. Jess Woolston out for 10, and the Northern Diamonds 215 for 9 with 1 over remaining of the innings. Can they survive the next 6 balls? So I should say that it was Bethan Ellis who ran forward to take that catch off her own bowling. It could really have been anyone's because it was in the air for a long time, but she obviously called for it, ran forward and took it relatively comfortably, and I think that everybody knew that Jess Woolston was departing as soon as she hit that, really.
Yes, because having bowled it, she was then in a follow through almost to get to the catch, and not relying on anybody else, on your own on your own bowling statistics.
Absolutely.
And we got is it Katie Levick? Is that next?
That would make sense. We've not seen her yet.
Oh, no, yes, Katie Levick, Birmingham Phoenix player, Yorkshire Brummy, as I mentioned earlier. Potts then from the Birmingham end, the very last over. What can Northern Diamonds get to for defending when they get the ball in hand? Oh, nearly took Katie Levick's head off then, standing at the non-striker's end. They get through for a single. Katie Levick will face one of the Potts, at least. One of the Potts deliveries. We'll see how many she's going to face here.
Yes, excellent evasive movement there from Katie Levick.
Good
Otherwise
duck.
it could have been quite painful.
She's got a helmet on, but I think it still would have been painful. They're sending Rhea Fackrell out to the boundary in front of us at fine leg. Deep third is going out. Mid wicket is coming in. They obviously got some intelligence or something about Katie Levick. Potts pumping her arms. Oh. Yes, there's a caught behind. Katie Levick snicks one to Abby Freeborn. There was a noise, and I didn't want to say there was a noise in case it wasn't given out. There was a distinct clunk as the ball went past the bat of Katie Levick. So sort of moral victory for Central Sparks there, getting them all out with 4 balls to spare.
Absolutely, and a golden duck bagged for Katie Levick, unfortunately.
I won't mention that. Abby Glenn finishes on 31, and Northern Diamonds set 216 all out. So it will be Central Sparks to get 217 for the victory. It feels like they shouldn't have got that far from Central Sparks. Central Sparks kind of, when it was a sort of 170 or whatever, felt they should have put the squeeze on a little more there. What's your thoughts before we have a break for lunch then?
I mean, absolutely.
Raph?
I think 173 for 8 for Diamonds to then get to 216 is actually a decent kind of rearguard effort from their lower order, to be honest. But I mean, overall the match situation is clearly that you would favour Central Sparks to get these runs. On the other hand, they have had a couple of bad days out with the bat of late, so it's definitely given the Diamonds something to bowl at. It's not a sure thing, but when we go down to the dining room in a minute, Claire, and have some lunch, and we have the players sitting around us, I think it will be the Central Sparks players who will look a little bit happier at the end of the day.
Yeah, advantage. Yes. I mean, I think Sid and I finally came to about 220, so we weren't far off, although we were sort of talking ourselves in and out of larger schools. Yes, but 216, yes, it feels like I think Central Sparks will be slightly disappointed they didn't keep it under 200, and Diamonds will be pleased that they've taken it over 200. So yes, we're going to have a little break now. We shall come back after lunch for the second innings, for the innings of Central Sparks. So thank you for listening, and please press the thumbs up button.
Please welcome back our umpires, Grace Banbury and Anne Harris.
Welcome back to Edgbaston for the second half of this game between Central Sparks and the Northern Diamonds. The Northern Diamonds have made 216, so Central Sparks will need, now by my maths, Raf, I reckon that's 217 in order to win.
Excellent mathsing there, Sid.
I'm Sid Egan, Raf Nicholson is Raf Nicholson.
Yes, I still am, even
Claire
after the
Jenkins
innings
is keeping
break.
a careful eye on us to make sure that we don't misbehave. She's just behind us in the commentary box here, making sure that everything goes tickety-boo. And the umpires are out in the middle. And Eve Jones and
Welcome the opening
Gareth
batters for
Beverley
Central
are
Sparks, where number 11,
also on
Eve
their way to the
Jones,
middle.
and number 28, Charis Avery. Welcome to the Northern Diamonds team, led out by Holly Armitage.
Holly Armitage and Lauren Winfield-Hill in conversation as the Diamonds walk out to try and defend this 216 total.
Big news, Sid, is that obviously we knew this from the team sheet, but we've just watched Bess Heath warming up to keep wicket for the Northern Diamonds after England coach John Lewis in yesterday's press conference said that he was concerned that one of the best young wicket keepers in the country is not keeping wicket. He said that he'd specifically spoken to the Diamonds about it and that Bess Heath herself, he'd encouraged her to go to Danny Hazell, the Diamonds head coach, and explain that as she was going to be the England reserve wicketkeeper this summer, that it was quite imperative that she keep wicket at regional level. So she is going to be keeping wicket. So where is Lauren Winfield-Hill? I mean, she is there somewhere. I'm just looking around because it's so odd to see her on the field, but not behind the stumps.
She's a gully. So we've got a slip and a gully.
It looks like it's going to be Jess Woolston to open the bowling from the pavilion end. And it's Eve Jones on strike for the first delivery, which goes past Eve Jones, through to the keeper, to Bess Heath. And we started with a dot there.
If they bowl another 300 of them, they'll cruise for the win, Raf.
Woolston again, top of our mark, running in, left-handed Eve Jones on strike. Cuts that into the offside. It's forward of point. Another dot ball. As you said, Sid, earlier the Northern Diamonds made 216. They were bowled out in the 50th over. And so the Central Sparks need 217 to win. And that's gone past Eve Jones. And that's going to be a wide. So first runs on the board for the Sparks.
And that one was a long way down the leg side.
It was quite stray, wasn't it? Jess Woolston dealing with the sawdust trail from Katie George's earlier running. Woolston in again, and that, oh dear, that's going to be another wide down the leg side. She hasn't quite got her line right to left-hander Eve Jones.
Seeing those footprints of Katie George's run-up reminds me of my mum used to tell me about Fred Truman. When he'd bowl a day of Test cricket, you'd be able to see his footprints in the bowlers' run-ups.
Wow, that's a bit of cricket history for everybody who's watching or listening. Of course, he was a Yorkshire man himself, but the Diamonds are not Yorkshire. As Woolston in again. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. That's the third leg side wide of the over.
Radar's looking a little wonky. Holly Armitage is just having a little chat.
Trying to calm her down, probably. It must be very stressful.
And we're actually coming round the wicket to the left-hander. We're now going to come over the wicket. I think that's a good move. Just change the angles completely. Give yourself another picture to paint.
Alston in over the wicket this time, and that's a much better delivery to Eve Jones. Right on the money. Jones forced to come forward and defend that. And a dot ball.
I do have a practical question actually, Raf, because Claire Jenkins has temporarily left the commentary box, so who's in charge now? Me or you?
I don't know, Sid. Well,
who's got seniority in this case?
Who's in charge of cricket?
I think you are.
Well, there you go. I mean, maybe that gives you your answer, Sid.
Okay.
Alston in again, over the wicket. Oh dear, and that one's a no ball. Did she overstep?
Yeah.
And so we're going to have a free hit here.
It was a decent delivery, apart from the fact that she overstepped. It went past the edge. But Eve Jones will get to face a free hit.
Again, Captain Holly Armitage just running in, just to have a quiet word. Obviously not allowed to move the field ahead of the free hit. Alston in. Oh dear, it's not really taken advantage of that, Eve Jones. A very kind of wild swipe at it away from her body. I mean, it did go along the ground, but she just didn't really move close enough to it to get enough bat on it.
She was coming down the pitch to meet it, I think, and then Alston pushed it kind of out of her reach on the offside.
So that was a dot off a free hit, I think. Alston in, bowls, and that one just sails safely past Eve Jones on the offside. So that'll be another dot. Sparks now 4 for no wicket in the first over of this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy fixture against the Northern Diamonds. I'm Raf Nicholson, journalist and historian, and alongside me is Sid Egan, who is a writer.
Who is not a journalist or a historian.
You are both of those things, Sid. As Alston in again, and she's unfortunately strayed down the leg side again, and that has been ruled a wide. I think that's the fourth wide this over, turning into a little bit of a tricky one up top here for the Northern Diamonds. So Sparks have currently got 5 on the board, 4 wides and 1 off a no ball. Now Sid Egan, who had, was it 4 articles in Wisden this year, Sid? Alston in, and again, that's a much better ball, almost Yorker length, and forcing Eve Jones to play at that. So they will finish, the Sparks finish that first over of their available 50 overs, 5 for no wicket. But both of the batters still on naught.
So extras very much leading the way in that first over.
Yep. Cue the joke that my dad would always use about extras needing to bat higher up the order. You know, when I was younger I thought that was an original joke, but I don't think it was, Sid, somehow.
Scales fell from your eyes, Raf.
And about to bowl from the Birmingham end, Erin Burns.
We've got Erin Burns coming on to bowl from the Birmingham City end. So her first over against her former side, the Sparks, having top scored for the Northern Diamonds earlier today with 49.
So she'll be bowling to Keris Pavley. Bringing her Aussie offies.
Say that 5 times quickly. Aussie offies, Aussie offies, Aussie offies.
Claire Jenkins has returned, so we need to behave again, Raf. So Burns in, and Pavley just leaves that to go through to Bess Heath. It was quite wide outside the off stump. 2 left-handers opening the batting for a single, and that's the first run off the bat in the Sparks chase.
Finally.
Eve Jones now taking guard at the pavilion end for her to face her first ball at this end. Burns into Jones, who cuts slightly uppishly but safely. Come through for another single. 7 for no wicket. Burns to Pavley. Pavley gets up on her toes and defends that. There is no run. Burns again, that's pushed back, and that's caught by the bowler. Pavley was looking to cut and didn't get the right angle on it, sent it straight back to the bowler. Erin Burns takes the catch. An easy catch to take in the end. Pavley swishes her bat in disappointment, and she's on her way back to the pavilion for one. And Diamonds have their first wicket. You think if Diamonds are going to win this game, they probably need to bowl Sparks out. You'd have thought that if Sparks are going to get through 50 overs, they'll make this.
I think that's probably right, Sid. But yeah, obviously a big blow to be 7 for 1 in the second over of the chase. I'll tell you what though, today is massively turning into the Erin Burns show. She's doing everything at the moment. I've just said that she top scored for the Diamonds with 49. And she's just taken the first wicket, and not only did she take the first wicket, but it was a caught and bowled, so she's effectively on the scoreboard twice there.
Yeah, Erin Burns does take wickets. She's got a decent strike rate from her year that she spent in the regional system with the Sparks last year. Strike rate of 23, so that's a good number to have.
Abby Freeborn coming to the middle at number 3, who is definitely a sight for sore eyes if you're a Sparks fan, because she's the Sparks leading run scorer so far this season, coming off 93 against the Sunrisers on Wednesday, which wasn't enough in the end to see Sparks over the line. They did lose that match, but Abby Freeborn certainly had a good day out, so obviously Sparks will be hoping she can have another good day out today. And that was the end of the overs. Didn't even realise in all the excitement. So after 2 overs in their chase, the Sparks are 7 for 1, and Woolston will be continuing from the pavilion end. She's just at the top of her mark now. It's just a little bit of
keeping the faith with Woolston, despite the difficulties she had in that first over.
Absolutely. Sometimes as captain, that's what you need to do, show confidence. Woolston in to the left-handed Eve Jones. After a little bit of toing and froing in the first over, she's continuing over the wicket.
A decent delivery first up to Jones, forcing Jones to play at that.
Yeah, dot ball to start the over. 7 for 1. Quite a short run up actually that Jess Woolston's got compared with some fast bowlers. She's in again, and again making Eve Jones play there. This is already shaping up to be a better over than the first one was. Dot ball. 2 dots to start. And the sun is shining, Sid, but we did nip down outside in the innings break. It's not warm. I don't know if I'd use the word warm. That's Woolston back to the top of her mark now. In again, and Eve Jones coming out of her crease and coming down to meet the ball, and she taps it out towards square leg, and they are coming back for 2, and in the end that's good running. Decent throw in from deep square leg. Not sure who that is out at deep square leg, or Leah Dobson perhaps out there in the deep, but they weren't really ever in any danger coming back for the second. So Eve Jones moves to 3. The Diamonds move to 9. 9 for 1 though, because they did lose that wicket in the last over. Karis Pavley caught and bowled to Erin Burns. That's a very interesting place in which Holly Armitage. Is she going to field there for the duration? She's in the way of Abby Freeborn at the non-striker's end. As Woolston in again, bowls to Eve Jones, and another good ball. Yes, how would you describe that Holly Armitage field placing, Sid? I don't think I've seen anything like that in quite a while.
No, it's a silly mid-off.
Very silly. It reminds me of how I used to set the field when my dad and I would play table cricket, and I would just get all the little plastic fielders and I would just put them in a little ring around the baton, and then Dad said that I wasn't allowed to do that because of power play regulations. Anyway, in again, Woolston. Eve Jones on strike. Oh, she's played that nicely, and it's got through the infield, through backward point, and it has gone for 4 over the deep backward point boundary. So that's the first boundary of the day to Eve Jones, really nicely played, and takes the Diamonds to 13 for 1, and Eve Jones on to 7.
And I think as well that emphasised that the outfield is speeding up a bit. I think it's going to be easier to find the boundary as the day goes on, as this ground dries out after all the rain yesterday and a bit more rain overnight. But it's getting drier, and the boundaries are going to be easier to find for Sparks here.
There's Woolston in now to bowl the final ball of this third over. Oh, and it goes straight through Eve Jones. And so she finishes with a dot. So Sparks.
Lots of shouts of oof from the fielders there.
Very much an oof delivery. Yes, I like that. So Sparks 13 for 1 after 3 overs. Yeah, I mean it was a much better over there from Jess Woolston, but obviously that boundary from Eve Jones rather spoiled things in terms of trying to restrict the scoring rate. I just think that where Holly Armitage was fielding herself there must have been very off-putting for Abby Freeborn at the non-striker's end.
Off-putting for everybody, but I guess that's the point.
Yeah.
I am actually surprised she didn't need a helmet fielding there. I'm sort of surprised that the umpire didn't pull her up on that one, because I thought that she'd need a helmet being that close. Burns to continue to Freeborn, and Freeborn takes a huge stride forwards and just defends.
And
There is no run.
that's Freeborn's first delivery that she's faced.
Jones to Freeborn, and she didn't really move her feet that time. Just makes gentle contact with the ball, and again there's no run. Freeborn pushes that out just backward of square. They jog through for a single. So Freeborn off the mark. So Diamond's now facing a left-right combination, which of course always makes it difficult because you've got to switch the field over. Burns hauls on leg stump to the left-hander. That's just defended for no run. Burns in again. That's shortish. But Jones just not really interested in trying to manufacture a run off it.
No, Abby Freeborn was more interested than Eve Jones was, I think.
Final ball of the over. Jones just pushes at it. There is no run. So 14 for 1. Eve Jones on 7. Abby Freeborn just come in on 1. Freeborn and Jones head to the middle to have a little chat.
Tell you what, Erin Burns got through that over very quickly. Seemed to be over in the
It's
blink of an
almost Hannah
eye.
Bakerish
It
speed
is.
of an over.
It was just 1 run scored off that over as well, so a good one from the perspective of the Diamonds. It's actually been a really good opening spell from Erin Burns. I feel like I should be starting the Erin Burns Fan Society with the amount I'm going on about her, but she has done quite a lot today. She's certainly been the figure at the centre of the action. It looks like Jess Woolston will be resuming for a third over from the pavilion end. Abby Freeborn just takes guard. Everyone ready. Walking in. It's Woolston. Comes in, bowls. Oh, and that's just beaten the bat of Abby Freeborn. Was that an ooh ball, Sid? Is that how you described it earlier?
Freeborn's pretending that she always knew she wasn't interested, but
did of course end up being a dot, so Sparks continue to be on 14 for 1, sorry. As Woolston in again, another dot ball. Freeborn did manage to get her back down to that one. Tapped it out to Holly Armitage on the leg side. Holly Armitage in a much more conventional fielding position now. Sort of, well, actually, anyway. Woolston in again, and Freeborn's played that out. Oh, there's going to be a run-out attempt at the non-striker's end. Freeborn played that out to backward point, and the fielder picked it up nicely and threw it in. And if that had been actually definitely a direct hit, I think that Eve Jones running to the striker's end would have been out there. But she's managed to get home. The throw went wide of the stumps in the end.
you need to be careful at this stage. I think they don't quite need to push it that hard yet.
No, I agree.
The Armitage is back.
In the strange position. Woolston in again. Abby Freeborn just slightly irritated looking body language there, because Holly Armitage just sort of plonked herself straight in front of Abby Freeborn, who's at the non-striker's end, and Abby Freeborn just kind of went, oh, okay, I suppose I better move a little bit to the right then, so that I've actually got a free path ahead of me for running. Of course, there's absolutely nothing wrong with what Holly Armitage is doing, but it's very unconventional and it will be unsettling for Abby Freeborn. As Woolston in to bowl the penultimate ball of the 5th over. Eve Jones defends. There's no run. This is obviously a plan that they've got to Eve Jones, Sid, because that's who they're putting this. That's who Holly Armitage is plonking herself in front of. Woolston in for the final time. It's over. Oh, and it's a low full toss. And Eve Jones has managed to guide that round the corner, and it's going to go over the boundary rope for 4 at deep fide leg. So,
5 overs down.
Sparks 19 for 1 after 5 overs. Decent start for them. Obviously, the 1 wicket lost. Karis Pavali caught and bowled Erin Burns for 1, but they've subsequently put on 12 runs since the wicket fell. These two looking solid so far.
Yeah, so at the same stage, Diamonds were 15 for no wicket. Diamonds didn't make a great deal of hay during the power play, so I think that Sparks will want to try and get ahead of the game, but the really important thing right now is that they don't lose any more wickets in this power play. Get through the power play, then that gives them a platform to take on the rest of the game. Claire Jenkins rejoins us as Abby Freeborn just turns the first delivery of the new over from Erin Burns into the leg side. There is no run.
I left you with one job and there's a wicket already.
And
oh, nearly another one.
Burns bowls outside the off stump. And
what's happening now?
Abby Freeborn attempts to go for a scoop.
Did she get hit on the head, or is it concussion check, or what's going on? It's exciting, whatever's going on. We find ourselves 19. Central Sparks are 19 for 1. Jones on 11. Freeborn on 2. Some discussion. I think maybe, yes, he must have got a knock on the head, I think, when she attempted that reverse Sid. And so they have to send the physio out to do a concussion check. While they're doing that, I'm going to just go around the other grounds. So at Northampton, Sunrisers put 222 for 9 on the board. South East Stars are 34 for no loss into the 8th over there. They need 188 runs at 4.49. Meanwhile, your favourite, Sid, Southern Vipers put 295 for 5 on, and Western Storm are already 2 wickets down for 33 runs.
But Heather Knight currently in for her first innings of the English domestic season.
Yeah.
So she'll be looking to find some form ahead of England's matches, and of course we will be back here. They're not in these seats next week. We'll be
ever hopeful that we were back in.
We'll be back here for the England match this time next week.
Yeah, we'll be. Yeah, I'll be an excited supporter.
I think it's
somewhere.
2 o'clock start, is it?
Oh, that's a
we'll
good
be
question.
up in the written press gallery. Raf will be covering it for The Guardian. Other newspapers are, of course, available.
I'll be in the cheap seat somewhere. Where are we now? I think it's something like 2:30 start. I think, but don't quote me on that. Just check it is an afternoon game. England versus Pakistan, the first T20, of course, T20 World Cup year. So both teams wanting to get well warmed up, ready for Bangladesh in October.
So we're ready to continue. Concussion check's done, and Burns bowls to Freeborn, and they're going to take a single off a misfield. They say never run off a misfield, but it didn't work out too badly that time.
Yep.
Another 1 added to the total. Burns going to come round the wicket to the left-handed Eve Jones. The field rearranges itself again.
Yeah, the old left hand, right hand you mentioned earlier. Shuffle to keep changing left and right. Aaron Burns took 3 for 40 last game against Blaze.
Burns to Jones, who
Katie
guides
the big
it
run.
fine. There's going to be a chase on, but Katie Levick is going to pick it up well inside the boundary. In the meantime, they've taken a couple.
Yes, we weren't watching that bit.
Burns again to Jones, who's came forward and looking to drive that, and it goes past the edge. Taken by Bess Heath behind the stumps. There's no appeal, so there's no question that she actually got the edge, but
from the distance we're at, it looked like might be getting close.
Burns to Jones, comes forward, defends. That is 3 overs done. 22 for 1. Eve Jones 13. Abby Freeborn 3. So DLS par score 29. We saw the umpires being given the DLS.
The
DLS
old
printouts,
yeah.
but we're not expecting to need them.
Hopefully not.
There's lots of clouds in the sky, but they're all white clouds. So
like the start of The Simpsons, isn't it? Those sort of fluffy clouds, low but not hopefully threatening.
So hopefully no need for DLS. It does, of course, provide a little bit of a guide as to where the game might be.
Useful for sort of par score, isn't it, to look at that? Of course,
Woolston to continue.
Yeah, of course, as the wickets change, that gets harder and harder as you lose your resources. Woolston from the pavilion end, running away from us, 19 on her back. Freeborn, crouched and ready. Forward and thunk on the pads, but not really an appeal moment, and there is no run. 22 for 1.
Definitely going down the leg side in that case.
Yeah.
Everybody knew it.
Still in the power play, so in the women's game it's a 25-yard circle, and the men's game it's a 30-yard circle. And at power play they're only allowed 2 fielders outside that 25-yard circle for Northern Diamonds. As Freeborn plays that to point, and the fielder picks up a bruise, I imagine. Stopping that, there is no run. So Northern Diamonds, yeah, they've got a square leg and a deep fine leg on the 45. That's their 2 fielders outside the ring.
So looking for Freeborn to sweep.
Yeah.
gives them a bit of protection, and maybe it gets a top edge and somebody is able to catch something.
Yeah. Freeborn comes forward and plays that meaningfully, but straight to the fielder, Katie Levick, and there is no run. Freeborn batted very well under difficult circumstances at Kidderminster on Wednesday. And top scores, including 12 fours, as Woolston comes in again. Freeborn thunk on the pad again. No run. As it was a much needed 93 top score. It would have made it without it Central Sparks. Yeah, it's not quite enough to be on a not with Grace Scrivens. Bingo. On the form that she was on, managed that perfectly and got the bonus point as well with a couple of balls to spare, getting it within 40 overs. Oh, Freeborn ramps one to fine leg. Oh, Bess Heath has to do a big run round. She forgot she got the gloves on, I think, there. Went running after the ball.
Yeah, we were watching the live stream, of course yourself on commentary, and we were saying to ourselves, is Grace Scrivens aware of, surely she's aware of where the bonus points is. She's only got 2 balls left to do this, and she obviously knew it as well, and she was just like, I'm doing this now, and she hammered it.
Yeah.
Just drove down the ground. Job done.
Yeah. Eve Jones tries to cut that straight to the fielder, and there is no run. 23 for 1. That's the end of the over. So 7 overs gone. Central Sparks 23 for 1. Jones on 13. Freeborn on 4. Yeah, it felt like she knew exactly the position. She managed it. It was all about skill and timing. She really wasn't even using her strength on that pitch. She was looking at the gaps. She was stroking the ball through point beautifully for 4. Yeah, on form, I would say. So.
Yeah, we watched the last 10 overs also after the other game, the Vipers game finished, and she really did look like she was batting. It reminded me of Heather Knight at her kind of her peak, which I feel that was sort of quite a while ago now, but Heather Knight 10 years ago.
Glad you said that, not me.
Like that.
Yeah, it wasn't brute force. It was skill and finding the gaps and things, which was great to see from a left-handed bat as well.
And managing the innings.
Yeah, managing it indeed.
Freeborn again going for the ramp, getting a little bit of bat on it. I always feel that's such a risky shot.
Well, yeah, because
I don't feel that's a percentage shot personally.
No. Well, and also she's done it so many times that Bess Heath is almost like it's telegraphed, isn't it? It's like as soon as she gets down to crouch, there's a catch chance. Off the ramp.
So after the single, it's Jones back on strike. Balls to Jones. On middle stump. Jones pushes it away. Straight to the fielder.
Need to find some gaps, don't they? Central Sparks. Feels like Northern Diamonds have cut all the gaps off. Except for that one.
That was on leg stump, and that was turned around the corner by Jones, and that's going to go all the way to the boundary. 4 runs.
As you say, Sid, it's going to be drying out, isn't it? Because of rain overnight and the sun beating down on that out where the new drains are in front of us, which almost looks like some sort of American football gridiron or something. Lines.
Burns to Jones. That's on the leg side. That's in the air, and it falls short. The fielder.
It might have been a bump ball. I don't know.
Possibly. I felt that was in the air, but...
Well, either way, nobody went for it. 2 more overs to go then. The power play. can Central Sparks make the most of the fielding restrictions? It almost feels like it works the opposite way around, because you've got so many fielders so close in with so few gaps. It's supposed to be an advantage to the batting side to hit up and over. I don't know that it works quite so well in the women's game, especially with the 25-yard circle. Jeff Woolston to continue, having bowled for 4 overs for 17 runs so far. Abby Freeborn surveying the field. Knocks a bat. Big thump straight to the cover fielder, and there is no run. Erin Burns patrolling there. She's a brilliant fielder, match changing, brilliant fielder.
Absolutely, some fantastic caught and bowls last year.
Yeah.
She does seem to specialise in the.
Yeah, she does the impossible, doesn't she?
Caught and bowled.
Yeah, yeah. Same again to Burns, no run. Still 28 for 1. It's the World Cup qualifiers. I think we mentioned it off air earlier. Scotland will play Ireland in the semi-finals at the World Cup qualifiers. So we'll have one home country, as it were, in the final, with the potential. And if you make the final, you're going to make the World Cup. So big game for both of those teams, as that's ramped to fine leg by Abby Freeborn, and they get through for an easy single there. Score moves to 29 for 1.
Yeah, the World Cup qualifier is a slightly interesting format, because actually the semi-final is the crucial match, because that's what gets you through to the actual World Cup. So the winner of the winners of the 2 semi-finals will be on their way to Bangladesh in October.
Yeah.
And the losers will be sitting at home.
Yeah. Alston into Jones, who charges the bowler but hits the ball straight to the cover fielder there, and there is no run. It was a shame, because that looked like it was going into a gap then. Yes, it is unusual, isn't it, that semi-final is the key to get to the World Cup final, but of course
winning the tournament doesn't really matter to us.
Yes, except you get into
of course.
Potentially you get into an easy, well, you theoretically get into an easier group, because it's your seeding, isn't it? So if you win the final, then you get put in the what is perceived to be the slightly easier group, as that's worked into the leg side, and there is no run again. Yeah, which I presume is the group without Australia in, even without looking at what groups they are.
Well, it could be interesting, because if India, it's still perfectly possible that India wind up being the second seeds, and then you could wind up, there could be one group with Australia and England in it, and of course that will have one of the other big-ish sides, so perhaps South Africa or New Zealand in it.
So enough combinations, I think, to send you mad. Oh, that's going to be a wide down the leg side there. Another one to the total. A little loosener there from just Woolston. I've just lost a line. We can hear that Northern Diamonds chirping. Yeah, trying to get out of this over. Last ball of the over. Jones charges her and works it into the leg side behind square, and they get through for an easy single. Another one to the total. End of the over. 9 overs down. Central Sparks are 31 for 1. Chasing 216.
So they've slowed up a little bit in the last few overs. Abby Freeborn still on 6.
Yep.
They faced 19 deliveries.
Yep.
Coming off the ball from the Birmingham end, Phoebe Turner.
Going to have a change of bowling.
Change of bowling, you're right. If you're watching the game down at Bristol Western Storm, you're being looked after by Ed Seaborn and Hannah Thompson Radford, Kevin James and Melissa Story.
Turner
Phoebe Turner took a 1 for 30 and was going only for 3 and over against the Blaze. She's 3rd nationally for bowling rankings for PCA.
Turner, Turner to Jones, and that went straight through her.
It did.
Saved by Bess Heath, moving to her right. It's the first tricky one that Bess Heath has faced, really, and she's come through that particular test. It's, of course, the first time she's kept wicket
In
this
anger.
season. Turner to Jones, who drives. No great power. There is no run.
Because these two teams went out to India for a pre-season tour, but of course the England players wouldn't have been in those lineups, and they played various games between themselves in India, which Sparks came on the winning side of that, but can't really take much from the pre-season tour into this necessarily.
Jones is going to take the single, turns it into the leg side. They're 3 for 1.
Sounds like some planes coming in at Birmingham Airport or something.
We do a little dance in the field again as we swap between the right and left-handers.
Ooh, helicopter.
That's the sound of a helicopter. Or a very large mosquito.
Breathe them big here. Could be somebody coming into the police headquarters behind us, potentially.
So Turner to Freeborn. Drives defensively. There is no run.
It's going right overhead.
I'm telling you, if it is a mosquito, I don't want to be bitten by that.
I saw a very big bumblebee the other day. Had to herd it out of the door.
I'm sure it wasn't the South East Stars, but
It could have been. Yeah.
Easily mistaken
Was.
for bumblebees
Yeah.
with their bright yellow shirts.
Maybe it was ADR. I don't know. I didn't ask it any questions.
Probably for the best.
Just shoot it out.
So Turner to Freeborn. That's on off stump. It's shortish. Freeborn comes through for the single.
She looked surprised that she got
She was
a
trying
run
to-
out of that.
trying
She was
to
like,
cut
"Oh,
it, but
I found a gap."
came off the toe of the bat. And that is the end of the 10th over. So we are 33 for 1, Sparks, as they attempt to overhaul the Diamonds 216.
Poised at this stage, one might say, Sid. Are you going to leave
Absolutely.
me now and I'm going to get
Right, I will pass
Dr. Cricket back?
passing back to Dr. Nicholson.
Dr. Nicholson, I presume. Sunny Edgbaston here. And helicopter goes out now, I think. I suspect it has been to the police Tally-ho headquarters behind us and is now leaving, heading towards the skyline in front of us. Welcome back, Raf.
Thanks for having me back.
Oh.
Oh, I mean, I don't know that you really have
I
much choice, to be honest, Claire Jenkins, but yeah, I'm just being polite here.
Yeah, no, we should be polite.
Bringing you a bit of news,
Oh, yes?
exciting
What news? What
from
news?
the Vipers match
Oh,
over
yeah.
in Bristol against Western Storm. Western Storm 62 for 2 after 15 overs.
For 2, yeah. And that Freeborn plays that through the covers and they get through for an easy single. 35 for 1, yeah.
But Freya Davis has picked up her first wicket for the Southern Vipers. Obviously moved from the South East Stars over the winter.
Yeah, bumblebees.
Brilliant buy, brilliant pickup from Charlotte, who else other than Charlotte Edwards. And no sooner has she picked up her first wicket than she also picked up her second. Anyway, sorry, back to the match in front
Meanwhile,
of
back
us.
at the cricket.
Am I taking this over, Claire?
I think this is me, I think. Sophie
Okay.
Turner. Oh, one good Turner deserves another, hey Sid?
Very good. That's worthy of Sid, I must say.
That was a single if anyone's interested. Eve Jones played that through the point region. And Emma's score moves to 35 for 1.
So we've got what we had at actually Sid and I were watching at the at Southampton a week ago.
The bowl.
Turners at each end. So it can get somewhat confusing.
Yeah. Right arm over, and that's defended by Abby Freeborn. Forwards, there is no run.
Because these two are sort of, well, essentially kind of the first change. Usually, I think Diamonds have been using them as, so they often bowl in tandem and have the same surname, despite, as we've discussed several times, not actually
Sid's saying
not
sisters.
Not sisters, yes.
Bowling in tandem. 48 running away from us. Big thump at that from Abby Freeborn, straight to the fielder, and it's just the one run. Another one to the total. 36 for 1. I do like obviously I love Edgbaston because my cricket story starts here. I came on a school trip as my headmistress was June Bragger, who was an international, played England and was an international umpire. So Edgbaston very important, but I do like Southampton. As that's played into the leg side by Eve Jones. I could get 2 there because it's kind of gone into a little pocket, and there's not particularly fast running to that ball. To that ball. Is that Lauren Winfield Hill and those lovely blue shoes? They get 3 for 2. Jones moves to 22. The Aussies love, don't they, anything with 2s in it. Richie Benno written all over it. And that's defended by Eve Jones. There is no run. 38 for 1. And that is the end of the over. So 11 overs gone. We've gone well past the power play now. Central Sparks 38 for 1. Jones on 22. Freeborn on 9. Yeah, I do like Southampton.
Yeah.
I also like the fact that you can queue for food and still see the cricket.
It's good, isn't it? It's good design.
It's kind of nice because otherwise you end up standing in a long queue and then you can just hear the and you just think, oh, I missed another wicket.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's a nice ground. What's your favourite ground, Claire? Do you feel that you have to say Edgbaston?
I have to say Edgbaston.
Other than Edgbaston.
Edgbaston.
We love Edgbaston. Great ground.
Yeah.
Great people, great facilities.
Yeah, all that. Blah, blah, blah. I do like the bowl actually at Southampton. What do they call it now? It keeps changing its name.
The Utilita Bowl?
The Utilita
I
Bowl.
had to
Used to
try
be the
very
Rose
hard
Bowl
with
and
it.
all that.
I
didn't
know,
it?
yeah.
It's had various names, but the Southampton, the pitch at
bowl in
Southampton.
Southampton.
Bowl.
Anyway, the other Turner, Phoebe Turner, resuming from the City end, bowling to Abby Freeborn. Oh, and I think that's going to be 4 runs. Good for Abby Freeborn. She's actually placed that really nicely.
Yeah.
She didn't hit it particularly hard, but it's gone backward of point for 4 runs. So she moves along to 13, and the Sparks to 42 for 1.
Heading towards that first, ticking that 50 off.
These two, oh dear, I was going to have a commentator's curse moment there, so I won't say that. Phoebe Turner in again. Abby Freeborn, full of confidence there. Just comes a little bit forward and defends that back down towards the bowler. It's a dot ball.
Mike Perkins says there's no such thing as commentator's curse. Nothing we say here can make a difference there. But you know what? You still feel bad when you've said something and then the opposite happens. You're like,
Yes. Obviously, he's technically correct. As Phoebe Turner in again, defended by Abby Freeborn. Good couple of balls here, making her play.
Did you see over the winter, Mel Jones has said, of course, I don't think I've seen Meg Lanning blow on her hands, and then just literally as she said it,
that was
Meg
great.
Lanning blew on her hands.
Yeah, that was during the WPL in India, wasn't it? Such a great clip, and then of course it went viral everywhere.
Yeah.
Brilliant, hilarious. Phoebe Turner in again. And Abby Freeborn's actually got a little bit more oomph on that one. I don't think she quite went where she meant it to.
No, I think it was accidental.
In the end, it kind of went back with a point, and she's run through for a single. So we're going to have Eve Jones back on strike now for the next ball. Sparks move on to 43 for 1.
You do feel awful though. You build somebody up, you know how brilliant they are, and then because that's the finalness of batting, isn't it?
Exactly, and the other thing is that you spend ages prepping all these amazing stats for somebody, and then they get out first ball, and the stats are completely irrelevant. As Phoebe Turner in again, Eve Jones plays that out into the leg side, but it's a dot ball.
She got Erin Burns there, didn't she? Other fielders possibly wouldn't have stopped that. Yeah.
Eve Jones, I think, batting just out of her crease there to Phoebe
Yeah.
Turner. Oh, and she's really swung at that one.
Not pretty, but they all count.
Yeah, and that's gone almost right behind, and they got a single there. Fielder ran round and picked it up. So they finished at the 12th over, 44 for 1. Eve Jones now 23 not out. Now, Eve Jones, Claire Jenkins, very kind of senior, well-established, excellent domestic player.
Yeah.
Never
Where's
won
this
an
going?
England cap.
She played England A, didn't she?
Yeah, never won a senior England cap.
Mm.
Could that change in September when England have to send a squad to play Ireland in September? And John Lewis, almost but not quite, said that anybody selected in the World Cup squad for Bangladesh will not be going to Ireland. Didn't quite rule it out, but he said we're going to have to use our depth. We've got 21 contracted England players. 15 of them are going to be going to Bangladesh for the World Cup, we think.
Doing the numbers, yeah.
So that's six with contracts.
They need some mates, don't they, to go with them
Exactly.
to make a team.
And she's got to be in the running if she has a good domestic season, I would have thought.
But I mean, your question is right, and she's a left-handed opener, which gives her a points of difference to start off with. But that opens up the possibilities for lots of people, which is very exciting. As Eve Jones just defends that straight to Erin Burns, and there is no run.
To be discussed on the Cricket Her Weekly tomorrow.
Oh, so yeah, you're giving a little trailer there.
Giving a plug, so do tune in.
Yeah.
You can follow us on Twitter at Cricket Her.
And you can watch it, and you can listen to it, can't you?
You can,
and a
absolutely.
podcast.
We have a green screen, we have us usually
It's funnier watching, man.
It's funnier watching. Thanks, Claire Jenkins.
Sophie Turner in. Oh, a bit... I thought Eve Jones was going to lose her arms then, dislocate something. That's a wide on the offside, I think we can safely say.
But she was trying very valiantly.
She was trying
to get
hard.
some bass on it, yeah.
We talked about Cricket Week. You know, if somebody came in and they hadn't bowled much, we used to just go out and hit the ball, regardless of how wide it was. So they didn't get any wides on their scores.
Oh, good idea.
Played out through point. There's a fielder there who does the tidying up. They get through for an easy single. Heading towards that first milestone of 50, but still only at 46 for 1 so far. Freeborn to face, and we do the left hand, right hand okie dokie within the field. I do like the blue of the blues and the blue of the diamonds.
It's a nice blue, isn't it?
Is it the same? Because last year they had the names of all of the clubs that had women's and girls sections printed into the back of the pattern. I'm not sure if it's the same this year.
What a lovely idea.
Yeah, it's brilliant, isn't it? Freeborn sort of plays that or around it, I'm not quite sure which, down to fine third.
Very fine third.
Very fine third. And they get through for a single. Okie dokie, out they go again. In, out, in, out.
Do you think the umpires just, find that annoying?
Left and right. It
Yeah,
certainly gets the steps in, don't they?
Exactly.
Right arm over, Sophie Turner. A big swing straight to the field when there is no run. Sometimes, of course, they decide that it's easier to stay one side, particularly if it's sunny. So sometimes you don't see them change sides. And also where they're stood depends on whether there's a square leg camera for DRS, etc., because they have to stand forwards or backwards of that, so that, well, usually backwards of, so the camera can pick up the line. Oops, straight through Eve Jones to Bess Heath. There is no run.
Must be a bit of talking about pressure on Bess Heath with the bat earlier. Must be even more on her behind the stumps, because if she's gone and had this long conversation with Danny Hazel and said, please, I really need to be keeping wicket.
Pretty
if
please.
she drops a catch or fumbles a stumping.
I mean, they want to play for England, they're going to have face pressure, so, there's a bit of that. But I see what you mean. And also you've got Lauren Winfield Hill. Even if she's not doing that, you're going to feel like that.
Of course.
End of the over.
And Lauren Winfield Hill isn't like that at all,
no.
I'm sure. But
no.
I just think that as a young player, and obviously Lauren Winfield Hill being the senior player, you might just feel a modicum of kind of pressure to do the job that you've begged to do extremely well. well, which, fair enough. She just seems to be doing it well so far.
Yeah.
This is the thing with wicket keeping, isn't it? When somebody's competent, you don't really talk about them because they just get on with their job quietly. It's only when they do it badly that you really notice.
Well, and there's only one a team, isn't there? So, and it's not like you get the other positions on the field. You might get rotated around, but you're the wicket keeper. That's it.
Exactly. That's it for the whole 50 overs in this case. As Phoebe Turner resumes from the City end, Abby Freeborn coming forward to that defending. She started this 14th over with a dot ball.
Because the wicket keeper's usually the most bonkers player on the field. I don't know if that's right. Of Bam Bam. They call her Bam Bam.
They do call her Bam Bam because of her initials, of course, B-A-M Heath.
Ah,
so it's a great name.
Yeah.
As
What a great nickname.
Phoebe Turner in again. And Abby Freeborn's got that past the infield and it's gone out to backward point, but it is picked up safely there, so they will just get the single. A little bit of a wayward throw coming in from whoever that was out in the deep, but it hasn't done any damage. It was well backed up.
Yeah, bottom right hand corner. Somebody on the deep.
It was actually.
It's a good guess, isn't it? Just say Turner, because there's two out there.
Turner out there, do we? I see.
One's bowling.
Phoebe Turner in again. To Eve Jones this time. That was a lovely kind of textbook defensive shot there from Eve Jones. Just arms raised.
Back to your point though about the tour of Ireland, that could open up. I mean, that, if you're on the fringes, or you think you might be on the fringes, what a great sort of target to waggle.
Exactly, absolutely. Phoebe Turner again. Oh, and that's gone through a diving Bess Heath, but it is cut off.
Nice bit of fielding
and
down
they've
here.
got 2 runs off that. So they were quite speedy. Gonzalez getting down the pitch for the first one, and then they managed to come back for 2. Oh, and the 50 has come up for the Sparks.
First
the 14th over.
Tick.
50 for 1 the Sparks are, and Eve Jones on strike to Phoebe Turner. She's played that out to Erin Burns in the leg side. He's picked that up nicely.
She looked frustrated. I think she thought it was an opportunity and only managed to just dob it straight to Erin Burns, unfortunately.
Anyway, you're right, Claire Jenkins, getting to 50, important milestone with just that 1 wicket lost in the second over. Karis Pavley caught and bowled to Erin Burns as Turner in again to Eve Jones. She's placed that one slightly better. She's got it out to kind of, what was that?
Was sort of, to the boundary anyway.
Towards the boundary.
A nearly boundary.
Exactly, and she's picked up a single for it. So after 14 overs, they are 51 for 1. Eve Jones 27, Abby Freeborn 16. Nice little partnership building between these 2.
Yeah, gonna need Freeborn, both of them, but Freeborn always seems to be that person that they sort of bat around.
I think Freeborn is a really
Massively
interesting
underrated
example of somebody who you always felt kind of had a bit of potential, but in previous teams just never quite fulfilled it, and then moved to Sparks. Was it 3 seasons ago?
Yeah, probably.
And something about the Sparks environment, the Sparks
She just
coaching
settled straight
staff,
in. Poof.
It's just, and
Click.
every time I see a scorecard for the Sparks, she seems to be on it. Well,
Yeah.
obviously she'd be on it, but she seems to actually be hitting runs or top scoring, and I just think it's fantastic. She's really come into her own the last couple of years.
Yeah. Turner to Jones, who takes a waft and misses that frustratedly. Leans on her bat.
It would actually be really interesting to do a proper kind of profile piece with her and actually sit her down and say, what is it that's changed for you? What is it about this particular environment that's really helped you? Because I think that could actually be a really great case study, because that's what you want as a coach, as a manager, as somebody setting up a team environment.
Settling in quickly is a skill, isn't it? And it may be down to interpersonal skills as well. Oh, that's a very wide ball. Still only 1 run to the total, but it's very wide. Well outside.
By the time it got through to Bess Heath, it was practically off the cut strip, wasn't it? That one?
Flirting with the no ball edge. Yeah, she settled in very quickly because I think it was the same season Amy Campbell came down from. bat really well together. But we want Eve Jones to bat with Abby Freeborn at the moment and get a nice partnership going. 52 for 1. Jones, a left-hander, facing the right-handed, right arm over Sophie Turner into her third over. Ooh, another swing and a miss from Eve Jones. Body language looks like she's getting a bit frustrated here. And it's too early to be frustrated, I think. Halfway through the 15th. Sparks will need all the concentration that Eve Jones can muster here in the sunshine at Edgbaston in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint 50 over competition between the 8 English regions. Jones plays that straight to the cover field around Burns, and there is no run.
I think that one thing that actually Warwickshire, just thinking about kind of setting up a team environment, obviously one thing that the counties are going to have to manage is this transition from regions, some of which have established these really nice environments, into bringing the women's teams kind of back in-house, so to speak.
Jones plays that into the leg side but straight to Lauren Winfield Hill. There is no run.
And there was actually a piece in the Cricketer this week talking about how Warwickshire are planning to manage that transition. But one thing that they've done that's obviously really important is they're actually bringing in Laura McLeod, who's the director of cricket at the Central Sparks, and she's going to become head of women's cricket at Warwickshire.
Straight to the point field. There's a shot at the stumps, but not really in any danger, unless there was some bad hoovering the far end. And they get through for a single, and that's the end of the over. 15 overs gone. Central Sparks are 53 for 1. I think that's me to have a little rest.
Thanks, Claire Jenkins.
No problem. And it's been a pleasure, as always, Raf.
So I think I was just saying about, just continue on that train of thought about what Warwickshire are doing, because what I think is really important is that the kind of the talent and the people who know about women's cricket via the regional system are actually brought in by the counties into the new women's setups, and that we don't lose that talent and those people who have been so crucial in setting up these regional centres and actually developing the first ever professional domestic teams. That knowledge is brought into the new county setup. Welcome back, Sid Egan.
Thank you. It's also really important that we don't kind of end up with a lot of jobs that are currently done by people who've got a history in the women's game, having their jobs taken from them by people in the men's game.
Absolutely. As we've got a change of bowling, the City end, Erin Burns returning after her brilliant opening spell, which she actually took the only wicket to fall so far today, had Karis Pavili caught and bowled. Good first ball from her with Eve Jones on strike. Dot ball. This next one, Eve Jones taps out towards point.
So Sparks a tad behind the rate. They're going about 3.5 and over, and they need to be going at just over 4.5. But no need to panic yet.
Oh, Eve Jones swings at that one. Doesn't manage to make contact, and Bess Heath collects. You sense that actually Eve Jones is probably aware that they're somewhat behind the rate, Sid. Hence the swinging.
Hopefully.
Burns in again. Oh, and Eve Jones has really got hold of that one. Oh, and it's going to trickle over the boundary. One bounce for over deep mid wicket. Really, really good shot from Eve Jones. I think that's what she was trying to do the ball before, but she didn't quite get hold of it. So she has actually achieved the intended result there. 4 more to the total. Eve Jones moves on to 32. The Sparks 57 for 1 in the 16th over. Burns in again. And that's a little bit, played a little bit more sedately by Eve Jones. Just taps that to the offside.
Just what the doctor ordered there, really.
Absolutely. That's the end of the over. Erin Burns got through that over remarkably quickly, despite being hit for quite a substantial 4. So Sparks 57 for 1 after 16 overs.
That was the first boundary for like 4 overs, which you can just about get away with if you run really hard when you only need 4.5 and over. But hitting a boundary and over doesn't half make it easier. If they can hit a boundary and over, then the rest of the runs will just come and they'll win the game easily. It'll be Sophia Turner to continue from the pavilion end. Running away from us.
That last over, actually Eve Jones brought up the 50 partnership between this pair. 50 runs off 84 balls they've scored so far, so great accumulation. Just might need to just get a little bit of a wriggle on, Sid.
Yeah, I definitely don't think it's panic stations yet.
Absolutely not.
But you don't want to slow up from here, as Turner bowls to Freeborn, and that's on leg stump. Freeborn is forward in defence, and there's no run. The ball wins its way back to Sophia Turner. Who's in, bowls, and that's a tad short. That's swept around the corner. Picked up a sort of short fine leg. They come through for a single. Turner to left-handed Jones, and that's cut by Jones. That's picked up at third. They come through for a single. Turner to Freeborn. That's a full delivery, and Freeborn looks to try and turn it off her legs. Just about makes contact with it, but sort of bobbles out in front of her. There's no run. Turner in, and Freeborn is sweeping, and that's heading down towards the boundary. It's going to be cut off. It is cut off, and they've come through for a couple. Reasonably easy runs.
Nicely played by Freeborn. Just didn't quite get it backwards enough of square to beat that fielder, but you can see that she's going for that gap. Just behind square on the leg side.
Last ball of the over. Sophia Turner to Abby Freeborn, and that sits up for Abby Freeborn, and she turns that around the corner again, and they're going to come back for 2, which they just about make.
That was actually good awareness from Abby Freeborn there to pick up that second. Eve Jones was slightly hesitant, but it was Abby Freeborn who was running to the danger end, and she immediately set off for the second and did indeed get back safely. That's really good because it means one more run off that over.
So we are at 63 for 1. The Sparks need 217.
Someone to bowl from the Birmingham end,
Another
Katie
154, and
Levick.
they have plenty of time on the board. Need about 4.5 and over. Tad over.
We are getting another bowling change at the Birmingham City end. Is this
Looks like
Katie
Katie
Levick?
Levick.
Oh, very exciting, Sid.
Katie Levick warming up the shoulder.
One of my favourite players. So much fun. Brilliant person to, well, really a brilliant person to have actually kept in the women's game, because a few years ago when the regional system was first being introduced, she thought she was going to potentially have to give up cricket altogether. She was thinking about having to make a living, and now she's actually able to play cricket professionally. And it's just a brilliant success story from the regional system that English women's cricket's been able to give something back to somebody who's given so much to it over the years.
Yep, and remains one of the most dangerous bowlers in the women's game, the leading wicket taker of all time.
Levick in to bowl the left-handed Eve Jones, defends that carefully. Dot ball. The leg spinner Levick in again. Jones sort of swings at that, trying to cut it. It's gone straight to the point fielder. So there's another dot ball. Levick in again. Jones comes forward to that one. Oh, and has she been put down? Is that a drop?
She has.
So I think that the mid-on fielder has put that down. That will go down as a drop. Eve Jones getting a let-off on 33 there. It seemed like it was a relatively straightforward catch. It went to her around about shoulder height.
It did. It was travelling a little bit, but I think that's definitely one you'd expect to have taken.
We know who that fielder is.
I left the binoculars on the other side of the room, I'm sorry.
I think it might have been Emma Marlowe. Anyway, Levick in. They did take a single. They ran a single off that one in the end. So Abby Freeborn back on strike now and defends that ball. Katie Levick. Couple of balls remaining in the 18th over. Levick in again. Freeborn coming forward, driving that along the ground. No real force there. Levick picks it back up and resumes. Final ball of her first over. Freeborn's just tapped that to the offside, just backward of point. Point fielder comes forward and picks it up. And that's the end of the over. 64 for 1. So 1 run coming off Katie Levick's first over. And of course it could have been disaster for Eve Jones, who was put down by, we think it was Emma Marlowe at mid-on. Claire Jenkins is giving me a yes to that, so I don't think I'm accusing Emma Marlowe unfairly. I believe it was actually her. Bit unfortunate, but these things happen. Diamonds have got to pick themselves up. Another bowling change, Sid.
Indeed. Turner replacing Turner.
Yes, that's interesting. So Phoebe Turner's just switched ends from the City end to the Pavilion end. Obviously, bowlers have this logic about ends they like to bowl from, switching ends. Sometimes it's done for strategic reasons. Sometimes the captain will want to put a different bowler on at the other end. But they usually choose an end to start with and then stick to it. So it's interesting to see her switching.
Turner to Jones, and Jones has hit on the pad. There's an appeal, but we're saying no to that one. No run taken. Turner in balls, it's full, and Eve Jones is driving, and that's cleared up by Holly Armitage. Apologies, it was Lauren Winfield Hill, not Holly Armitage.
I'll let you off that one, Sid, because it's very strange, as I was saying earlier, to see Lauren Winfield Hill not keeping wicket. So she's at mid-on at the moment.
Phoebe Turner to Jones. Foolish delivery, and that's driven, and that's beaten both fielders, and that's going to trickle just about over the boundary. And 4 more runs to the total, 4 more runs to Eve Jones. She moves on to 38.
Yes, both Lauren Winfield Hill mid-on and Becca Duckworth, I think that is. No? Is that sorry, Sophia Turner at mid-wicket dived, and neither of them could stop that.
Turner to Jones. Prods it out into the leg side, and there's no run there. Final ball of the over. Turner to Jones. And Jones comes out of her crease and pulls powerfully, and that's 4 runs. So a handy over for the Central Sparks. They continue to make progress towards the Diamonds. 216, 217 needed to win. Two 4s off the over. That moves Eve Jones into the 40s. Highest score of the game so far has been Erin Burns, made 49, so no one's got out of the 40s. Erin Burns was the only one of the Diamonds batters that got into the 40s even. Lots of people in the 20s. And that's swept in the air but safe.
Sorry, this is meant to be my over, Sid. I do apologise. I was looking at Eve Jones's previous scores this season for the Sparks. This is by far her highest in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy 2024. Previous highest was 29 against the Stars, but we've got Katie Levitt continuing from the City end. As you say, Abby Freeborn played that out for a couple. She's just driven this one down to mid-on for a single.
Bess Heath standing right up to the stumps, almost touching the stumps.
Levikin again to Eve Jones. Cuts that nicely. Be picked up by the fielder who throws it in. So they've got a single there.
Now where Bess Heath needs to be careful here is that she needs to ensure that if she takes the ball for a stumping, she doesn't take that ball in front of the stumps. That's so easy to do. If you're keeping wickets so close to the stumps, you need to be really careful that you wait for that ball and you don't get overexcited and reach in front of the stumps, and then you lose your stumping opportunity. You have to take the ball behind the stumps.
And Levikin again to Abby Freeborn. Plays that out to point. Picks it up cleanly. So another dot. Katie Levick racing through this over. Final ball, Abby Freeborn do. Knocks it out towards deep mid-wicket boundary for another single. They finish that over. Central Sparks 77 for 1. 5 coming off that over, and that's the 20 over mark. Said Sparks 77 for 1. Eve Jones 43. Abby Freeborn 25. And I am handing over to well, I'm handing over to Claire Jenkins. We're just doing a little bit of
77 for 1. Eve Jones on 43. Abby Freeborn on 25. 20 overs down. Nice partnership here. Building. and Edgbaston in this Rachael Heyhoe Flint 50 over game between the 8 English regions who will become counties, Tier 1 counties next year. Erin Burns is coming on from the pavilion end. Freeborn to face. Erin Burns, of course, played for Central Sparks last season, so there's an added bit of spice here. And Freeborn works that into the leg side. There is a gap there, and it's the 3 fielders descend on the ball. They get through for a single. 78 for 1. Chirping in the field from the Diamonds. Erin Burns in that distinctive bowling in a cap, which it's distinctive. I'm not sure that I like it, but it's personal preference, I suppose. Right arm around, the left-handed Eve Jones. What are you going to say?
Sparks picked up the rate a tad in the last 5 overs, so their best 5 over phase of the game, but still slightly behind. So they're going at 3.8, and they need to be going at 4.7 now. So they're about sort of, the gap's about 1 run and over.
Yep.
That's manageable. That's fine.
Yep. With 1 wicket down, so Eve Jones reaching for that one, but plays it straight to Holly Armitage, and there is no run. Around the wicket. Frustrated dunk at that one from Eve Jones. It just goes in front of her, and there is no run.
It's one of those that could have gone anywhere.
Yes. There's a change of mind shot, I think. Again, trying to play that through cover point. There is a fielder on the boundary there, so just going to get through for the single. Sparks 79 for 1. Diamonds won the toss and elected to bat first. As Sid pointed out, the outfield is drying out. Burns goes over the wicket to Freeborn, who jams that down. I think, was that nutmeg? Sort of squashed nutmeg. From Freeborn.
Yeah, Bess Heath was up for it, so
Yeah,
didn't get
watching
through
it. Big thump into a gap there from Abby Freeborn, but they're only going to get a single for it. And she's going to pinch the strike as well. So that's 21 overs bowled by Northern Diamonds, and Central Sparks are 80 for 1. Jones on 44, creeping close to that 50 milestone, and Freeborn on 27. Nice partnership building here. Partnership of, I think, 72-ish of 112 bowls, according to NV Play.
Yep, this is positive stuff from Sparks.
Yeah.
They're managing their way through this chase very nicely at the moment.
Let's hopefully that's the case, because, yep.
So it'll be Katie Levitt to continue.
And
that's pushed in the air by Freeborn over the bowler's head. Did fall safely, but for a moment my heart was in my mouth. I suspect her heart was in hers.
Yeah, and then afterwards you go, yeah, well placed. Was into a gap.
They've come through for the single, so Levitt will now be bowling to Eve Jones. Rocks back, cuts.
Ooh,
They jog through for another single. There's a wild
throw to the
return
keeper,
throw.
near the keeper. Katie Levitt took 1 for 13 off 10. 1.3 economy against the Blaze. Wow.
Her reputation precedes her, I think.
Yeah.
Levitt to Freeborn, turns it into the leg side, just a little bunt, and Bess Heath dashes from behind the stumps to field
Out
it.
of the kennel on the long leash there. And also that 1 wicket that she did get with that fantastic economy rate was Kirsty Gordon, who found herself opening the batting in that game against Blaze versus Diamonds.
Levitt, and that's in the air. Oh, and it's it's one of those ones where you don't want to say it was dropped, because it was a hell of an effort.
It would have been a fantastic catch.
So Phoebe Turner, I think.
Well, it's good if you say a Turner. You've got 2 chances out of.
I think it's Phoebe Turner. She dived off to her right. She was chasing it, dived to her right, got a hand to it, just couldn't quite hold on. Levick's back into her bowling already, and they're running a sharp single. Levick has to field off her own bowling. Running all the way to mid-wicket. Turns it into the leg side. Be picked up by the sweeper. They come through for a single. And that is the end of the over. 22 overs, and we are 86 for 1. So Eve Jones on 47. So as Claire Jenkins said, moving closer to that 50 mark.
The sunshine here at Edgbaston. Oh, it almost feels like the beginning of summer. Certainly feels more cricket season than it has done for a while. It's felt distinctly like the end of winter.
Burns to continue from the pavilion end.
Yep. Cap on, ponytail out the back. To the left-handed Jones. Rocks back but can only play that straight to Holly Armitage at forward point. And there is no run. Coming round the wicket to Jones. Plays that into the leg side but straight to the fielder, and there is no run. Just dubbed down in front of her from Eve Jones, and there is no run. She's getting frustrated from her body language as she edges, as you say, towards that milestone of 50. 47. Rocks back, puts it through point and cover to the boundary fielder. Gets through for a single. Moves on to 48. Score moves to 87 for 1. Central Sparks. You're listening to Claire Jenkins, former Somerset and Derbyshire player. Sid Egan, one half of the Cricket Her duo, and you will also hear the voice of Dr. Raf Nicholson, the other half of the Cricket Her duo, and that's a dot to point from Freeborn off Burns. Freeborn trying to work the ball and ended up doing a sort of French cut for no run. And that's the end of another over. Gosh, they're getting through these quickly, aren't they, with the short run-ups. So 23 overs gone. Central Sparks are 87 for 1. Chasing 200, and what was it?
217.
17.
16 scored by the Diamonds.
I mean, sort of moral, you know, I was talking to Hannah Baker very briefly over lunch, and I said sort of moral victory to bowl out your opposition when they've paid 50 overs, but they didn't bat for 50 overs, as it were. So she just gave me a grin, as she does. She's always eating. Whenever I see her off the pitch, she's always eating. Said everyone says that. Great character. Always smiling.
Katie Levick to continue. Birmingham City end. To Jones, who's cutting. There is protection down there. They're going to just be restricted to the single.
As Raf pointed out, the umpires are getting their steps in. Left, right, left, right, left, right.
So Freeborn now on strike to Levick. That one turned a bit. But Freeborn in control. Played it nicely. Victor Jones, who's driving into the V for no run.
Good chirp in the field from Diamonds.
shot,
Yeah.
but no damage done. Levick fields off her own bowling and is ready to come again.
Oh, this is going to be it. It is it.
Jones is through for the single. That takes her
Eve
to
Jones,
50
50,
runs.
came from 86 balls and included 6 balls.
So well played, Eve Jones.
Yep. Skipper's innings.
Now needs to go on and find another 50.
Hugs from Abby Freeborn.
Make it a big one.
Yeah.
Job's not done yet.
No.
In fact, to be fair, Jones's body language is very much job's not done
Job's
yet.
not, no. I'm with Raf on that ramp. I don't think you're getting an awful lot of value for that ramp. Not when you can hit the ball as hard and as far as Abby Freeborn can.
Such a risky shot as well. So, 24 overs down and 92 for 1. So we're approaching the halfway mark in the Sparks innings.
And if my rough calculation is right, they really need to be getting to that kind of 100-ish mark off these 6 balls.
Yeah, as long as the gap kind of between the required rate and the rate that you're going at doesn't creep, start to creep towards 3 or 4, I think you're probably okay. So the gap still remains about to run.
Yeah.
So.
Sophie Turner replaces Erin Burns at the pavilion end. That's our end as we look down on the pitch from a great height. We're in the Test match special box. I feel very excitable here. Eve Jones wallops that back past the bowler. That's going to run away for 4, I think. Yep.
It is.
4 runs to Eve Jones. Solid thump. The confidence of 50 in the pocket. Moves on to 54. Score is 96 for 1. So next milestone then for Central Sparks, that 3-figure mark. They want to get that 100.
Yeah, great positive shot from Jones.
Lovely, yeah. Sophie Turner. Right arm over. Eve Jones, takes a swing and a miss at that. Ooh. The thing about Eve Jones as well, if I could give her
one shot.
If I could give her a bit of coaching, I'd say to her, just your body language, that you know exactly how she's feeling from her body language. I kind of want her to be a bit more bluffy with her body language. Just, I'm in control. As Sophie Turner heels flying, Eve Jones reaches for that one, plays that through the cover point region. The sweeper gets that and just get the 1. 97 for 1.
Grace Hall, is that out there?
Could be. Number 12. Can't see the numbers on this now. Yes, Grace Hall, number 12. Coming number 12.
So who's she on for? Because she wasn't in the original 11, was she?
I'll leave you to sort that out. Freeborn plays that backward of points off to the 3rd region. They saunter through for a single. Edging close to that 100 milestone. 98 for 1. Central Sparks chasing Diamonds 216 in the first innings. They were all out with 2-3 balls still left unused. Jones. Again, that thump down the field. It takes a hand, and I think it's still.
Over the boundary
it
again,
is.
yeah.
4 to Eve Jones again. Almost a textbook same shot
cut off
again.
by Turner. Turner
Nearly.
got enough on it to take some of the pace off the ball, but
yeah, she's got a
Lauren
finger.
Winfield Hill was still left with a forlorn chase.
Yeah, a finger to that one. The last time she struck it down the ground, it was left untouched, as it were. But Jones brings up the 100 mark for Central Sparks with that 4, and they move to 102 for 1. So another tick in the box. In terms of the milestones, Jones on 59, Freeborn on 34. Some rearranging of the field, and taking the deep fielders around a little for the left-hander. And Sophie Turner's decided to bowl around the wicket to left-handed Eve Jones. Worked into the leg side, but cut off nicely by the fielder, and there is no run. It's at the end of the over.
So
Goodness
that's
me,
25
halfway.
over mark, 102 for 1. Diamonds were 102 for 3 at this point. So neck and neck.
Spooky ooky.
Runs wise. Sparks have got a couple of wickets in hand.
Mm.
And I think Sparks will feel reasonably happy. Those 2 wickets so valuable that, you know, at this stage in the game, if you know you've still got, you know, plenty of your top order still to come.
You'd think that would be a lot more comfortable, wouldn't you, just to be sitting on 1 wicket down. Exactly the same total at halfway. How weird is that? I'm going to ask Raf about that in a minute.
Right, I shall be leaving you.
Well, it's a pleasure as always. Sid?
Nicholson will be picking up.
Thank you very much. Ooh, wow. Here we are on the Central Sparks YouTube live stream. I hope you're enjoying that. If you are enjoying it, please hit the thumbs up on the live stream because it will help other people find us.
Can confirm, Claire Jenkins.
Yes.
Hello again, by
Hello.
the way. That
Hello.
Heather Knight scored 62 for the Western Storm, but was then rather unfortunately run out backing up at the non-strikers end by the bowler Freya Davies. So that's her 3rd wicket for the Storm, although obviously not actually credited to her as the bowler, but has had a...
And Freya Davies definitely isn't getting back in the England side if she's just run the England captain. Although she's sort of stepped away from England now, hasn't she?
No, she didn't. No.
Run out at the non-strikers end. Oh. Still 60 odd on the board. Her first game for Western Storm for a while.
Yeah. Well, she looked set, but these things happen, as they say.
Yeah, that's right.
So yeah, and Storm have now lost another wicket, so they're 145 for 4. Fran Wilson's just been out. It was Charlie Dean who took that wicket. Fran Wilson having scored a 50 of her own. So Storm got to rebuild a little bit. They are 145 for 4. Southern Vipers having hit 295 earlier. So they've got a bit of a way to go, the Storm. Over at Northampton.
Interestingly, on the Western Storm, because they sent Amanda Jade Wellington in early to go bish bash bosh, which gave them the win, I think, the other day. Has she batted yet?
She hasn't. No, she's actually carded to come in at 8 today, or 9 perhaps. So
they might have to deploy her earlier. Sorry, I interrupted.
No, absolutely fine. Very interesting point. Be interesting to see where she does end up coming in. So at Northampton, where the Sunrisers are playing the Stars, the Sunrisers were 222 for 9. They weren't quite bowled out. Stars well on course on that one. They're 130 for 2 after 28 overs, requiring 93 runs.
Because those are the 2 top teams, aren't they, in the table at the moment? Or just to translate for our Australian friends,
clash.
Ladder. Table,
Interestingly, Sophia Dunkley currently 45 not out, batting with Alice Davidson Richards, who's 24 not out. But the Dunkley thing is particularly interesting in the light of the news yesterday that she isn't in the England squad for the matches against Pakistan. And John Lewis specifically said that he thinks that she is one of England's best batters, but only when she's actually got some rhythm. And so he's sending her away to play more regional cricket and actually try to get that rhythm back. So it looks like she's heard him loud and clear.
And how great is it that our domestic structure provides that chance to come back and play decent competitive cricket now?
Absolutely right, absolutely right. I mean, when I first was following domestic cricket, however many years ago it was
we
now,
best not count.
There were times when they were playing, in the whole season they were maybe playing 650 over matches in the Women's County Championship.
Yeah, we played 5.
It's just not enough. It's just nowhere near enough volume of cricket. If you're not in the England structure, in the England pathways, then you're nowhere.
Yeah, in the county setup that I had, if you didn't play for a decent county, you'd have to play for a decent club to get a decent game.
Absolutely. Am I taking this one,
Claire? Yeah, you can do, while you're there.
Lovely. So we've got a change of bowling at the Birmingham City end. We've actually got Captain Holly Armitage coming on to bowl for the first time this match. So some spin from the City end. Armitage in. It's Freeborn on strike. Just taps that outside, strolls through for a single, fairly easy one. So Sparks move on to 103 for 1.
Holly Armitage took a catch and made a run out against the Blaze. I don't know if she bowled, but I didn't write that down. But she's certainly useful in the field in that last game.
Yeah, she's in again. Eve Jones this time. Taps it back towards her. There's no run. Oh, and Eve Jones has played that one
Nicely.
out through the ring field to the left of the cover fielder. Got through for a single. Abby Freeborn back on strike now as Armitage in again. Freeborn
going to get a single at least.
Driven to the right of Holly Armitage, who chases after it, but they do get through for a single.
If you can find those gaps behind the field, nurdling them into the sort of behindy bits.
Absolutely.
Get the single.
Just keep getting the singles. Eve Jones at the other end going along really nicely, hitting some lovely boundaries. That'll get them there. Armitage in again. Jones back on strike. That came on to her a bit more quickly than she was expecting, I think.
Yeah.
And a dot ball to finish Holly Armitage's first over. So the Sparks 105 for 1 after 26 overs. Just the 3 runs off that over, which isn't quite up with the required rate, which we think is about 4.5 an over from here. Something like that, but that's okay.
Still in the doable range, isn't it? So.
Now, Holly Armitage, obviously an all-rounder. In SID terminology...
Sidology.
I can tell you what that is.
What does he call it?
That's a bat ballman.
We can't have man at the end of it. Bat baller.
A bat baller. A bat baller.
A bat baller.
This list is obviously compiled before the recent terminology changes in the laws of cricket. A bat baller. So can we try and introduce that one, Claire Jenkins, into the lexicon?
Oh, I don't know about that one. I'm not sure about the glove butler either, as Turner comes into Freeborn, who just plays that into the leg side. Easy shot. And they get through for a single. The score moves on to 107 for 1. Jones on strike.
Now, if somebody's looking a little bit uncomfortable at the crease, and they are making runs, a little bit like Abby Freeborn is at times. They're sort of making runs, but they're not quite in control. Sid would say they're ticking but not talking.
Okay, ticking but not talking.
Which I quite like.
But what was it? Georgie Heath said something, a big swing, no ding or something.
That's good as well.
Swing and no ding.
Georgie Heath's quite good at coming up with these
things,
isn't she?
We had a bit of fun. We had lots of fun actually at Kidderminster. But I hadn't seen her on I hadn't seen her since Wormsley, exactly the same date the previous year. Sparks home game against Vipers.
And we were there as well.
You were there as
well. Commentary for
That's
that one.
Right.
It was quite cold.
It was cold. It was. The technology is not always at its best at Wormsley, but it's a beautiful pitch.
Ground, though.
Yeah, Jones works that round off her hip. It's running away. I think they're going to have to run this up because it's slowing up in that far end. So they've got 2 out of that. And a big run for the fielder at the backward of square there. So Katie Levick out there. Looks like Katie Levick's run. They're going to have a little conference. Maybe Freeborn's just, I suspect, having a bit of a breath. Bit of a punch of gloves. Central Sparks 108 for 1. Jones on 62. Freeborn on 37. Sophie Turner continuing from our end, running away from us. 48 on her back. Oh, big thump through the covers. There is a fielder there who's going to cut that off, so just a single again. But nevertheless, a nice meaty shot there from Eve Jones along the carpet, no risk. 109 for 1 Central Sparks. Need 108 runs to win. Sophie Turner just getting the timing right. Freeborn. again in that gap through the covers, but this time on the right-handed bat of Abby Freeborn. They get through for a single, 110 for 1. I guess now it's about chipping those 10, 20, 30, 40, just ticking those away.
Absolutely, and obviously the longer these two go on batting together, the easier it becomes, because the more demoralised the Diamonds get, and the more kind of focused and in tune these two batters become, hopefully.
Oh, it's a big wide one. Oh, it's going to be caught. Oh no, it wasn't. It went in ball between her. Oh, that was a tempter. Going to get back for 2. I think that was a catch chance, Ruff.
I think it was as well.
Twirling in the air and spinning away. It was a cruel one. Sid says yes. It's a.
I think that's Phoebe Turner.
Well, it's Turner to Turner. Oh, there was Sid suggesting that there may have been a worry about collisions as Eve Jones faces this. Oh, and she puts the ball straight to Erin Burns, former Central Sparks player. Eve Jones is out for 65 off 97 balls, 8 fours, and Sparks lose their second wicket, but not after a 105 partnership with Abby Freeborn. So a considerable partnership there.
Eve Jones was caught by Erin Burns off the bowling of Sophie Turner.
It would have to be
for 65.
Yeah, it would have to be Erin Burns, wouldn't it? And
yeah.
there is a lot of applause for the captain, who has taken a significant chunk out of their required target with her 65. As I think the umpires might even be getting a drink here. No, perhaps not. Emily, I'll bring you something on, and you'll get your first chance to look at Courtney Webb.
The incoming batter, Courtney Webb.
This year's Aussie import.
Aha, that'll be very interesting to see.
Yeah.
So Eve Jones actually dropped.
Are you going to say how many times she was dropped?
Dropped 3 times. She was dropped on 33 by Emma Marlowe at mid-on. She was dropped on 45 by Phoebe Turner mid-off.
Think about these poor relatives.
She was then dropped again by, we think it was Phoebe Turner. That was short fine leg, wasn't it? And the preceding delivery on 63. Finally, Erin Burns successfully took the catch.
Yeah, straight to her. I mean, the problem with that one and the one before, which was the sort of drop, the last sort of drop, if you like, was that Eve Jones was reaching for something that she really just did not need to have played at all. Neither of those shots she needs to play, in my opinion. Others may have different opinions.
No, I think you're right, Claire.
I think she was just reaching at those.
She's had a little bit of good fortune. She's got to 50.
Maybe concentration.
On a different day, she wouldn't have. And that was actually the end of the over. So we've got Holly Armitage resuming from the City end. Holly Armitage actually doing quite a bit of athletic fielding off her own bowler there.
Yeah.
She's run.
Nobody else is bothering. She's like, oh, got to do that as well.
Yeah. She's basically run from the bowler's mark to
the 25-yard circle.
Exactly.
Beyond, actually.
So they've picked up a single there to start this, the 28th over.
There's a lot going on there, wasn't there?
And so Courtney Webb on strike. For the first time, she's just taken guard. Armitage bowling to Webb. Defends that gently back down the pitch to Holly Armitage. This is actually the first time Holly Armitage has bowled this season. So there you go. Interesting. As she comes in to Courtney Webb again, drives that slightly more firmly out towards mid-on that time, but mid-on picks it up comfortably.
So Courtney Webb got 28 against Sunrisers, including 4 fours.
Right.
But took quite a while, as I remember, to just get settled. But then I suspect she's probably still jet lagged because she's only a couple of days off the plane.
Webb off the mark nicely there, playing that out into the offside for a single. So hopefully she's got over her jet lag now.
Yeah.
She
Well, I
can settle
imagine.
into this innings.
It takes me about a week when I'm going the other way if I go to Australia.
And me.
Not good.
Armitage in again. Abby Freeborn back on strike. She's the established batter. And she plays a similar shot to the one Courtney Webb played. outside, again, come through for a single.
Yes, the Diamonds will be glad that it's two right-handed batters and they haven't got to do the okey-dokey left and right now. So.
I think the umpires will be glad
Yeah,
as well.
yeah. Ant Harris looking hot because he's got his Hawkeye camera on the outside of his jacket as well, so probably quite hot.
Courtney Webb's got quite a high bat lift there.
Yeah, it is, isn't
Interesting.
it? She's not a tall figure, so it sort of exaggerates it with that bat lift above her helmet. She's crouching as well, so no, there's no single. No.
And that's the end of the over. So Armitage finishes up there, and that over went for 4 runs. After 28 overs, the Sparks are at 116 for 2, having lost Eve Jones in the previous over.
Going to rely on Freeborn now, doing her usual engine room with that middle order, potentially. So she's on 40. Can she get to 50? Courtney Webb is off the mark with that one.
Coming on to bowl from the pavilion end, Katie Levick.
Katie Levick, yeah. So, changed ends. They're doing a bit of swapsies, aren't they?
They are doing a bit of
just
swapsies,
getting,
aren't they?
like, whether that's just it could be just to break things up a bit.
Yeah.
Or it could be, getting ready. Levick into Freeborn. Plays that outside, so 2 point, but point stops that, and there is no run. 116 for 2 still. Levick's got a very distinctive action. Her arm goes right over her head. It almost comes from the back of her ear when she plays that. That's a beautiful shot for 4. Freeborn. Really nicely played 4 shot from Freeborn there. Through the mid-wicket region. Easy runs there. 120 for 2. Freeborn moves to 44. Levick. It's dug down for a dot there. Yes, very distinctive action. Do you remember, was it Fenby who bowled for, I think she was another Yorkshire player. She used to, I think they described her action as a frog in a blender, which I thought was great. But it's not unlike that. It's a very distinctive, that's a dot ball there. It's a very distinctive action, almost from the back of her head. It's that bamboozle, don't see the hand until it sort of appears.
Absolutely. Got an interesting story about that.
Okay, Levick to Freeborn. Down the leg side, she just tickles that and it's running off. There's somebody behind it, so it's not going to go anywhere near the rope. However, they do get through for 2, which is great.
So in 2019, I did a feature interview with Katie Levick because she was the Guardian Women Cricketer of the Year.
Oh, yeah.
And the award hasn't really been awarded for a little while, but it wasn't about the best player. It was about somebody who'd achieved something distinctive and important.
Wallop. And that's Freeborn to long on. Gets through for a single.
So the previous year it had gone to Sarah Taylor because that was the year that she'd actually spoken quite openly about her mental health issues, which was really important. Katie Levick had broken the record for most wickets ever in the Women's County Championship. And I also felt that there was like a really strong story there in terms of her having just fallen short of England at a point in which there was nothing really underneath that in terms of professionalism. So yeah, she won this award for recognition. Actually, it was about trying to kind of recognise a generation of, to some extent, kind of representing this generation of then forgotten women cricketers who maybe hadn't had the recognition that they really deserved. And hopefully that's now changing with the professional domestic structure. But I actually said to her, how did you know, who taught you how to bowl leg spin? You've got this really distinctive action.
Yeah.
And she said, I don't know. I don't know how I bowl it. I basically just picked up the ball and started bowling and I taught myself. Anyway, more on that in a minute as Holly Armitage from the Birmingham City end resuming at the City end, the 30th over.
Sorry, I'm distracting Raf because we've got a milestone here. She's going to tell you. Shall I tell you?
Yeah, you say, Claire.
Freeborn has got 48 runs now, which takes her to 1,500. Ooh, Webb's just nearly took Ant Harris out there. That's a single. She's got 1,500 runs in regional cricket, so well batted, Abby Freeborn. And a great start. Thank you, Sid. Sorry, I distracted you, Raf, because that was a great story. So she's self-taught with a spinny bowlie.
She is, as Armitage in again to Freeborn, who is going to progress on to 49 there, but they aren't going to try and come back for 2. Armitage doing the same thing that she did before and actually running quite a long way to go and feel the ball off her own bowling. It's a little bit like she doesn't want anybody else to get her hands on that ball.
She's the captain.
She's going to do it herself.
She's the captain. She needs to bring someone in short on that side.
All the way that time she's run all the way from her mark round past mid-on, all the way round to field that ball. Oh, and that's a lovely shot. Courtney Webb.
They're going to have to run them because it's going to stop
They're really
down
herring
there.
after it, but it has died a little bit. So I think they've run 2 there in the end. So the Sparks move on to 128 for 2. Courtney Webb on to 4. Freeborn 49 at the other end. Having, as you say, just brought up that milestone of 1,500 runs in regional cricket.
Great.
Armitage in again. Courtney Webb. Oh, and she's they've taken a single. That is going to be it's been run out. Oh, dearie me. Abby Freeborn is run out at the striker's end. Courtney Webb called for the run. She'd played it out into the offside. The fielder picked it up, threw it in. Was that a direct hit, Claire?
Yeah, I think so.
It was a direct hit, and
She's
Abby Freeborn went for the dive. She really put everything into that because she knew that if she didn't, then she was gone, and it was a direct hit, and she is gone. So Abby Freeborn has been run out on 49. How frustrating for her. How frustrating for the Central Sparks. We were just saying how crucial Abby Freeborn was going to be because they're still a way off this. They're still requiring 89 to win, and that's a really important wicket for the Diamonds. A neat bit of fielding, but really they shouldn't have run that. They didn't need to take that risk, Claire Jenkins.
It was a risk not worth taking. At 49 off 70 balls with 2 4s. Bearing in mind there's only 2 4s in that 49. That's a lot of runs. Yeah, it was a risk too far.
But it was
close.
Absolutely Courtney Webb who called for it. Abby Freeborn was very slow, therefore, to get started.
The incoming batter, Amy Campbell.
And yeah, I'm afraid that's just a little bit unnecessary and a little bit worrying for the Central Sparks because they've now got 2 quite new batters at the crease who have really got to do a rebuilding job here. Yeah.
But Central Sparks do have a left and a right hand now because Amy Campbell is left-handed.
So there you go. The umpires' hearts are sinking.
Yeah.
Left-hand Amy Campbell walks to the crease.
And of course, curse of the old girl as well because she's ex-Northern Diamonds potentially. So I've got a bit of swapsy here. And Burns went that way, and Amy Campbell a few seasons back again settled. I mean, you're right. There's a piece there about Freeborn and Campbell, how fast they settled into Central Sparks, and what are the contributory factors, because you kind of want that as a magic formula when you're building a team together.
So Amy Campbell taking guard, and the Armitage to resume from the City end. Oh wow, Amy Campbell swung really hard at that, and that's going to be 4 runs straight off the bat. My goodness me, that was a beautiful shot.
Let's start play yourself in, Amy. Smacks a 4.
She's just pulled that behind square on the leg side. It's gone basically straight over the boundary. Brilliant. Good for her. So Sparks.
I don't think much of the captain bowling. Here, have 4.
Sparks 132 for 3. Now a wicket did fall in that over, but they also got 9 runs off it after that final boundary. So actually reasonably productive in terms of keeping up with the required rate.
132 for 3 off 30, and it's time for me to sit on the chaise lounge at the back, fanned with a kipper. Right, I'll be back later, as they say.
Thanks, Claire. So 20 overs to go and 85 runs to win for the Central Sparks. We've got Courtney Webb on strike as Katie Levick resuming from the pavilion end. Sid, do you want to take this one?
Sure, Sparks were going along really nicely. There's those 2 wickets, obviously, are going to change things substantially, but they're ahead of the rate now. But 2 new batters at the crease, as you just said, as Levick bowls to Webb. There's an almighty thud from Webb's bat as she drives it fairly gently down the ground. That was quite a sound. Webb driving again into the offside. That'll be swept up as they come through for 1. 133 for 3.
I've just had a thought, Sid, with Katie Levick, who's obviously the all-time leading wicket taker in the Women's County Championship. I'll tell you that thought after this ball.
Levick bowls, and that's down the leg side, and that's going to be called a wide.
Now, at the end of 2019, the ECB abolished the Women's County Championship, which is obviously the 50-over competition. They said no more women's 50-over cricket at county level.
Levick bowls to Campbell, who's defending.
But we're going back to county cricket next season, aren't we?
Do the stats pick up? And oh, it's a wicket! It's a wicket!
Felt a little bit low-key, but that is
Amy Campbell caught and bowled.
Amy Campbell caught and bowled Katie Levick.
I don't think anyone could quite believe that happened.
And the celebrations were rather muted to begin with, but the Diamonds are now gathering around Katie Levick now to celebrate. So Amy Campbell gone for 4.
I think the assumption of everybody on the field, perhaps except Katie Levick and presumably Amy Campbell, was that it was a bump ball because they just didn't they didn't look like they celebrated, but Katie Lev went up and then everyone turned around and it was, oh, it's a wicket. So Amy Campbell did not last long. 3 balls, 4 runs. That's a healthy strike rate, but she's wandering back. Now our Sparks in a bit of trouble here.
Absolutely, they are 134 for 4 in the 31st over here at Edgbaston, and they still need 83 runs to win.
Incoming batter, Katie George.
And the trouble is that they've gone from 112 for 1 to 134 for 4. You definitely have to say that's, well, a mini collapse perhaps, a demi collapse, whatever you want to call it, but they've lost 3 wickets for, what's that, 22 runs.
Good mathsing, Raf.
Thanks. Took me longer than probably a lot of listeners, getting frustrated with the time it's taken me to do the maths. But anyway, yes, I would say that Northern Diamonds are on the up here. 83 runs, it's still a fair old way to go. And they have also got to keep half an eye on the run rate, haven't they?
They can't let it go, but they are still up on it, but...
Well, they're just about
so
where they need to be. So the current run rate is 4.35, required run rate is 4.33.
So it'll be Katie George, the new batter, to face Katie Levick. And that squirts off George's bat. In the sort of direction of gully, where it's fielded. And there's no run, and that's the end of the over. 31 overs done, 134 for 4.
Anyway, Sid, as I was saying before, we were so rudely interrupted by that caught and bowled wicket of Amy Campbell. If the stats resume next season, I mean, and it's an open question, that means that somebody else has the potential to overtake Katie Levick's record for most wickets in the Women's County Championship, right? And you know, from a statistical perspective, it would potentially make sense for it to for those stats to resume, as Holly Armitage herself resuming from the City end.
Of course, those players, the new generation, are going to play a lot more games because, of course, in the old days of the county championship, it was just 7 games a year.
Yeah, exactly that.
Which makes that Katie Levick's achievement even more remarkable, to have taken all those wickets playing just 7 games a year.
It does, it's phenomenal, really.
20 games as well, actually, to be fair. It wasn't just 50 over cricket.
Courtney Webb on strike to Holly Armitage. Oh, and she's got that through the infield.
They're going to have to run hard.
They're running hard. They've come back for 2. And Holly Armitage has removed the bails with Katie George running to the non-striker's end. But they've managed to get safely back. So they pick up 2 runs there. So Central Sparks move to 136 for 4 in the 32nd over. I mean, yeah, they're going to play more games, aren't they? But that doesn't necessarily mean that the stats shouldn't pick up if it's an equivalent competition.
Oh, no, but
There's
it means that...
Armitage in again, and Courtney Webb turns that round the corner, and they're jogging through for 2 runs.
Fielded by Turner, who hurls it into Bess Heath.
But which Turner, Sid?
I think that's Phoebe.
It is Phoebe.
There you go.
Just going by the shirt
Top
number.
marks for me.
Armitage in again to Webb. Oh, who's cut that, but it's gone straight to Point, who dives and fields it. Webb's still on strike here. And again, oh dear, that's gone through Point that time. That was a bit poor, and it has actually gone over the boundary rope for 4 runs. That really shouldn't have been 4, because whoever that is at Point...
It's Grace Hall.
It's Grace Hall, but she's not in the 11.
Yeah, she's on as a substitute for somebody.
Okay, so substitute fielder Grace Hall, just a little bit lazy fielding there. She went down and she she sort of put her hands out to it, and it was going at her very gently, and it just went straight through her hands. What happened to the long barrier, Sid? Armitage
Not
in
fashionable
again
anymore.
to Courtney Webb, who's just hit that 4 and drives down the ground, and is going to pick up a single for that. Well, just a little bit of unfortunate fielding there, because really that shot didn't merit 4, and it had gone to her the previous ball and she'd fielded it really nicely. Anyway, that's the end of the 32nd over, and the Sparks 143 for 4. So a pretty productive over for them, actually. That's 9 off the over.
Yeah, Webb moves on to 14. They definitely need these two to put in a decent shift here. You don't want to lose another one at this point.
Holly Armitage's last 2 overs have both gone for 9 runs, actually, which is probably a few too many.
Levick to Webb, tucks it backward of square. There is a chase on for the fielder. They're only going to attempt to take the single. Not going to try for a second.
Anyway, somebody needs to ask Katie Levick whether she's concerned that somebody's going to steal her record.
Well, they've got a way to go, because it was a lot of wickets. I don't remember exactly how many it was, but it was a lot.
I can tell you. I assume it's in the Guardian piece. 190 wickets for Yorkshire.
So Levick in. Oh! Has Bess Heath made a mess of that one? Perhaps a little bit of body language suggests that took an edge,
cross, yeah.
and Heath fumbled that quite badly. As you said earlier, if you're a wicketkeeper, if you make a mistake, that's the thing that everyone's going to remember, that one mistake. So Katie George gets a life. She takes her first run. Levick in, and that's hit on the pad, and the finger's gone up. The finger's gone up, and Webb is out for 15. LBW to Katie Levick. Katie Levick, the executioner, strikes again.
One more to add to her tally there. Of course, this is her tally for the Diamonds rather than for Yorkshire. They are different teams.
For wicket rolled by Katie Levick for 15.
Courtney Webb departs for 15, and that's another wicket to the Diamonds. Sparks now 145 for 5. I think Webb was trying to sweep that one. Dangerous. And adding to the collapse here, and I'm really a bit concerned now from a Central Sparks perspective.
If you're a Central Sparks fan, you're probably not happy. Yeah, Katie Levick's over 100 wickets in regional cricket now. She's crossed over that
We've
100
got
milestone
incoming batter,
in this season.
Ellis.
So I reckon she's got 104 now in all regional
Wow.
cricket since 2020.
And where does that compare with the all-time list, Sid? Have you got an all-time list?
I haven't got a combined all-time list at the moment, sorry.
That's okay. No need to apologise. You're just my stats man, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you have all of the stats at your fingertips. So
yeah, Beth and Ellis joining Katie George in the middle.
So who have the sparks got to come? They still got 72 runs needed to win. Katie George currently 1 not out, as you said, just joining her Beth and Ellis. Underneath that, they've got Izzy Wong, who can bat a bit, Ria Fackrell, Grace Potts, and Hannah Baker. So that's what's to come if they're going to achieve this win against Northern Diamonds. But Diamonds very much in the ascendancy in the moment.
Ooh, Katie Levick bowls that, and Ellis doesn't even really play a shot to it. He just sort of ghosts past her. And another over from Katie Levick comes to a close. You would think that the Central Sparks will really want to see Katie Levick out now.
Yeah, 145 for 5, the Sparks, after 33 overs. They need 72 runs.
Well, we said that if the Diamonds were going to win this match, that they probably needed to bowl the Sparks out. Is that where we're going with this match, Raf, as Katie Levick takes guard against Holly Armitage? So we've got leg spin from both ends.
I mean Katie George. That was
Apologies.
slightly confusing. Armitage in to bowl to Katie George. Lovely defensive shot there from George.
Too many Katies in the world.
Dot ball to begin the 34th over. Sparks 145 for 5. George waits. Oh, and she's down on one knee trying to sweep it, but it's gone past her down the leg side, and it is being called a wide. Well, that's one more to the total. Katie George looks to be trying to take on Holly Armitage here, though.
If you're going to take on one of them, that's a lovely shot, isn't it?
Yeah, beautiful shot.
Although it did go straight to the fielder. So, Lanning's Law, named after Meg Lanning. It's not a good shot if it goes straight to a fielder.
But it looked good, though, Sid.
It did look good.
So Katie George has picked up a single there. It did go straight to the fielder, but the fielder in the deep. So 147 for 5, the score now for the Central Sparks. Well, the Armitage is just waiting for Beth and Ellis to take guard. And she's played that quite nicely, actually. Oh, and I think that's going to go for 4 runs, and it has. Beth and Ellis has hit her first ball against Holly Armitage for 4 runs out through deep cover. Very nice. Well, that's 4 more to the total.
If I was the fielding coach, I'd be a tad disappointed with that. There was no dive put in at the end there.
Armitage into Beth and Ellis. Plays that a little bit more sedately. Just a bit fuller that time. No run there. Oh, that's good cricket from Beth and Ellis. That's a bit tap and run. We played that out into the offside and immediately set off for the single. Katie George also well aware. Easily got that run. 152 for 5 now.
Find a gap, put the ball in it. They could still manage their way through this chase.
Absolutely, as Armitage into George this time, who mimics what Beth and Ellis did the previous ball. And they've got another single to conclude the over. 153 for 5 after 34 overs. So again, they've picked up 8 runs off that. So Holly Armitage is costing the Diamonds a fair few today. As I said, this is the first time that she's bowled this season. So she's bowled 5 overs now.
She's gone at 6 and over.
Yeah, well, this says 6.6 and over.
Sorry, yep.
So that's over 6 and over, and obviously the required rate is He's only around about
4 and a bit,
is it?
4 and a half.
Four and a bit.
Exactly
So
4.5 now.
there you go.
Levick to continue. She's got 3 more overs, and Casey George and Bethan Ellis will definitely just want to try and see these out, I think. I don't think there's any point in trying to pull out any big shots. However, Katie George does. Well, not a big shot, but she rocks back and cuts that into a gap. It's fielded on the boundary. They come through for the single. That's driven uppishly, but it lands safely. Levick in again to Ellis. That's a very full delivery, and Ellis leans into it and drives. Again, they jog through for the single. If they can get a runner ball, then they're going to manage their way through this chase. But the really important thing now is don't lose another wicket. You have to accept that you're not going to play big shots off Katie Levick. Levick bowls. It's quite a short delivery, but it does turn a little.
Yeah, Levick into her eighth over now, so you're right, if they can just see off the next couple from her, that would be very important.
Levick bowls Fuller. Cuts away again, but there is no run. Last ball of the over. George cuts. And they come through for the single. So, we're at 35 overs now. It's 156 for 5. So 61 runs in 15 overs is the challenge in front of Central Sparks. And the key thing is they've got 5 wickets left to do them. Right, we're having a bit of a switcheroo in the box. Bear with us.
Returning to bowl from the Birmingham end, Erin Burns.
Bit more, Sid, for both. Oh, not too far. Just a little box, that's it. Ooh, a little tech lesson here. Excellent. Is this you or me?
I think it's you.
Okay. Burns into Katie George, who jabs at that one. It goes underneath the bat. Hands in the air, but they get through for a single. 157 for 7. Ellis and George doing some rebuilding here. Erin Burns, what does she remember from when she was playing at Central Sparks? Bethan Ellis surveying the field, both batted on 6 at the moment. Bethan Ellis comes forward and just defends that, and there is no run. What have I missed then, Sid? As Bethan Ellis tries to sweep that, goes through down the leg side, they get through for a single. 158, sorry, I asked you a question.
Well, you can't afford to lose any more wickets from here. If you're Sparks, really, you need to keep your wickets intact now.
Yeah.
If they can finish 5 down, they'll definitely win the game. Lose more wickets, and then the money's all on diamonds.
Ooh, they can't bet on cricket, Sid. That's a cut-through point by Katie George, and they get through for an easy single on the carpet, low risk. 159 for 5. Both on 7 now. Rotating the strike quite nicely. These two are quick between the wickets. Keen to score, so feels like the intent is right. Bethan Ellis squeezes that one to the leg side. Not really knowing where that was going, but there was no run. Sunshine here at Edgbaston as Erin Burns sends the long off fielder deep. What is the trap here? Bethan Ellis Ellis just comes forward and defends that. And that's the end of the over. 36 overs gone. Central Sparks are 159 for 5. Both batters, Ellis and George, both on 7.
Erin Burns whipped through that over, didn't she?
She did. Really quick. You're listening to Claire Jenkins, former Somerset and Derbyshire player, Sid Egan of Cricket Her vodcast and podcast, and you will also have heard the voice as we go along of Dr. Raf Nicholson, also of Cricket Her. Essential viewing for anyone interested in cricket around women's cricket around the world. Sunday, sit down with your feet up.
So it'll be Katie Levitt to continue. You think she's going to bowl out her overs from here, so she's got 2 more left. And she is the danger woman as far as the Central Sparks are concerned. So she's bowling to Katie George, who tries to cut, squirts out into the offside in the direction of point, falls short. So no danger. There is no run. Levick again to George. Again, that's played out to point. And again, there is no run.
Down first though, so. But Sparks need to be into a gap. Yeah, needs to be into a gap.
And Katie George danced down the pitch there, took all the length off the ball.
They had a flirtation with having another run, didn't they? But they both decided, fortunately, at the same time, as Katie Levick is trying to bamboozle the batters, and Katie George just reties her shoelaces and takes a breath, I imagine.
Levick is getting a bit of turn, so if you can get to the pitch of the ball, you'll negate that.
Back on again.
Katie George is trying to put a bit of pressure back on Levick.
Yeah.
Levick in now to Ellis.
Ellis plays that uppish, but not dangerously. There is no run. As I say, they get through these overs quickly with these 2 short run-ups.
Erin Burns fielding quite short there, getting in the batter's face.
Yeah. Silly mid-on.
Pressure on Beth and Ellis.
And almost silly mid-off at short cover. Or short, silly cover. Oh, big wind-up. Went straight through. Almost all sorts there, wasn't it? That's the end of the over again. 37 overs gone. Central Sparks 160 for 5.
Took a big swing at that final delivery, and there was no need to do that.
No.
You need to see off these last few balls from Katie Levick, and then try and make your hay from the other bowlers.
Yeah, although it's tough when you've got the 2 spinners on.
Still need 57 runs.
Holly Armitage deploying both attacking spin bowlers against George and Ellis. George to face Erin Burns, former Central Sparks player, of course. Burns right arm over, bit of spin, cap on. Oh, an attempted sweep. Missed all of that, and we get a wide for that, so an extra to the total is added. 161 for 5, Central Sparks. Batting here, the home side, against Northern Diamonds. Katie George whips that off her toes, and they get through for a single. And I think the coaching staff from that clapping are quite happy that the rotation of strike is happening. Because as Sid pointed out, that's what they just need to do at this stage. Burns into Ellis. You can only defend that down, and there is no run. Yeah, I said Beth and Ellis's mum's a teacher at the school that I was doing some mock interviews at. She said, I'm so excited, she's been given a contract. Beth and Ellis plays that into the offside, the posh side, as Barbara Daniels would say, but there is no run. Oh, squirted out to the leg. Didn't know where that was going, but they're going to get through for a single. So far, they seem to have had quite a good understanding of taking the quick singles here and just ticking that scoreboard. Tick and tock. I don't understand TikTok, but yeah. The young people, isn't it? That's for young people. Katie George jabs down on that. There is no run.
Polly Starkey of the Naughty Child.
She understands all that sort of thing, doesn't she? Yeah.
She gets all that young person stuff, being one of the young people herself.
I was once one. As Katie George plays that backward of square. They're going to get through for 2 there. Too easy 2 there. Some clapping from the bench. 165 for 5. Another over ticked off. 38 overs gone. Ellis on 8.
Tick-tocked off.
Tick-tocked off. Ellis 8. George 11. You got any more dad jokes for us? Because we're feeling a bit. I'm feeling a bit like, you know, we're under ratioed. I thought I was quite pleased with one good Turner deserves another. I thought, you know, that was pretty good.
Sophie Turner.
7 out of 10.
But yeah, we can't do the keeping up with the Joneses because we've only got one Jones playing for Central Sparks today, so that's that. Can't do that one.
Right, we're going to actually have a change of bowling. So I thought that Katie Levitt was going to bowl out, but they've decided to keep one over of her in the bag.
Yeah.
And we're going to see a Turner. It's S
Sophia
Turner, Sophia Turner.
Sophia Turner, 48. Coming number 48. It's your time to bowl.
Lee Armitage just rearranging the field.
Now, Sophia Turner against the Blaze, she got Beth Gammon, who was their top scorer. Armitage took a catch in the last game. So let's see what Sophia Turner can serve up here to Bethan Ellis.
In terms of your Turners, Sophia Turner is the wicket taker and Phoebe Turner is the economical one. So they're looking for a wicket here. The Diamonds will know that if they can get another wicket, that's really broken through into the Sparks tail. And everyone always says that we bat all the way down to 11, don't they? But
Just single that, 166.
I watch very little men's cricket, so.
Well, I mean, but they can all hold a bat, whereas in the men's game, it just seems like some, you know, they know it's only a matter of time.
Turns to George. He's cutting and running.
Oh,
there's a misfield. They're going to run on that misfield. Yep. And it's a safe thing to do. They get the second. So Katie George keep the strike.
Katie George against the Vipers. Got 52 as a top score I've written here. Because Katie George has played at the top level, so she'll be a wily contender.
Yeah, made an England debut very young. Lost her contract, fell back to a regional contract.
From injuries then, wasn't it?
Oh, and that's all over the place. George was looking to cut, and it went nowhere.
Gave the ball a headache, but
that is the over. Yep. So 39 overs down. 11 overs remaining. And another 49 runs required. So if you're watching the countdown, you're under 50 now. That's the point at which you start to say, start to feel like you're getting close.
Yeah. Oh, Katie Levick's obviously decided she likes the Birmingham end, the City end.
Okay, so she's coming straight back on at the other end. She's going to bowl one more over.
Last over for her.
Bethan Ellis is going to be facing up to the first delivery of Levick's final over.
as Levick serves one to Bethan Ellis, who can only defend that down. It goes straight to Lauren Winfield Hill at slip, and there is no run. Levick to Ellis. Ellis comes forward. And I think she got a bat to that, so it went down first. They've got their backs to us, so we don't get a very good view of what's happening there. It was Levick in again. No. Oh, well, that's past where the second slip would be. It's running down the hill, but it will be cut off. They're going to get two, I think, there. Lauren Winfield Hill looks sort of disconsolately. She should be if she'd been another couple of strides to her right, that would have been an easy catch for her. 170 for 5. 47 runs to win for Central Sparks. Bethan Ellis taps her bat. And that defends that one down, and there is no run. Holly Armitage tidies up. In the balance now. Ellis gets a chance to sweep. Oh, straight to the fielder, but it just hits her on the knees. They get through for a single, dropping in an
tough chance.
Yeah. I don't think that was a drop. I think that was just she did well to stop it, I think, in the end. Katie George this time to face Levick. Plays that into the leg side, but it's picked up neatly. And there's no run there. That's the end of the over. So 40 overs.
That's Lev bowled out.
Yeah.
So.
And 171 for 5 Central Sparks. Ellis on 12. George on 13. 10 overs to go. Sparks need 46. Oh, that's 4.6 then. I don't do numbers. But 46 divided by 10 is 4.6. So it's very much doable, but 5 wickets down. So can Central Sparks do this? They had a win at the beginning of the season to beat Blaze to have Midlands bragging rights, a much depleted Blaze, I have to say, in that first game, but still pleasurable to win again the first game at Edgbaston. And then a couple of losses, and it would be really nice to log another one against Northern Gnomes. Welcome back, Raf.
Thank you.
Do you want this one?
Absolutely.
Well,
Sophia
yeah.
Turner from the pavilion end, the end that we are lucky enough to be sat at.
Yeah.
And Bethan Ellis on strike, just defends that. There's no run to start with. So Central Sparks 171 for 5, needing 46.
It's getting interesting now, isn't it, Raf?
Absolutely. We're at the sticky end. Sophia Turner in again to Bethan Ellis. Just slightly checks her drive
no
there.
risk.
And that ends up being a dot ball. Goes out towards point. It's picked up nicely.
There's no point in any risky running at this stage, is there? Because the fielder's fairly well back.
Yeah,
mostly
absolutely.
well back.
And I think importantly, as Sid was saying, they've seen off Katie Levick now.
Yeah,
So
which is an achievement, the way she bowls.
Crucial. Sophia Turner in again, and that's a bit more deliberately played out.
I like that
to
one.
the offside, and Bethan Ellis jogs through for a single. She's doing that lovely leaning on her bat thing.
Yeah.
On striker's end now, looking ever so casual after having essentially been,
I'm calm.
basically dropped twice in the last over. So Katie George back on strike now.
Full
That's
toss.
a low full toss, and she swings at it wildly, but it just drops. Ultimately,
I like the way Katie George put a pad after the put a pad well outside of leg. Like, don't you dare. To Ant Harris.
yeah,
He's got his hands behind his back thinking, oh, no. We're at a wrong angle to judge that.
absolutely. So George unbeaten on 13 as
up in the
Turner
air.
Oh, and George has put that high in the air. Oh, and there's a dive as the mid-wicket fielder runs out.
She's back up again, so I can laugh at the face plant as she went splat down. There she's looking to the sky like, ah.
You can't say she didn't try her hardest, but that was definitely a chance there.
I think it was tantalisingly in the gap. Really, to be fair to the field, I don't think that was really much of a chance. She's been sent back to the rope now. Anyway, Katie, they've obviously decided if Katie George is going to go aerial. Well, the point fielder's trying to say, I could bowl to the captain. She's rolling her arm over.
Sophia Turner in to Bethan. Oh no, sorry, still Katie George,
sorry.
Of course. Final ball of the over is a dot, 174 for 5.
Nice little partnership of 29 of 48 balls.
Very important partnership. I really thought
very important.
Really thought that Sparks were going to struggle at 145 for 5, but they are edging closer. 43 runs needed to win now.
So next Saturday,
England
England will play Pakistan here at Edgbaston. There may be 1 or 2 tickets left. I don't know. It's close to a sellout, which we were talking off air before the game. We think that's part of the momentum from the Commonwealth Games and from the Ashes last year and from the sort of general women's sport momentum. All of those things are, and the fact that there is a large Pakistani community within the West Midlands area as well. But it's great to see those sort of ticket sales even ahead of the series. Pakistan will be, of course, fresh from their series against the West Indies.
West
Indies,
yeah.
Their home series against West Indies. And that's cut backwards of point by Bethan Ellis nicely, and that's going to get cut off yet on the boundary, but they get through for 2 runs, which is good. 2 more runs off for total, 176 for 5, and Central Sparks need 41 more runs to win this. It's sort of finely poised, I think. As we mentioned, if these 2 stay in, it gets much more likely that Central Sparks will get that vital second win as Turner comes in from the far end. Bethan Ellis comes forwards and jabs down, just a dot then. Because Rachael Heyhoe Flint breaks shortly for the Charlotte Edwards Cup, which is the T20 version of the regional competition. Then it's the 100, and then Rachael Heyhoe Flint returns again in September.
Yeah, they
in the run up to the final.
The season.
Yeah, that's played out to point, and they get an easy single there. 177 for 5.
Which of course means that the England players are playing even less regional cricket than in previous seasons, because they won't be playing any in September. Extremely busy. John Lewis was talking about a pre-World Cup trip to Abu Dhabi, but of course there will be this September tour to Ireland.
Yes.
So some of the regions might have to manage without some of those players as well. I mean, if Eve Jones goes off to Ireland, she's going to miss some of the later stages of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint.
Yeah, well, whoever goes is going to deplete whichever team they're part of. That's a lovely 4 cut backwards of point by Katie George. He looks kind of surprised about that. I wasn't sure if she was surprised or just nonchalant. She played that 4.
Katie George is just a deceptively impressive batter, actually.
Yeah.
Because she comes in usually quite late in the order, and you think actually usually at that point you've got through your very solid batters, but she so often contributes at this position.
She plays that forward, but straight to the field. There is no run. Yeah. She is. She's a very useful addition to Central Sparks. She's enjoying her cricket here and settled in. So it's been a great addition because she's a brilliant fielder. She's a useful bat. She's obviously a strike bowler, and she throws herself into everything. Passionate player, and she's got the nous because she's played at the top. Because she's played for England and.
Yeah.
She's been there and seen it. She's got a bit of grit as well, I think. As Phoebe Turner comes in from the far end. Oh, Katie George plays that out through cover point, and there was a sweeper there, so they get through for a single. I thought, having built her up, then she was going to give give a catch. Fortunately, into the cap there, so that was good.
No such thing as
No, that's right. Mike Perkins will be metaphorically slapping me for that. So, 42 overs gone. Central Sparks are 182 for 5. Ellis on 16. George on 20. They need 35 for the win here, Central Sparks. Playing at home in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. 50 over competition between the 8 English regions who will become Tier 1 counties next year. So this will be Warwickshire playing against Durham this time next year. And you're listening to Claire Jenkins, former Somerset and Derbyshire, and Dr. Raf Nicholson, one half of Cricket Her podcast. You'll also hear the voice of Sid Egan from Cricket Her podcast. Essential watching and listening for anyone interested in women's cricket around the world. Well, you get some criticism from Australia because there's a bit... But we love to bash the Aussies.
Oh, we love bantering with Australia.
They love it because they give it back as well.
Give just as good as they get,
Yeah.
absolutely. Sophia Turner resuming from the pavilion end. It's full into Katie George.
Although I have to say that during the Ashes, which was just brilliant last year, I mean, I think that's probably my cricket memory of the year, just the whole of the Ashes series last year. But I got to mix with a lot of the Aussie family, and I felt like they'd adopted me, introducing me to the Australian High Commissioner at Southampton.
Oh, they're a friendly bunch, aren't they?
Yeah.
Oh, another full one into Katie George, who plays that into the pitch. Sophia Turner picks it up. So another dot, that's 2 dots to start the 43rd over. Every dot very important, of course, for the Diamonds, because even if they don't bowl the Sparks out, they could potentially strangle them for runs. Turner in again. Another dot. Katie George just looking around, trying to work out where the gaps are, where she might find a run. Turner bowling a lot of back of the hand slower balls.
Sid's on the eagle-eyed.
Oh, Katie George trying to sweep that, and there's a huge appeal. I think that Bess Heath is appealing for a stumping there. Katie George
What's going on? I
implying
think they were appealing for LB, but I'm not sure. And
I
looks
thought
more
that
like
Bess Heath was appealing to the square leg umpire.
Grace Banbury.
But I'm not sure.
It was a bit
Anyway,
messy.
there was
messy. It was
there was
messy,
lots
and there
of
was
things
nearly a
going
wicket.
But Katie George survives intact. 20 not out. Very important that she stays around. Sophia Turner in again. Oh, and that's a full toss, a wide full toss.
Don't go chasing those. Katie George.
Katie George chases it, moves across her stumps. I think that probably wouldn't have hit even if there had been 2 more pairs of stumps.
What's going on here? She got to have a concussion check because she nutted it, I think, on the way through.
Right.
Oh, and Harris is like, oh, really? Come on, bring the physio on. Bring the physio on.
Well, it's very important.
It is
very
important.
important.
It is absolutely very important. So we find ourselves. Central Sparks are 182 for 5. Ellis on 16. George on 20. Central Sparks need 35 to win the game. We've got it's a concussion check for Bess Heath, who obviously nutted it in the process of those that last delivery. There was a lot going on. No, very, very important. Concussion, yes, absolutely. And it still makes me wince when I watch cricket on the television from other countries, because we've got stronger protocols about protocols, but also about wearing helmets and not wearing helmets. When I see batters come out in any format, in any gender, and they do not have a helmet on, I'm kind of holding my breath the whole time.
Absolutely.
And you'd think Australia, who lost a player at the crease, would be, for example, more concerned that their players wear helmets. That was a dot.
Yeah, that was actually a pretty good Yorker to finish up that over from Sophia Turner. She finishes on 182 for 5. That was a maiden, I think.
A maiden?
That's astonishing at this stage of the game.
So bold.
Absolutely well bowled. So 35 runs to win. 182 for 5 after 43 overs.
Oh, it was for appeal for a stumping, says Siddy. Okay. He's been looking at the live live stream. That's that lad. Yeah, 35 needed by Central Sparks. Who's bowling this one? Is this Phoebe Turner?
Yeah.
Number 17.
Yep. Phoebe Turner resuming from the City end.
So there's a discussion with Lauren Winfield Hill about what field Phoebe Turner wants. She's pulling in the deep third that was on the rope, bringing her inside the circle, sending out mid-wicket. This is going to be a trap, do you think, Sid? Do you think, Raf? This is going to be a trap.
Well, we'll have to see.
Bethan Ellis. Oh, takes a swipe at that one. That felt like one that you need to leave. She took a big stride and then wafted at that one.
Yeah, batting out of her crease there.
Yeah, I think Katie George is going to say, look, come forward or go back or defend or leave that.
Yeah, just have a little
not
bit
what
more
you just
certainty.
did. Yeah. Whatever. I think she's just recognised that Bethan Ellis just needs to take a breath there. Turn it in again to Ellis. Oh, still uncertain about the length.
Well, whatever Katie George just said to her,
didn't work.
Claire, I don't think it worked. That one was basically a repeat of the first one.
Yes. Stay back and hit it, or go forward, but don't get caught in between. Because this is I think the challenge is that this is a really nasty length that Phoebe Turner is bowling, and Bethan Ellis is taking. I think she's outside of her crease there. Let's see if she can cut that off. Up and over the field. Woo. And it didn't. I thought it was going to go bigly, but it didn't, did it? It just sort of died, and they get through for a single, but takes Bethan Ellis off strike, which I think for Central Sparks is probably a good thing. Katie George is a bit more worldly wise, hopefully, to this sort of bowling. She's going to. There's some change in the field. They're going to send out, and they're going to bring in the fine leg. Who's come in, fine leg? Your time is up. You need to be on the ring.
Your time is up.
Yeah. You need to be in the ring now. No messing now. You've got to wake up now in the ring. And they're sent out long on. Oh, past cover, which was a nice gap there for Katie George. There's a dive in the field, feet flying, and they get through for 2 there. Katie George moves on to 22, Ellis on 17. The score is 185 for 5. Central Sparks need 32 more runs. Can Katie George find some gaps? Can the Diamonds take some wickets? Big swing again, but straight to Holly Armitage at short cover, and there is no run. The field are spread now, so if Central Sparks can hit those gaps or even the pockets and run a couple, because these two can easily run 2s, even if they can't find a rope. Turner, elbows flying. George takes a big thump through mid-wicket. They're going to have to run these. They're thinking about 2. But there was only really 1 there, because there was some smart fielding there from the fielder.
It's good fielding by the Northern Diamonds, actually.
Yeah,
they're really putting the pressure back on the batters. There's been a few times there they really wanted to get back for 2, but they just weren't able to, just too risky. Yeah. So that means that over, they picked up 4 runs, which isn't quite enough to hit the rate.
So 44 overs gone. Central Sparks are 186 for 5. Ellis on 17, George on 23. Central Sparks need 31 for the win. 6 overs left.
Do it. It's at that point where you're just starting to think that towards the end of the Diamond innings, it's slightly got away from the Sparks bit.
Yeah, they're going to be regretting that now, aren't they?
You know, oh well, it's still a decent enough effort to restrict them to was it 216?
Yeah, but at one stage we thought that Central Sparks were going to get Diamonds out for less than 200, didn't we? But they let them. Those last few runs are going to be the hardest to get back again, I think.
Sophia Turner resumes from the pavilion end.
Oh, what's going on?
Oh, that's a bit silly because Katie George nearly ended up run out. It was judged wide down the leg side. I think Katie George was looking at the ball that had gone past her down the leg side, and Bethan Ellis was running to the striker's end, and Katie George suddenly looked round and went, "Hang on a minute, I've got to get all the way down to the other end of the pitch." So she managed to get there, but that was almost a little bit dozy.
It was. I remember batting with Enid Bakewell at Cricket Week, and she virtually tapped me on the shoulder and said, "There's a run there." She's already up my end. I'm like, "Oh, okay."
Yes, that's not quite what you want to happen. There's Turner in again. Oh,
Underneath the bat.
yeah.
But what
Beth
Enid
Ellis is swinging at that.
Yeah, what Enid Bakewell understood was they were trying to get her out, not me. So actually, I could have taken half an hour to get to the other end. They really didn't want me out. They wanted Enid out. But it was still scary when you've just about fended a ball off and Enid's like in your crease with you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Turner in to Beth Ellis.
Oh,
Short to
nicely
left
guided.
side.
Oh, and
Ellis
nearly
managed-
collided with each other then. Oh, they've decided they're going to run these,
I
haven't
think
they?
Katie George wants
Oh, they're going
three.
to
She's really going.
Oh, it's a
for it.
three! It's a three!
Very,
oh,
very well run
Very
there.
exciting.
And that was really good from Katie George because she deliberately ran those first two extremely quickly.
Yeah.
So that she could get back for the third.
These two are proper greyhounds, aren't they? When they set their mind to it. Cool, crikey. We're heading towards that 200 milestone faster than I thought from that. And with a three, I love a three. Ooh.
Yeah, Sid and I were reflecting a couple of weeks ago that you don't really get many threes now in this form
That's
of
the right
cricket.
boundary. That's what that is.
Absolutely. It's Turner in. Katie George on strike now.
Oh, do
She
it again.
here.
Do it again.
Oh, she's down.
Should have been better
She's
making that sort of
Sweeping
slightly.
that backward square.
Oh,
And
they're gonna do
they're
two.
trying to come back for two, and
They
they
are.
are going to make it
Come on.
easily because the fielder out a deep backward square leg just didn't quite pick that up cleanly. So George back on strike now. And Sparks 193 for 5. Runs to win now 24.
You feel like you're gonna. We at Central Sparks will need all of Katie George's nous here,
Yeah.
and they're going to need to keep the concentration, and they're going to need to take appropriate risks. What
It's also
are they
every ball on its merits, and don't think about how many runs are required either.
Oh,
Katie George takes a huge swing at that. I don't think she heard what I just said, Claire, to
No.
be honest, because she wasn't trying to take that ball.
Shout
on
it a
its
bit
merit.
louder.
I'll just open the
What?
window here.
Yeah.
Excuse me. That has actually been called a wide because it went down the leg side.
23 to win.
They'll take them where they can. Sophia Turner back at the top of her mark now. Running in. Elbows going.
Ow.
It's going to be a dot.
Jam down on a foot. I've had some of those. You end up with a bruise on your foot. Timing wrong. Smack the ball into your feet.
The trouble is you can't wear those steel toe capped
No.
boots really for cricket because you've got to run.
Yeah.
So
My first cricket boots. They weren't steel toe, but they did have reinforced fronts, which was handy for when kicked the ball by mistake.
Turner in to George.
Nope.
Oh, and she's got
Come
enough
on.
on that one. That's going towards the boundary. Oh no, it's going to be picked up. At deep cover. Fields
Deep
that one.
cover.
They only got a single in the end. 195 for 5. 22 to win now. And Sophia Turner's got one ball remaining of this, the 45th over.
I'm going off after this. You're going to get the exciting bit.
It's all exciting, Claire,
Yeah,
when
it is.
you're on commentary.
Oh.
Oh, and that's extremely short of Sophia Turner. So Beth Ellis has played that out back with a square, and they're going to come back for 2, and they're going to easily get them.
Oh, lovely.
So 20 needed to win. Sparks 197 for 5 after 45 overs. Claire, it's been an absolute pleasure.
It has, as always, Raf. It's been lovely, and yes, I think you're going to get the you're going to get the conclusion regardless of what happens.
Let's see what happens.
But, thank you very much, Raf.
Thanks for being here. So, welcoming back Sid Egan in a minute for the final 5 overs of this match. We've just said just 20 runs needed now for the Central Sparks. Welcome back, Sid.
Thank you. Got half an eye on the match in Bristol where Western Storm need 11 runs off 4 balls to beat Southern Vipers.
Ooh, that sounds exciting.
When we watched the first match of this season, Raf, we watched Vipers v Stars, and I really thought after that match they were going to be the two big sides this season and that they'd knock everyone else out the park. Actually, I was just having a chat to Laura McLeod earlier, the director of cricket here, and it hasn't transpired like that.
Erin Burns in from the City end. She's got she just got 1 over left, so she's we've got her coming in to bowl her final over from the City end, and Katie George picks up a single off the first ball. Erin Burns just having a quick chat with Captain Ollie Armitage there. Not sure what's being said, obviously. Bethan Ellis back on strike. Taps that out. It's the offside.
Found the gap nicely for the one.
Beats the infield, and they've got the single. That's all they need at this stage.
Absolutely.
Just 18 to win now. Katie George back on strike. She's 27 not out. This has been a really good innings from her. Very important. Burns into George. Can't really get hold of that. It was quite full. Good ball from Erin Burns. It's a dot. Very important dots at this stage for the Northern Diamonds. Another one there. Katie George having to defend that. Will be on tenterhooks right now, waiting to see whether Sparks can get across the line. It's Burns in again for Katie George. Oh, and she's managed to tickle that fine out to third, who's made a little bit of a mess of the fielding there, and they're coming back for a second run, and that was good game awareness from Katie George to call for that second run. She saw that the fielder there at short third, Phoebe Turner, had fumbled that. So Katie George back on strike now. 16 to win. Burns in to Katie George. Oh, and there's a big appeal. The umpire does not look interested. And that's the end of the over. Erin Burns has raced through that over again. 201 for 5, so that's 4 off that over. Not quite what they need, but almost.
Yeah, appeal off the final ball of the over. There was a big noise there, so I'm guessing there was bat involved. I would assume that the umpire concluded that that happened first. Southern Vipers have won, but by just 4 runs against Western Storm. Western Storm got very close. Western Storm possibly suffered from an unlucky dismissal of Heather Knight, who was really going great guns, but was run out when Freya Davis tipped the ball into the stumps in her follow-through.
Looks like we've got a change of bowling at the pavilion end, from one turner to another. I think we already had that joke earlier from Claire Jenkins. One good turner deserves another, or something. So Sophia Turner morphs into Phoebe Turner. Sid, this one's you.
Right, Turner to Ellis. Ellis on 23. 16 needed. Turner in and bowls, and Ellis shapes to play at that and then pulls out at the last minute. Goes through to Heath. Heath choosing to stand back now rather than put the pressure on the batter. Run. They really need to save runs now, so you can't afford 4 byes to go through.
Stars were beaten Sunrisers, by the way, over in Northampton, quite easily by 5 wickets in the end.
Turner to Ellis. Ellis kind of stepped back there and then took a swing and missed it completely.
So that means that we'll have a new team topping the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy points table at the end of today. Assume that Stars will go top.
Stars will have got a bonus point when they're right, so whereas Vipers haven't got a bonus point. Turner to Ellis. Ellis comes down the track, drives, but it's all for nothing. Still 16 needed. Every dot crucial here.
They're really changing the screw here, the Diamonds.
Ellis comes down again, and she's going to be caught. She came down the pitch, had to reach for it, took a swing at it, and it came off the toe end of the bat straight to the fielder.
Bethan Ellis was caught
Bethan
by
Ellis
Sophie Turner off the bowling of Phoebe Turner
is out
for 23.
for 23.
That's a really important wicket for the Diamonds. Good catch there by Sophia Turner, extra cover. So again, it's the Turners working together in turn. And I think Bethan Ellis got frustrated there. There were dots building up, and she realised that they couldn't actually afford just to be playing out dots. So she's tried to go for it, tried to give it a bit of welly, and unfortunately has lost out there against Phoebe Turner. We've got Izzy Wong coming to the crease. What can she do here with 16 to win, 3.2 overs remaining?
Izzy Wong can certainly hit a cricket ball, but her form can be a bit variable, shall we say. We've seen her hit decent knocks a couple of times. Usually her kind of ideal situation is to come in the first innings when the team want to load on a load of runs at the end, and she can definitely hammer a few runs in those circumstances, but this is a very different circumstance now for Izzy Wong, coming in with the pressure right on her with 16 runs still needed.
Off the remaining
20 balls left. So it's less than a run a ball. Can they manage their way through it? And Wong straight away is driving down the ground. They're going to take the single. Holly Armitage fields. Another one checked off. So the set batter, Katie George, 29. Turner into George. Doesn't get an awful lot of bat on it. There is no run.
George frustrated with herself there. Saw her head go down.
Is the end of the over.
She realised that had gone to the fielder. Conclude the over with a dot.
So 3 overs remaining. 15 runs to get. Now I reckon that's roughly 5 and over, Raf.
Brilliant mathsing there, Sid. Yeah, they only managed 1 run off that 47th over, and obviously there was the wicket as well. So that was really good work
valuable
from Phoebe
over, yeah,
Turner.
absolutely.
A crucial stage in the game. So 3 overs left.
Turning to bowl from the Birmingham end, Holly Armitage.
Well, that's interesting. Holly Armitage putting herself back onto bowl from the
Standing
Birmingham
up,
City end.
taking the responsibility.
She was quite expensive earlier, so I think that's possibly a slightly risky move. I haven't got the sort of scorecard in front of me to be able to work out who her potential other options are. I assume Erin Burns now bowled out. Obviously Katie Levick now bowled out. Have you got the card there, Sid? Have you got a sense of who's going to bowl the 49th and 50th perhaps?
Woolston and Phoebe Turner are the only people with any overs left apart from Holly Armour.
Right, okay, interesting. So as you say, Armitage stepping up to the plate here, and Wong on strike. Oh, and she's hit it straight back to Holly Armitage. Izzy Wong out for 1.
Well, Raf, you have little faith.
Absolutely, no, absolutely.
Izzy
Wong just slightly lost her head there.
For 1.
Yeah, needed less than a run a ball. Didn't need to do that. Straight back to the bowler. Bob's your uncle, and Izzy Wong is on her way back already for 1 off 2 balls.
And more importantly, perhaps Sparks 7 down now. Rhea Fackrell coming to the crease.
Rhea Fackrell.
Katie George is the other batter who's remaining unbeaten. She's on 29 at the moment, just walking down to Rhea Fackrell just to have a quick word. Probably saying, maybe don't do what Izzy Wong just did. Because that we could do with you not doing it as well. Just having a little bit of a chat.
If they can keep calm and carry on, then they can still win this game.
Absolutely.
But it's definitely about keeping your head now. It's all in the head.
So yeah, as I was saying, brilliant, genius move by Holly Armitage to bring herself back onto bowl the 48th over. Absolute masterstroke by her. Ria Fackrell taking guard. Oh, and Armitage full toss, very loopy full toss. Fackrell manages to get hold of that enough to clear the infield and take a single, thus putting Katie George back on strike. 14 needed now of 16 balls.
Yeah, Armitage definitely got away with one there. It should really have been planted in the stand.
Armitage to Katie George, who comes down the track and tries to get Welly on that but doesn't quite manage to. Sends it down to long on, gets a single.
They've got the one, singles are all they need still. 13 to win. 15 deliveries to do it.
Fackrell waiting, Armitage in. Oh, and she sent that aerially, but that's landed safe. She's driven that back down the ground. It's been picked up by mid-off. She's got another single. I just had a little bit of a heart-in-mouth moment there, but she's managed to get it safely over the bowler. Just to pick up that single, as I say. 12 needed now to win. In, Katie George guides that out towards the deep cover point fielder. Again, they've got a single there. Sparks onto 206 for 7. 11 needed to win. 13 balls. Final ball for this over for Holly Armitage. Fackrell's managed to get enough on that to come through for another single. He's guided that round through to third. 207 for 7 then, at the end of the 48th over. And they got 5 from that over.
So this is the big over, really. They probably want to try and get at least 6 off this if they can. They don't want to leave themselves more than a run a ball in that final over.
So the equation now 10 needed from 12 for the Sparks.
It'll be Turner again.
Lauren Winfield Hill joining in with the chat with Holly Armitage about where they should put the fielders. Just moving a fielder out from mid-wicket to deep mid-wicket. Also got a deep square leg, deep fine leg.
So Phoebe Turner to Ria Fackrell. It's a tad on the short side and Fackrell turns it out towards square leg. They take the single. That brings Katie George back on strike.
Lauren Winfield Hill waving at 2 of the fielders to swap places, interestingly.
Katie George looking round for the gaps. Turner into George. And she's gone for the reverse and it's come off. It's heading down towards the boundary. There's a chase on. The ball doesn't quite have enough legs on it. It's not going to actually make the boundary. They're going to come through for a third. 3 crucial runs.
clever.
Katie
from
George drags out the reverse at
She
the
placed
moment
that
when the pressure was on.
Yeah, she placed that really well between the two fielders. And the only thing that stopped it going for four was that it absolutely slowed up massively towards the end. I'm guessing that this outfield is still a bit stodgy. I know you said earlier you thought it was going to dry up, Sid, but it still looks a little bit stodgy.
Yeah, I think it has dried up a bit. I think it's that those final few yards are easier now than they were at 11 o'clock this morning. But yes, it's not Loughborough with its famously lush outfield as Turner is into Fackrell, who's driving for one. It's fielded at deep extra cover.
Just
Five needed
five
now.
needed now. Off 9.
Katie George back on strike. She's on 34 now, 34 off 51. 52, apologies. Turner in, that's a full delivery. And Katie George can do little more than dig it out. Fielded by Holly Armitage at mid-on.
That was the dot there.
There is no run.
Greeted by an enormous cheer from the Diamonds.
I need a few more of them. Turner to George again. George again is reversing and makes a horrible mess of it, gets herself in all sorts of a tangle. Looks to try and take a run, decides to think better of it. Fortunately, Fackrell hadn't taken off at the point where George initially, I think, wanted the run, but Fackrell had stayed put. I suspect she wouldn't have made it.
That was brilliant. That's definitely one for the giggle reel.
Katie George just needs to keep her head here. It's the final ball of the penultimate over. Turner to George. And George is running, and they're going to make it through. Katie George was absolutely determined she was going to take the single there and stay on strike for this final over. So, 6 balls, 4 runs. Can they do it, Raf?
Well, I think the odds are very much in Central Sparks' favour now. I thought that was very good awareness from Katie George, although a little bit of luck because Phoebe Turner ran to her left out of her follow-through to pick up that ball. And just didn't quite get to it cleanly. Otherwise, Bethan Ellis could have been in potentially quite a bit of trouble running to the striker's end if Phoebe Turner had been able to pick that up cleanly and throw down the stumps, but she didn't. So they got the single, and it was obvious what Katie George was going to try and do. She realises that she's the established batter. She needs to be on strike for as many of these final 6 balls as she can, and she's done it successfully. So
we'll be
about to see
Holly Armitage. But,
yeah, we're about to see the 50th over here. Thanks, Sid. So Holly Armitage will be bowling herself again, having picked up a wicket in her previous over. Katie George will be on strike. Katie George. Oh, Katie George is caught at point. She's holed out. That's very disappointing. And Katie George has to depart for 35 with the Sparks still needing 4 runs to win. She just basically hit that straight to the point fielder, didn't she?
She did. She was trying to lift it over the ring and she didn't lift it enough.
For 35.
Oh no.
She'll be absolutely gutted, really cross with herself, because as we were just saying, she deliberately got herself back on strike. She'd done all the hard graft there to put her team into a position where they just need 4 runs off this final over. But the job's not done. Katie George is walking off. We've got
Grace Potts
coming in, and Sparks need 4 runs from the remaining 5 balls, and this is tricky. This is what you might call squeaky bum.
This is pressure cricket.
Pressure cricket is a more conservative formal term. I was going for squeaky bum time. So Grace Potts will be on strike. What can she produce? 4 needed. It's very tense. Moving Katie Levick from the short fine leg to short third for Grace Potts. Armitage in. Oh, Potts swings at that but can't get hold of it, and it's been judged a wide down the offside. Wow, that must have been quite a close call. Anyway, so 3 needed now from the final 5 balls. That's a little bit unfortunate. Got the Armitage in again to Grace Potts. Oh, and another swing and a miss. I think that one is going to go down as a dot. So 3 needed from 4. 2 swings and 2 misses in 2 balls from Grace Potts. What can she do? Will it be 3rd time lucky? She does make contact that time, but she sent it straight to the fielder at short cover, who's picked it up cleanly. Fortunately, Ria Fackrell was halfway down the pitch trying to get a run, but she's managed to get back at the non-striker's end. So that, after all that drama, that was just a dot ball. So 3 needed from 3 here.
3 off 3.
Holly Armitage in again to Grace Potts. Oh, and she sent that out onto the ring field, and the ring fielder hasn't picked it up cleanly. Out on the offside, sort of cover points, cover really, and so they've got through for a single. So 2 needed from the last 2 balls. They're bringing the field up.
To try and steer it round the corner, I think.
They're bringing the field up because they know that.
There are runs backwards of square on the leg side, I reckon.
Right, Fackrell on strike. 2 needed.
Indeed,
Oh,
she is
trying
sweeping,
to
but she's been hit on
There's
the...
a huge appeal, and she's been given out LBW. Oh my goodness me, huge drama here at Edgbaston. Ria Fackrell out, LBW for 5. Sparks 215 for 9 now, and they've got 2 runs needed off the final ball.
It was the right idea, wasn't it, Raf?
It will be 1 run for the scores to be level. I don't believe we have super overs in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. I'm looking around at my fellow co-commentators.
Don't think so.
So in that case, the points would be shared.
Not for the
if they manage to get a single off this last ball.
I believe so.
Coming back to Hannah Baker.
So Hannah Baker, number 11, to join Grace Potts at the crease, and she's going to be on strike for this final ball. Oh my goodness, that is a huge burden on the shoulders of this. She's 20 years old only, isn't she, Hannah Baker? And that is a big that's a big responsibility. Yes, I understood. Yes, I understood what Fackrell was trying to do there, but not a great result in the end. And gosh, so Holly Armitage it's going to be to bowl the final ball of this match. Hannah Baker just taking guard here. So the situation is that the Central Sparks need 2 to win, 1 to tie. Armitage in. Oh, and they're running, but she's been run out. And the Diamonds have won. This is a famous victory for the Diamonds at Edgbaston.
And indeed, they have been bowled out off the final ball. We said at the beginning of the game, we said that if the Diamonds are going to win this match, they were going to do it by bowling the Sparks out. They have bowled them out off the final ball.
Hannah Baker tried desperately to make contact with that, but she really didn't. And Grace Potts came herring down the pitch because she knew that they needed to run, but she was nowhere near. And I believe it was Bess Heath who picked up the ball and took off the bails. So Grace Potts, the last wicket to fall for the Central Sparks, run out, and the Diamonds have won.
Sparks lost 5 wickets in the final 5 overs, 5 wickets in that final phase.
So the margin of victory was 1, I believe.
Yeah.
So as close as you are going to get, that is a phenomenal result for the Northern Diamonds. I think we should just take a moment though to just draw breath, because what a match, Sid. Oh my goodness me.
No, it was fantastic. As I said, we thought right at the start of the season that a couple of teams, the Vipers and the Stars, might be running away with this season. But other teams have got themselves back into it. We've seen some close games. Western Storm nearly caught Vipers today at Bristol, and Sparks got as close as you can get and not win the game here against Diamonds. Diamonds will be breathing a huge sigh of relief. Sparks will be bitterly disappointed, because these are the hardest games to lose when you get this close.
And I think Sparks will also be absolutely kicking themselves, because they had the Diamonds absolutely on the ropes. They had them, what was it, 173 for 8, and then they managed to get up for 200 to 216. So they let them put on too many runs.
How important were those 2 sixes that got hit off Izzy Wong in the 48th over?
47th, yeah, hugely important. So shall we just talk you through the scorecards?
Yeah, so Northern Diamonds made 216, and the big contribution there was Erin Burns, who made 49. And in reply, the Central Sparks got to 215, with Abby Freeborn making 49 and Eve Jones making 65.
Yeah, so Sparks did bowl out the Northern Diamonds in the 50th over. Wickets shared around. Grace Potts 2 for 30, Rhea Fackrell 2 for 19, Katie George 2 for 37, Gareth Paverley 2 for 26. Central Sparks then had this target, 217, and they've fallen just 2 runs short of that. They had a big partnership between Eve Jones and Abby Freeborn. Eve Jones 65, Abby Freeborn ultimately run out on 49. They didn't quite recover from that. There was a good partnership between Katie George and Bethan Ellis that looked like it was going to see Central Sparks home. As you say, Sid, there was just that collapse the last few overs. Very disappointing for the Sparks, because really, with 5 overs to go, they looked to be in command, but they just couldn't quite keep their heads. That shot from Katie George, the first ball of the 50th over, to be caught at point, disappointing.
Yeah, I mean, she wants to go for the runs. She was the player in charge, but tried to lift it over the ring, caught. It feels unfair to blame Katie George for losing this game, though.
No, absolutely.
Katie George got them close.
Events unfolding. Holly Armitage finishes with 3 for 40 off 7 overs, so finishes as the best bowler on the day, despite this being the first time she's bowled in the 2024 Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy competition. So she should probably have a word with her captain. Oh no, hang on a minute. And yeah, good for her. Katie Levick's 10 overs obviously also really important. She finished with 2 for 35. That all important economy rate for her kind of to some extent strangled the chase. So we've got quite a chastened looking Central Sparks walking off, but the Northern Diamonds really realise that they've absolutely pulled the rabbit out of the hat with this one, and got themselves out of a corner. But yeah, very exciting match. Do we know what that's done to the overall Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy points table, Sid?
I don't think that will have been updated anywhere yet. It takes a little bit of time for everyone to go in and update that. So.
And the next match is coming up on Wednesday, the 8th of May, in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Sunrisers v Southern Vipers. That'll be a home match for Sunrisers, taking place at Radlett, starting at 10:30 AM. Diamonds' next match is an away match against the Stars at Beckenham, also on Wednesday. Thunder, again on Wednesday, will be taking on the Central Sparks, who will be looking to recover from this setback up at Emirates Old Trafford, Manchester. And finally, Blaze will be playing Western Storm at Trent Bridge, so a home match for the Blaze. All of those 4 matches will be on Wednesday, presumably all on the live stream, as far as we're aware. But for now, wow, we hope you've recovered from that game. We've got to go and recover. Thank you so much for joining us. We've been Claire Jenkins, Sid Egan, and myself, Raf Nicholson. Bye-bye.